I would like to call this hearing to order this morning. The topic of our hearing this morning is it's a legislative hearing on the Energy Tax Prevention Act of 2011. I certainly want to welcome the members of the subcommittee. I look forward to working with all of you as we seek to craft an energy and environmental strategy and policy that will be in the best interest of the American people. And I believe that can best be accomplished by Congress and the EPA working together. Congress intends to reassert itself in the statutory and regulatory process at EPA. I'm pleased to be serving again with my friend and colleague, the ranking member, Mr. Rush. We served on the CTCP subcommittee in the last Congress, and I look forward to working with him as well as all members of this subcommittee. I also want to thank our witnesses today and thank them for being here to help us look at this very important issue. We're going to have 4 panels of witnesses today, and all of them are going to provide us with information that's going to be helpful as we move forward. Today's hearing is going to focus on greenhouse gas rulemaking within the Environmental Protection Agency that many of us believe attempts to address an issue properly within the purview of the Congress. And then we're also going to be talking about legislation that has been introduced that would restore the proper balance to decision-making affecting greenhouse gases. The Obama administration has been the most aggressive in recent memory. As a matter of fact, 6 rules were issued on Christmas Eve, and there's a pipeline full of regulations waiting to be issued. And states frequently are not being given adequate time to re-examine and rewrite state implementation plans to respond to this aggressive pace. I, like others, have been besieged with calls from entities all over the country complaining about EPA's attempt to regulate greenhouse gases. Congress has made its will crystal clear on this issue. Our esteemed colleague, Chairman Emeritus John Dingell on the Democratic side, who led the negotiations on the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments, wrote, "I would have difficulty concluding that the House-Senate conferees who rejected the Senate greenhouse gas regulatory provisions contemplated regulating greenhouse gas emissions or addressing global warming under the Clean Air Act. As recently as 2008, Mr. Dingell warned that regulating greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act rather than new legislation would lead to a, as he said, glorious mess." And then on July 25, 1997, Senate Resolution 98, expressing the sense of the Senate that the United States not be a signatory to the Kyoto Protocol that would have required the U.S. to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, was approved by the Senate by a vote of 95 to nothing. And when the 111th Congress revisited this issue last year, it responded with a resounding no to regulating greenhouse gases by not passing the so-called cap-and-trade bill. Although Congress has made its position abundantly clear not to regulate greenhouse gases, we now have a bureaucracy, unelected staff at EPA and the courts pushing the United States down a path that, in my opinion, will cost jobs and make us less competitive in the global marketplace. Furthermore, what's worse about this is the technology is not available to capture greenhouse gases, and we do not have any idea what the cost versus the benefits will be. And if the tailoring rule is determined to be a violation of the Clean Air Act, which is certainly possible, EPA applying the statutes permitting these thresholds has estimated that over 6 million sources in our country would need to obtain Title V operating permits, and also that would lead to 82,000 permitting actions annually under the Preventing Significant Deterioration formula. And it's also been estimated at EPA that doing that would estimate a cost of $22.5 billion it would cost permitting authorities in the U.S. So good energy policy is about expanding choices. All of us know that our energy demands are going to basically double by the year 2035. And we're going to need energy from all sources to meet the demands of this country. We're going to need renewables. We're going to need natural gas, coal, nuclear, everything. And I do get the sense that sometimes those people who are pushing this country down a quick pathway to green energy are more interested in putting fossil fuels out of business than they are working to solve this problem. We recognize that we have to have energy from all sources. So I'm delighted that you are here today. We look forward to the testimony of all of you. And at this time, I would like to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Rush, for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to congratulate you on your selection to become chairman of the Energy and Power Subcommittee. And as you have indicated, I too enjoyed very much working with you when you were the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Commerce, Trade, and Consumer Protection. You and I worked together hand in hand to move a lot of legislation through the subcommittee in the 111th Congress, and I look forward to the same outcomes in the 112th Congress. Unfortunately, I can't say that the discussion draft that we're taking up today exemplifies good legislation. Before delivering my opening statement, Mr. Chairman, I want to get a few things off my chest. I really have a bone to pick. I know that this is a new Congress and a new majority has come in with it. That said, our committee rules, procedures, and decorum have remained substantially the same. Mr. Chairman, if we're not careful to set the right course of action moving forward, we will find ourselves lost in a sea of confusion. And as we get our sea legs underneath us, we must strive to do better. I'm extremely troubled by the majority's stubborn resistance to inviting and seating credible witnesses at this hearing who think and believe the EPA has a duty and the authority under the Clean Air Act to regulate greenhouse gases. Stacking a deck of cards with the same suit will rig the outcome before the first hand is even dealt. But that isn't what the American people and the American taxpayers want. And that is not certainly what they deserve. This is the House of Representatives, and we represent all the American people and all businesses and public interests, not just some of them or the ones who support what we in our little circles want to do and desire to do. As I said earlier, this hearing focuses on a legislative draft known as the Upton-Inhofe Energy Tax Prevention Act. The draft bill will eviscerate the EPA by repealing indispensable responsibility and authority the agency holds under the Clean Air Act to preserve and protect human health, our environment, and to promote more efficient use of energy. It would further overturn a Supreme Court decision affirming a lower court's ruling that the EPA has the authority to regulate greenhouse gases. From automobiles, as well as stop the EPA from taking further steps in reducing tailpipe emissions. Mr. Chairman, it goes without saying that this proposal before us overreaches by large limits. And this, Mr. Chairman, really just gets me to what my big rub is today. What irritates me the most is the majority's refusal to invite the administrator of the EPA Ms. Lisa Jackson to testify at today's hearing. The only reason that Administrator Jackson is appearing before us today is because we, here in the majority, had to kick and scream and scratch so that the Madam Administrator could have her day and the opportunity to defend her agency's findings and judgments here in the halls of Congress. How can we formulate good public policy or look at ourselves as fair and decent lawmakers if Congress as a body doesn't solicit the expert views of the EPA on this draft legislation? And as a member of Congress, I want to hear as many pertinent viewpoints as I am able to hear before deciding how to cast my votes on pieces of legislation that are critical to the welfare of our economy, our own safety as human beings, and the preservation of our planet. Mr. Chairman, it goes without saying that we should not have to push this hard to get key officials and important witnesses invited to hearings of this magnitude. And that is one reason why, Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a response dated December 8, 2010 to a Wall Street Journal editorial entitled "The EPA Prematorium." Mr. Chairman, with that said, I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, thank the gentleman for that opening statement, and we do look forward to hearing Ms. Jackson. She'll be here on the second panel, and we all will look forward to her testimony. This time I'd like to recognize for 5 minutes the chairman of the committee, Mr. Upton in Michigan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a delight to be here, and I would just open my remarks by saying that it was the minority that asked for Administrator Lisa Jackson to come, and we're delighted to have her. And we made sure she's got a good parking place right outside the door as well. But we, in all seriousness, that was the minority's request, and we're certainly delighted to make sure that it happened. This hearing really is about job creation. It's a simple goal, but unfortunately one that Washington lost sight of in the last few years. No more. Cap-and-trade legislation failed in the last Congress in that it did not get through the Senate or to the President's desk. But now we face the threat of the EPA bureaucrats imposing the same agenda through a series of regulations. Like cap-and-trade, these regulations would boost the cost of energy, not just for homeowners and car owners, but for businesses large and small. EPA may be starting by regulating only the largest power plants and factories, but we will all feel the impact of higher prices and fewer jobs. These regs go after emissions of carbon dioxide, the unavoidable byproduct of using coal, oil, and natural gas that provides the nation with 85% of its energy. These fossil fuels are such an important part of our energy mix because they are often the most affordable choice. EPA regs seek to take away that choice by making the use of these fuels prohibitively expensive. It's worth noting that for all the mentions of clean energy in the President's State of the Union address, he never once mentioned keeping energy affordable. Affordable energy is what keeps our economy moving. We live in a global marketplace filled with manufacturers working to produce high-quality goods at the lowest cost. I know American manufacturers can compete, but not if they're saddled with burdensome regs that put us at a distinct unfair disadvantage. Needless to say, the Chinese government and other competitors have no intention of burdening and raising the cost of doing businesses for their manufacturers and energy producers the way the EPA plans to do here in America. Our goal should be to export goods, not jobs. To do that, we released a draft. It is a draft called the Energy Tax Prevention Act. This is a bill that would protect jobs and preserve the intent of the Clean Air Act. It's narrowly crafted. It specifically targets EPA's regs under the Clean Air Act that regulate carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases as related to climate change. It allows states to continue setting climate policy as they please, but prevents those actions from being imposed or enforced nationally. It leaves in place the tailpipe standard for cars and light trucks for model years 12 through 16 and allows NHTSA to continue to regulate fuel economy after 2016. I've mentioned what this proposal does, but let me emphasize what it does not do. It does not weaken the Clean Air Act. It does not limit EPA's ability to monitor and reduce pollutants that damage public health. I have looked back at the comments made by the authors of the revisions of the Clean Air Act in the early 90s, and I am convinced that our bill actually restores the Clean Air Act to its intended purpose, and I yield the balance of my time to Chairman Emeritus Joe Barton from Texas.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Upton. Welcome, Senator Inhofe, former House member and good friend and senior member of the other body. We're glad to have your comments. I also want to welcome my Attorney General, Greg Abbott, my good friend from Austin, Texas, and the General Manager for Environmental Affairs of Nucor Corporation, Mr. Steve Rowland, who has several manufacturing facilities in my district. The great Joe Louis, the heavyweight champion of the mid-1900s, was facing a difficult test with another heavyweight contender and made the comment, he can run, but he can't hide. Well, today we're going to use that in the legislative arena. The Environmental Protection Agency and the Obama administration have decided, basically just because they have the ability to decide as the executive branch, that they want to put the American economy in a straitjacket and cost us millions of jobs and hundreds of billions of dollars a year with these greenhouse gas regulations. They couldn't get it through the legislative process. The Markey Waxman bill in the last Congress barely passed the House, and it did not go anywhere in the Senate. So they tried to do it by a regulatory approach. It's not going to work. Chairman Upton, Subcommittee Chairman Whitfield have introduced this draft legislation, and I fully expect in the next month or two that it's going to pass the subcommittee and the full committee. So today we're going to start that legislative process. I am going to put into the record some comments from one of the EPA officials who had the authority at the time to take a look at the proposed endangerment finding, and I'm going to read from the executive summary one sentence and then yield back the balance of Mr. Upton's time. It says, in many cases, the most important arguments are based not on multi-million-dollar research efforts, but by simple observation of available data, which has surprisingly received so little scrutiny. In the end, it must be emphasized that the issue is not which side has spent the most money or published the most peer-reviewed papers. The issue is whether the greenhouse gas CO2 hypothesis meets the ultimate scientific test, conformance with real-world data. What these comments show is that this is, in this case, the ultimate test. The hypothesis fails. That's why we've put this legislation forward, and that's why at the appropriate time it is going to pass and go to the House floor. With that, I yield back.
This time I recognize the ranking member of the Full Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today we hold a hearing on legislation that would roll back the Clean Air Act and block the Environmental Protection Agency from regulating dangerous carbon emissions from power plants, oil refineries, and other large polluters. The underlying premise of this bill is that climate change is a hoax. That's the view of the chief Senate sponsor of this bill, and it is also the view of our former chairman of this committee, Mr. Barton. And that's the foundation of this bill. This legislation says carbon emissions do not endanger public health and welfare. Mr. Chairman, you and the new Republican majority have a lot of power to write the nation's laws, but you do not have the power to rewrite the laws of nature. And that is the fundamental problem with this proposal. In 2009, EPA found that carbon emissions endanger public health and the environment. That was a scientific conclusion that is supported by the National Academy of Sciences, the premier scientific organization of all the world's major economies. This legislation would overturn EPA's endangerment finding. Now, this won't stop carbon pollution from building up in the atmosphere. It won't stop the droughts and floods that are spreading like an epidemic across the globe. It won't protect the air quality of our cities when summer temperatures soar to record levels. and it won't stop the strange weather patterns that have locked much of our own nation in a deep freeze this winter. What it will do, though, is gut the Clean Air Act and prevent EPA from addressing this enormous threat to public health and welfare. Protecting public health and preventing climate change should not be a partisan issue. In January 2008, Stephen Johnson, the former EPA administrator under President Bush, sent a letter to President Bush. Administrator Johnson wrote, quote, "The latest science of climate change requires the agency to propose a positive endangerment finding. It does not permit a credible finding that we need to wait for more research," end quote. And he said that the Bush cabinet agreed with this position. The science hasn't changed in the last 2 years. In fact, it has only gotten stronger. Yet somehow, belief in science has become another partisan battleground. This legislation is called the Energy Tax Prevention Act. This is a title that's total nonsense because EPA has no authority to levy energy tax. What this bill should be called is the Big Polluter Protection Act. The only beneficiaries of this legislation are the nation's largest polluters. The biggest backer of this bill is Koch Industries, an oil company that spent millions of dollars to elect Republicans to Congress. Now, members can have different ideas about how to reduce carbon pollution. I believe the steps that EPA Administrator Lisa Jackson is proposing under the Clean Air Act are moderate and appropriate. They are also remarkably similar to the measures that former Administrator Johnson recommended to President Bush. But I understand that members could reasonably have different views. Indeed, I preferred the market-based approach recommended by utilities and manufacturers. That was the basis for the House-passed clean energy legislation last Congress. But what doesn't make sense is this extreme approach in this bill. It will repeal the only authority the administration has to protect our health and environment without providing any alternative. This is another repeal, but no alternative to replace it. Why replace it? Science is a hoax. We don't need to solve the problem. There is no problem. That's the underlying assumption. Well, that will only make the problem worse. History will not judge this committee kindly if we become the last bastion of the polluters and the science deniers. When carbon emissions rise to record levels and our weather system goes haywire, the American people will ask why we acted so irresponsibly. I hope we will be able to tell them that we stood up for science and public health and rejected this extreme proposal. Yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Waxman. At this time, we'll introduce our first witness, who really needs no introduction. Senator James Inhofe from Oklahoma is the ranking member of the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works. Of course, he served in the House of Representatives. He's recognized as a real expert in the field of energy as well as other areas. We're delighted to have him with us today, and I might say that he is floating a discussion draft over on the Senate side very similar to our legislation we have on the House side. So, Senator Inhofe, we're delighted to have you with us today, and we recognize you for an opening statement.
Here, let's try that. All right. First of all, let me thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a joy. The only disappointment I have is that I'm not sitting at the same table with Administrator Jackson. I know it surprises and disappoints a lot of people, but she and I are really very good friends. I find her, a lot of liberals aren't this way, but in her case, she responds to a question, she gives you an honest answer, and I've always appreciated that. Much to the chagrin of my staff, I'm not going to use my opening statement that they prepared, but so they won't be completely overlooked, I'd like to ask that it be made a part of the record. And I'll go ahead and ramble just for a few minutes. Let me share a couple of thoughts that I have with you. First of all, this issue is a new issue to the House, relatively new. We've been dealing with it since Kyoto, since the middle 90s. And I was in the middle of it back then, and you're right, you quoted the statement that was made by some 95 to nothing in the Senate. Now that statement, to refresh memories here, was that we're not going to ratify anything that doesn't treat developing nations like developed nations or that is devastating to our economy. However, most of the senators at that time were believers, and I use the word the alarmists. I think most of them that would fit them. And so we, and I have to admit, you know, confession's good for the soul. When I was the chairman of the subcommittee, I believe the Clean Air Subcommittee of EPW, I thought, too, that catastrophic global warming was caused by anthropogenic gases because everybody said it was. And it wasn't until the Wharton School came out with, I think it was called the Wharton Econometric Survey. The question was this, should we ratify the Kyoto Treaty? What would it cost the people of America? And the result was a range. That range was between $300 and $400 billion a year. Then I happened to think, you know, when you get up in the billions and the trillions, it's kind of hard. You have to bring this back home. I remembered how outrageous it was when the Clinton-Gore tax increase of 1993 came through. And that was a $30 billion tax increase. I thought, wait a minute, this is 10 times greater than that. So I thought at that time, let's at least look and be sure that the science is there. And I remember at that time, there was a scientist by the name of Tom Wigley. Tom Wigley was commissioned, I believe, by then Vice President Al Gore to answer the question that if all nations, all developed nations, were to get together and agree to the Kyoto Treaty and live by their emission standards, how much would that reduce the temperature in 50 years? And the answer was something like 7/100ths of 1 degree Celsius. Well, of course, that was something that wasn't even measurable. So when we started questioning the science, all of a sudden the scientists came out of the woodwork, and they're coming in and giving testimonials about how the IPCC would not consider any views that anyone had unless they themselves were an alarmist. Well, we started talking about that, and then we obviously we did not ratify. By the way, it's important to note that the ones who were really pushing the Kyoto Treaty, that would have been the Clinton-Gore administration. They never submitted to the Senate for ratification. So it's not our fault that we never had that before us, but they wisely did not do it. Then we started coming up with the bills. We had McCain-Lieberman of 03, McCain-Lieberman of 05, Waxman-Markey bill, the Lieberman-Warner bill, the Sanders-Boxer bill. Now, they were all very similar. Cap and trade is cap and trade. Now, you could argue, well, wait a minute, and I'm sure that Congressman Waxman would disagree with this, but all these bills, along with the Kyoto Treaty, would cost in that range of somewhere between $300 and $400 billion a year. It's not just Wharton, MIT, Penn State, and others have come in and talked about that. So when I am going to mention I want to end my opening statement with two quotes or responses to questions by Lisa Jackson that I have a great deal of respect for. Well, we have made a decision some time ago, and as we're passing or we're trying to defeat and successfully did defeat all the bills that I mentioned on the floor of the Senate. And one of the things I did was say, since at best the science is mixed, there's nothing conclusive in the science, but it is mixed. Let's go ahead, and I did this, I think it might have been when we were debating the Waxman-Markey bill, or it might have been the Sanders-Boxer bill. I can't remember which one. But I said, even though I don't agree the science is there, let's stipulate to it so we can talk about the economics. And so we did, and that's when we started talking about the cost of this thing. I think that maybe in response to questions I can be more specific, but this bill that I will be the sponsor in the Senate, and it'll be the same wording I say to Chairman Whitfield. That's just one of the problems that we're having right now with the overregulation of the Environmental Protection Agency. We have such things as the Boiler and Utility MAC, that's a maximum achievable control technology, ozone, the PM10 dust, hydraulic fracturing, all these things to put American jobs either overseas or just kill them and destroy our economy. These things are happening right now. This is one part of it, but a very important part of it. Now, what I'm going to stay within my time frame here and make two observations, and this came from Administrator Jackson. In one of our committee hearings, and I'll tell you when it was in December of a year ago, right before, the day before I was going to go to Copenhagen. I was the one-man truth squad in Copenhagen, I might add. And before I left, I said in a hearing, Mr. Chairman, I said, Madam Administrator, I understand, and I believe that once I leave town, you're going to have an endangerment finding. And she did not deny that, and she kind of nodded with her very pleasant smile, like she always has. And I said, when you do this, it's got to be based on some kind of science. What science would you base this on? And she said, well, primarily it's the IPCC. That's the United Nations. Well, that was right in the middle of the time that they had been totally debunked. Now, they try to say that ClimateGate wasn't a real thing. It was. It's tried to be. They tried to play it down. Let me just real quickly, so it's in the record, talk about Atlantic magazine said the closed-mindedness of these supposed men of science, their willingness to go to any length to defend in a preconceived message is surprising even to me. The stink of intellectual corruption is overpowering. The statement, Atlantic, the Daily Telegraph, this is the largest one in London. The scandal could well be the greatest scandal in science, modern science. So we have this, all of the fact that this is the science on which this is based, and I'm hoping that people are going to keep this in the dialogue and let people know how phony this was. The other thing was, and I'm speaking now to the many people out, not just in my state of Oklahoma, but throughout America, who think I'm wrong on this issue. People who really believe, people who think that the alarmists are right, that in fact that this is that these the anthropogenic gases are causing catastrophic global warming. To them, I say this: if they're right, what difference does this really make? Because when I asked the question to Administrator Jackson, I said, if we were to pass this bill, I don't know, I say to my good friend, Mr. Waxman, whether it was the Waxman-Markey bill or which bill it was, but I said, if we pass this, will this have a reduction, a result in reducing greenhouse gases? Her answer was no, because this only applies to the United States. I would carry it one step further. If we cause our jobs to go overseas as a result of having something like this, those jobs are going to go to places like China and India and Mexico where they don't have any restrictions at all. And so those people who say, well, we have to set the example in America, the China is anxious to follow our great example, I say they're laughing at us right now. They're not going to do it. They're waiting for those jobs to come over. So with that, I would only say that, I hope we'll get a chance to realize that even if this ends up, those people out here that really believe this, what we take, action that we take, whether it's through regulation or whether it's through legislation here in the United States, is not going to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Senator Inhofe. We appreciate your testimony. Mr. Waxman, in his opening statement, referred to this letter by former EPA Administrator Steve Johnson in a letter to President Bush about the endangerment finding. And I don't know all the details about it, and so I'm going to ask you about it, but it was my understanding that once they really got into the process of looking at that, a number of federal agencies came out very much opposed to an endangerment finding, including Ag, Commerce, Transportation, and Energy. Do you have any recollection of the letter that Mr. Waxman was?
Yeah, I do, because first of all, I have a great deal of respect for Steve Johnson, and I supported his being put in the position he was in. I would only say this. Those who want to quote him, as was quoted in the opening statement here in this meeting, need to talk about what he has said since then. I'm going to quote him now. He said, one point is clear. The potential regulation of greenhouse gases under any portion of the Clean Air Act could result in an unprecedented expansion of EPA authority that would have a profound effect on virtually every sector of the economy and touch every household in the land. He went on to say, I believe the ANPR demonstrates the Clean Air Act, an outdated law originally enacted to control regional pollutants that cause direct health effects, is ill-suited for the task of regulating global greenhouse gases.
Thanks.
And this, by the way, you mentioned the Departments of Energy, Transportation, Commerce, Agriculture, and probably some others have made this statement.
You know, I was looking at the EPA website actually last night, and there was a comment on there right at the very main page. It said, we're working across the nation to usher in a green economy. Now, we all recognize, as I said in my opening statement, to meet our energy demands, we're going to have renewables, we're going to have everything. But this administration seems to be so focused on pushing a green economy, and I know that President Obama in his State of the Union address talked about this green economy is going to stimulate the economy and create the jobs. And I know from the research that I've done personally, one of the countries that has been a leader in green energy has been Spain. And I read an article just a couple of days ago that they have the highest unemployment rate in the industrialized world, approaching 20%. Do you have the same concerns about this all-out push for green energy and the impact that that could have on our employment levels in America?
Chairman Whitfield, it goes even further than that. I'd have to, for the record, give you the name of which one in the administration said this. I think it might have been the Undersecretary of Treasury. I made the statement that we're going to have to do, they say, take away the perks that are out there for the energy industry so that we can force people to concentrate on green energy. You know, I'm for, I think everyone here, I think every Republican and Democrat, or the Republicans anyway, they want all of the above. We want gas, oil, coal, nuclear, renewables, green, we want it all. But what is available now to run this machine called America? We have oil and gas. This is new information. As of just a year ago, we in the United States have the largest number of recoverable reserves in coal, oil, and gas of any country in the nation. We're not number two, we're number one. Now, if you look at the shale opportunities that are out there, and the fact that these are close formations, we have enough natural gas to take care of this country for 110 years. Now, yes, during that time, perhaps technology will be here. We'll have all kinds of green opportunities. That's great. I'm all for it. But until then, you've got to run this country. The thing that bothers me over in the Senate, I hear from my good friends John Kerry and Barbara Boxer. They all talk about our dependence on foreign countries for our oil, our energy. And as if, you know, we can shut down fossil fuels and somehow not be as dependent upon them. Just the opposite.
Right.
You know, we have to run this machine called America, and we can't do it now without fossil fuels. If we could release all of the political pressures that are on our resources out there, we wouldn't have to be dependent upon any foreign country or the Middle East for one barrel of oil. I forgot what your question is, but that's the answer.
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was a good answer. I recognize Mr. Rush for 5 minutes.
I thought it was a good question, but I didn't think it was a good answer. Senator, I have the utmost respect for you. I want to thank you for taking the time out to come to this hearing. As you know, there are some vociferous and very vehement disagreement with some of your conclusions, and especially as it relates to job creation and also electric reliability. Administrator Jackson, she's pointed out in her white paper that she released earlier that the environmental technology and services sector generated under the Clean Air Act an estimated $300 billion in revenue. That's $300 billion in revenue, and supported nearly 1.7 million jobs. And I think those are real jobs, and it's certainly not chump change. Do you have any comments or any reaction to her conclusions?
Yeah, I do, Congressman. First of all, I have a website, inhofe.senate.gov, and if you go there, you'll find I've talked about the amount of money and the jobs that all these over-regulations would cost. Now, you're addressing only the greenhouse gas, what's happening with the regulations, the subject of this committee. But I mentioned in my opening statement, there's also all of the MAC laws, the utility MAC, the boiler MAC, the trying to stop hydraulic fracturing, the ozone, all of these issues that are there, the PM10 dust. If you add those up, each one has a price tag in terms of dollars and the amount of the jobs that would be lost. Those jobs, that information comes from most of the labor unions in the United States, along with, I might add, the National Black Chamber of Commerce, who will be testifying. I don't know whether he's on today or not, but he is great. He's testified before our committee. And I want you to ask him that question, because I think it's very specific. The jobs that would be lost, the costs that would be there, are something that we can't sustain in this country.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, let me ask you, as I think you're the ranking member on the, which committee now?
Environment and Public Works, yes, we're a majority.
I want to make sure I got it right. As ranking member and during the course of that committee's hearings, I'm sure you had a number of different hearings on this particular subject. Is that correct?
Yes, we have had hearings.
All right. Do you think that it's, or has your committee conducted hearings with no scientists among the witnesses? Have scientists been included in your hearings?
Yes, we've had scientists there on both sides, as you well know, because you're going through this now.
Right.
When you're a minority, you don't get as many witnesses.
But do you find it strange that this hearing is being conducted with no scientists at all?
And we had scientists in our hearing. I would just use one. Richard Lindzen, for example, at MIT, is recognized as one of the very top individuals. He testified and testified.
Senator, would you, I do understand, but do you find that it's strange that this hearing of this importance, that we have no scientists that on the witness list at all for this hearing? Do you find that strange?
I don't know. Maybe you'd have to ask the chairman that question. I do know that the rules of the House and the rules of the Senate do provide for minority witnesses, and so I don't know how this was constructed.
All right. Lastly, Senator, Chairman Waxman and I on February 7th sent a letter to the ranking member and to the chairman, and asking that the Republicans and the Democrats work together to write bipartisan legislation to establish a clean energy standard. Do you support a similar activity in the Senate?
Well, yes, we've been trying to do that for a long period of time. Unfortunately, CO2 has held hostage all kinds of opportunities. We had the Clear Skies bill. That would have been SOx, NOx, mercury. We could have passed the most restrictive bill in terms of emissions of pollutants, but it was held hostage because we don't care about all that. We want to make sure that CO2 is there. So I do support programs that affect all kinds of emissions, and I strongly support it. I would say this, that we're going to go through the process, and I'm hopeful that I can get my bill passed in the Senate and this bill passed here, and we'll see what happens. It could be we'd have to override a veto. I don't know, but we may end up, things are going to change in a couple of years, so we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you. I yield back to balance.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. At this time, I recognize Mr. Upton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, Senator, we appreciate you being here, especially on a day that the Senate doesn't have votes, and I know you're trying to get back to snow-laden Oklahoma where they have, I'm told, cross-country skiing. I'm not sure you've got any hills for downhill, but you've got good 10 inches last night, and people at least can go straight forward. Two questions that I want to ask. One is, I mentioned in my opening statement, and I wanted you just to comment on as regards to some groups that are offering criticism towards this discussion draft. In your view, does it in any way undermine the Clean Air Act?
No, it's not going to weaken the regulation of air pollution that, people are concerned about, asthma and heart attacks and all these, that long list of things, the lung cancer. The Clean Air Act has reduced air pollution and done so in a conjunction with a period of economic growth. That's significant because during that period of time, all these things have actually reduced, and I can't see that this would have any effect on that. I did mention that things like the Diesel Regulation Act, Clear Skies, these are things that we have been trying to do and have done successfully. So we are addressing that and have been addressing that with such legislation as I just mentioned.
Now, I know that you're writing a book. And,
guess what the name of it is?
Well, you can tell me in a second. Let me. I just want to know if you're going to talk in your book, or you're planning to write in your book, whether EPA has calculated the further reduction in temperature from the tailpipe rule at about 1/100 of a degree Fahrenheit by the year 2100.
I think what you're getting to here confirms what I said in my opening statement about the Tom Wigley report on the Kyoto Treaty, that it's hardly detectable. I won't tell you about my book. I did finish it last week on the 5th, although now I see we're going to have to go forward with it a little bit further. I won't tell you what it's about, but the name of the book is The Hoax. Yes, there have been a lot of things that have, so Don Rumsfeld's not the only one writing it. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. This time recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman.
And he'll be the first to receive an autographed copy. No, I already
I will
promised
be,
that to
I will
Barbara
be
Boxer.
greatly honored. I received a lot of books. In fact, I just got one that pointed out that Jack Abramoff was railroaded into prison by the establishment. So I'm looking forward to reading both books. Senator Inhofe, it's my understanding you've said, and I think you've said it very clearly a minute ago, that this climate change idea is just a hoax being perpetrated on the American people. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
I
I'm
made that statement back
I'm a
in,
lawyer.
2003.
I'm a lawyer, and I don't have a scientific background. I understand your degree was in economics, and you ran small businesses before you were elected to public office. Like me, you're not a scientist by training. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to read you a quote from our nation's premier scientific organization, the National Academy of Sciences. According to the National Academy of Sciences, quote, climate change is occurring, is caused largely by human activities, and poses significant risks for, and in many cases is already affecting, a broad range of human and natural systems, end quote. Senator, you disagree with the National Academy of Sciences.
Well, I disagree with that particular interpretation. I would add that there are several members, former members of the National Academy of Sciences, who are not there anymore because they disagree.
Well, that's their conclusion, and you disagree with it. No, Senator, my turn now. You're in the House, and this is a 5-minute round, so you know how that goes.
Yes, sir. It hasn't been that long.
So you disagree with that in the National Academy of Science. The National Academy of Sciences is our nation's premier scientific institution. I don't know why they would want to mislead the American people, but they're not alone. The American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American Geophysical Union, the American Meteorological Society, along with 15 other leading scientific organizations have concluded, and I want to quote, if we are to avoid the most severe impacts of climate change, emissions of greenhouse gases must be dramatically reduced, end quote. 13 federal departments and agencies, including NASA, the National Science Foundation, the Department of Defense, have reported that global warming is, quote, unequivocal and primarily human-induced, end quote. And the leading scientific organizations in England, France, Germany, Russia, Japan, China, Brazil, and India have all reached the same conclusion. Now, Chairman Upton and you have gone as far Chairman Upton and you have gone to the point where you say that this is not something we need to deal with. I think Mr. Upton says it's a problem that's occurring, but he doesn't accept that it's human emissions that are causing climate change. Well, Mr. Rush raised this point. I think it would be important, and I would request that we hold hearings on this fundamental issue of science before we vote on this legislation. The premise of the Inhofe-Upton legislation is that carbon emissions don't endanger public health. Before we proceed, we should call the best scientists in the nation before the committee so we can understand whether Senator Inhofe's views or Mr. Upton, Chairman Upton's, are supported by the science. But it seems to me what you are saying is even if climate change is real, we can't do anything about it, so we shouldn't even try. And if that's the situation, I find that quite amazing. Now, the reason this is under the Clean Air Act is because the Supreme Court, by 5-4, said EPA must regulate if they have an endangerment finding. The Supreme Court by 5-4. There are a lot of the Supreme Court decisions that went 5-4 that I didn't like. But this is one where the court said that this is part of the Clean Air Act. I think that there's a fundamental flaw in one of the arguments that I've been hearing. When you calculate the benefits of action, there's an assumption that the U.S. and other nations will take only minimal steps to control emissions. But when you calculate the cost, there's an assumption that there's a completely different scenario, that the United States will implement draconian control measures. I don't think that's fair. A fair analysis will show that the modest measures that EPA is currently proposing will have little impact on the economy. In fact, EPA's analysis shows our economy grows because we become more energy efficient. In other words, we're making a small step forward on climate change at virtually no cost to the economy. A fair analysis will show that if we adopt more far-reaching measures, we can have a major impact on climate change at a manageable cost. Last year, the House passed the Waxman-Markey bill, passed out of this committee as well. That would have reduced U.S. emissions by 80% by 2050. Modeling of that bill proved that we can dramatically reduce pollution for only a postage stamp per day while cutting the deficit. Well, I think if we do nothing, and this bill is a repeal and no replacement for dealing with this problem. If it's a real problem, let's acknowledge it and figure out a way to deal with it and resolve our differences on how to approach a constructive resolution. But if it's not a problem, then I think what we're doing is saying that we can't do anything about the droughts, the floods, the storms, the public health and economic misery climate change will cause, so we simply should give up trying. And I don't think that's the American way. Yield back my time.
Mr. Chairman, I know his time has expired, but he asked me three questions. I can answer them real quick.
Okay.
Good. First of all, I knew you were going to end up with the droughts and the floods and all that. It's the fear that's been driving this for so long. Let me just answer the three questions. First of all, the fact that if we were, the reason in my opening statement.
What are the three questions you seek to answer?
Well, I'm answering them right now. You asked me. One was about the reductions. That the fact
I asked
is
you whether
that
you
they're not
disagree
going-
with the National Academy of Sciences. I asked you very specific questions.
Mr. Chairman, we should let our witness
I'd like to
make a
answer
statement.
quickly.
Mr. Waxman talked for 4 minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
He basically gave an
the
opening
time now
statement.
goes
6
to
minutes, please.
whoever on your side is next, and they can yield their time for that purpose. But I'll go along with whatever.
We always let the witness answer a question.
Well,
or
I
make
didn't have a
comment.
question pending.
Yeah, you did.
Senator
I've
wants
got
to
to answer two
respond to my
questions, Mr.
statements,
Chairman, and
and that's
if you'll
up to
quit
the
talking,
chair
I'll
whether
be able
that
to
comes
do
out of my time.
I tell you what, let's do, Senator Inhofe. I'm going to go to Mr. Barton, and he can ask questions. We have a lot of other people, and I'm sure that
That's fine.
we will get to the issues that you want. Mr. Barton, I recognize you 5 minutes.
Well, first, thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. We do give our witnesses the courtesy at the end of their, when somebody gives a soliloquy or a monologue like Chairman Waxman did, to at least make a comment on it. So, Senator, you have participated in dozens of hearings on this issue in the other body, some as chairman and some as ranking member. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
And you would consider yourself, at least in that body, to be knowledgeable on this issue?
Not scientifically, as pointed out by Mr. Waxman, but yes.
You mentioned in your opening statement millions of jobs and hundreds of billions of dollars per year, and studies that have been done by independent groups. I think the U.S. Chamber's done a study, Heritage has done a study, you mentioned MIT. Have any of those studies been refuted by the EPA or any other executive branch authority in the Obama administration?
No, they haven't. The interesting thing is that there is a consistency here. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about the Kyoto Treaty or any of the other issues or bills that we considered, including the Waxman-Markey bill. The amount's always in that range, $300 to $400 billion, and that's pretty consistent.
So there's been no refutation of those type order of magnitude numbers?
I can remember when we've had witnesses from the EPA who have agreed with that. Some will not, of course.
And obviously, if cap and trade had been implemented, like Mr. Markey and Mr. Waxman wanted, or if these pending greenhouse gas regulations are implemented, we could expect that type of an impact, and that would certainly be a tax, if not explicitly, implicitly on the U.S. economy. Would you agree with that?
I would say it would be precisely the same. I don't see a difference in what they're attempting to do with regulations and what they were attempting to do with legislation. So I think it would be the same. Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that you've got a draft bill that's either identical or very similar to Chairman Whitfield and Chairman Upton's bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does your legislation or this pending legislation that is in draft form, does it change the standard on ozone under the Clean Air Act?
No, no.
Does it change the standard on particulate matter?
No, it doesn't.
Does it change the standard on carbon monoxide?
No.
Does it change the standard on nitric oxide?
No.
Does it change the standard on sulfur dioxide?
No.
Does it change the standard on lead?
No.
Those are the 6 criteria pollutants that are regulated under the Clean Air Act. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
So if you don't change any of those standards, to paraphrase former Chairman Waxman, you are certainly not gutting the Clean Air Act, are you?
No, sir.
What you are doing, though, Senator, is saying that the Clean Air Act and its amendments were never intended to regulate CO2 as a pollutant. Is that not correct?
Which is also what Mr. Johnson said. Yes, sir.
And I think this is a true statement. I was on this committee when we passed the Clean Air Act amendments of 1990. I was a co-sponsor. I participated in the debate, in the amendments. Chairman Dingell was the full committee chairman and was very fair in allowing what was then the minority that I was a member of to be a full participant in those debates. I don't remember that we put CO2 in any way in the Clean Air Act amendments. Is that your recollection?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with the comments of a scientist, or at least a senior staffer at the EPA who's since retired, named Mr. Alan Carlin?
Yes, I am.
And are you cognizant of the report that he attempted to publish that was suppressed for some time by the EPA, that basically said the endangerment finding put forward by the Obama administration was totally incorrect? Now, I'm paraphrasing when I say totally incorrect, but he pointed out 7 or 8 basic flaws that says the hypothesis is not supportable.
It was a career ender, yes.
He has since retired.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to submit that statement, this report, for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
It's about 50 pages. I don't know what the rules are on that lengthy of a statement being put in the record, but I would hope the minority would allow us to. And with that, again, thanks, Senator Inhofe, and we look forward to working with you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to call on the Chairman Emeritus, Mr. Dingell, for questions, but before, Mr. Dingell, you ask your questions, Senator, it's my understanding that you're going to have to leave relatively soon.
Well, we're having a problem now. I'm trying to get back to Tulsa, but there's a record snow, and maybe they're canceling the flights. But yes, I do have to try.
Okay, well then, Mr. Dingell, I'm going to allow
Chairman,
you
I thank you for your courtesy. This will comfort you, and I'm sure Senator Inhofe. I have no questions. I wanted to welcome the
Could I
Senator
use
back.
some of your time to answer the question from Mr. Marksey?
Well, all I really wanted to do, Senator, is welcome you back.
Thank you very
Good to
much.
see you
Nice.
again.
then I would recommend.
Mr. Dingell, would you mind yielding your time?
I'm sorry?
Would you mind yielding your time to a fellow
No,
member here?
I really don't want to.
Thank you very much. Senator Inhofe, welcome to the committee. You are right on one thing. You are right on one thing. The alarmists should not be listened to here, because the alarmists are those pessimists who figure out that Americans aren't smart enough to innovate our way out of this pickle, and we are in a pickle. And Senator, thank you for telling me about your book. I'm going to suggest a book you might want to look out. It's called Apollo's Fire. Book I co-authored, and it tells you how we're going to grow our economy, an economy that the evidence shows we can grow. Now, the American people are against this Dirty Air Act, and that's what it is, and I'll explain why in a minute. They are against this Dirty Air Act 3-1, and the reason is they know that the Clean Air Act reduced pollution 60% over the last 40 years, while we grow our economy 207%.
I agree.
Americans get it that we can innovate our way out of this pickle. Now, this is why this is a Dirty Air Act. I hear my friends saying, we don't have anything against the Clean Air Act. We're not gutting the Clean Air Act. It's like saying they're not against the Anti-Terrorism Act. all we're doing is passing a bill saying the FBI can't enforce it. Now, when you gut the EPA's ability to enforce the law, you turn the Environmental Protection Agency into the environmentally pathetic agency, and that's not what Americans want. They want something rather than dirty air. And this Dirty Air Act hurts kids with asthma, it hurts seniors with respiratory problems, and it hurts our economy. Now, I want to suggest to you there's a fundamental problem here. And that problem is that we are not listening to the scientists. And I'm going to ask you a question when I'm done here for a minute, and I hope I'll give you time to answer. But the scientists are telling us that we've got a real health problem in our hands. We got a letter from 1,800 scientifically trained medical professionals yesterday. It says communities across the nation will suffer, not maybe, will suffer from still suffer from poor air quality. Low-income families face the impacts of toxic air pollution every day, from smog causing asthma attacks to toxic mercury harming children's neurological development. Far too many people face a constant threat from the air they breathe and the impacts of climate change. Now, that letter is signed by, among others, doctors, Dr. Guillermo Arnand of Tahlequah, Oklahoma, Dr. Therese Kwan of Kingston, Oklahoma, Dr. Warren Teal of Sarnia, Oklahoma. Doctors across this country and scientists across this planet know that our health is adversely affected by these chemicals. And by the way, carbon dioxide is in the EPA, in the Clean Air Act. It's in Section 103. If folks want to look at it, carbon dioxide is in the Clean Air Act. And yet you are trying to take away the ability of Uncle Sam to protect our kids from asthma. And I got a problem with that. Now, I'm going to ask you this question because I think it's fundamental to our disagreement. I respect your opinion and right to have an opinion. But the National Science Foundation, these doctors, the IPCC, depending on science from the U.S. Navy, from Nobel Prize winners, none of whom are going to be called by this committee, by the way, and I think it's too bad we don't have a real scientist up here. All of these people say that these things are bad for our kids' health. And yet this committee, their first witness, caused somebody, rather than listening to Nobel Prize winners, thinks somehow that he's smarter than the 2,500 scientists that are telling us this is a problem. Now, I want to ask you this question. If you've got, I think, grandkids, and I trust that if your grandkids were having a health problem, if they couldn't breathe, if asthma is affecting them, that you wouldn't take them to a lobbyist for the fossil fuel industry, you would take them to a pediatrician. You would take them to a scientist. So the question I ask you is, shouldn't we listen to the scientists here rather than the politicians? And shouldn't we trust people of science that have an overwhelming conclusion about this issue? And I'll yield to you for an answer.
Thank you very much. And that's essentially the same question that Mr. Waxman had, so I'll respond to it. Yeah, in the very beginning, when people were listening just to the IPCC, as I said in my opening statement, that's been pretty much debunked now. I don't know how anyone with a straight face is going to say that that should be the leading science. But when you mention scientists, yes, many of them are saying this. If you go to my website, I've given 5 speeches on the science, very long ones, I might add. We started out with some 50 scientists, went up to 100 and up to several hundred. And so there are many scientists that have varying views. That's why I say the science on this issue is mixed. The economics are not mixed. The last thing I want to mention that, because somehow it's got to be in this record, and this is responding to Mr. Waxman, the court did not mandate that the EPA regulate CO2. And this is the words of the court. Under the Act's clear terms, the EPA can avoid promulgating regulations if it determines that greenhouse gases do not contribute to climate change, or if it provides some reasonable explanation as to why it cannot exercise. Well, what they're saying is they had 3 choices: either regulate it, don't regulate it, or do nothing. And that was not a mandate from the courts. And I believe that has to be in here at some point. Go to my website, you'll see the science.
Thank you. I might say that we did invite a scientist to testify. Mr. Chu was invited, and he declined our offer. And now, Senator Inhofe, do you have to go now, or can you take more questions?
I think I need to.
You need to go?
Yes.
All right. Well, we appreciate very much your taking time to be with us, and we may very well have another hearing.
Let me thank you, because this is only the third time since 1994 when I left this that I was been invited to come here.
Point of order,
So I appreciate it.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure that the record accurately reflects that Secretary Chu indicated that he had a conflict in schedule. He didn't decline. It was just a conflict in his schedule. That's the reason why.
Well, we advised Senator Chu, but he had a conflict in his schedule. Thank you. Okay, we'll now call our second witness. Thank you, Senator Inhofe. And our second witness is what? Yeah, is the Honorable Lisa Jackson, Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. And we're looking forward to her testimony. Ms. Jackson, thank you very much for taking time to join us today. We are looking forward to your testimony and the opportunity to ask questions. And with that, I'm going to go on and recognize you for an opening statement. I will say that Senator Inhofe ended up taking almost 7 minutes in his opening statement, so we'd be happy to give you 7 minutes in your opening statement. So you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try not to take all 7. To you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify about Chairman Upton's draft bill to eliminate portions of the Clean Air Act, the landmark law that all American children and adults rely on to protect them from harmful air pollution. The bill appears to be a part of a broader effort in this Congress to delay, weaken, or eliminate Clean Air Act protections of the American public. I respectfully ask the members of this committee to keep in mind that EPA's implementation of the Clean Air Act saves millions of American children and adults from the debilitating and expensive illnesses that occur when smokestacks and tailpipes release unrestricted amounts of harmful pollution into the air we breathe. Last year alone, EPA's implementation of the Clean Air Act saved more than 160,000 American lives, avoided more than 100,000 hospital visits, prevented millions of cases of respiratory illness, including bronchitis and asthma, enhanced American productivity by preventing millions of lost workdays, and kept American kids healthy and in school. EPA's implementation of the Act also has contributed to dynamic growth in the U.S. environmental technologies industry and its workforce. In 2008, that industry generated nearly $300 billion in revenues and $44 billion in exports. Yesterday, the University of Massachusetts and Ceres released an analysis finding that 2 of the updated Clean Air Act standards EPA is preparing to establish for mercury, soot, smog, and other harmful air pollutants from power plants will create nearly 1.5 million jobs over the next 5 years. As you know, Mr. Chairman, the Supreme Court concluded in 2007 that the Clean Air Act's definition of air pollutant includes greenhouse gas emissions. The court rejected the EPA administrator's refusal to determine whether that pollution endangers Americans' health and welfare. Based on the best peer-reviewed science, EPA found in 2009 that man-made greenhouse gas emissions do threaten the health and welfare of the American people. EPA is not alone in reaching that conclusion. The National Academy of Sciences has stated that there is a strong, credible body of evidence based on multiple lines of research documenting that the climate is changing and that the changes are caused in large part by human activities. 18 of America's leading scientific societies have written that multiple lines of evidence show humans are changing the climate, that contrary assertions are inconsistent with an objective assessment of the vast body of peer-reviewed science, and that ongoing climate change will have broad impacts on society, including the global economy and the environment. Chairman Upton's bill would, in its own words, repeal that scientific finding. Politicians overruling scientists on a scientific question, that would become part of this committee's legacy. Last April, EPA and the Department of Transportation completed harmonized standards under the Clean Air Act and the Energy Independence and Security Act to decrease the oil consumption and greenhouse gas emissions of model year 2012 through 2016 cars and light trucks sold in the U.S. Chairman Upton's bill would block President Obama's plan to follow up with Clean Air Act standards for cars and light trucks of model years 2017 through 2025. Removing the Clean Air Act from the equation would forfeit pollution reductions and oil savings on a massive scale, increasing America's debilitating oil dependence. EPA and many of its state partners have now begun implementing safeguards under the Clean Air Act to address carbon pollution from the largest facilities when they are built or expanded. A collection of 11 electric power companies called EPA's action a reasonable approach focusing on improving the energy efficiency of new power plants and large industrial facilities. And EPA has announced a schedule to establish uniform Clean Air Act performance standards for limiting carbon pollution at America's power plants and oil refineries. Those standards will be developed with extensive stakeholder input, including from industry. They will reflect careful consideration of costs and will incorporate compliance flexibility. Chairman Upton's bill would block that reasonable approach. The Small Business Majority and the Main Street Alliance have pointed out that such blocking action would have negative implications for many businesses, large and small, that have enacted new practices to reduce their carbon footprint as part of their business models. They also write that it would hamper the growth of the clean energy sector of the U.S. economy, a sector that a majority of small business owners view as essential to their ability to compete. Chairman Upton's bill would have additional negative impacts that its drafters might not have intended. For example, it would prohibit EPA from taking further actions to implement the Renewable Fuels Program, which promotes the domestic production of advanced biofuels. I hope this information has been helpful to the committee, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, thank you very much. Before you came in, I had mentioned in my opening statement that Congress had specifically looked at regulating greenhouse gases on 3 different occasions. One in 1990 when the last Clean Air Act amendments were adopted. They rejected it then. Number 2, 1998, when the Senate voted 95-0 not to take up the Kyoto Protocol, objecting to the greenhouse gas regulations in the Kyoto Protocol. And then last year when the U.S. Congress refused to adopt the cap-and-trade bill. So Congress, on 3 separate occasions, has spoken very clearly that, in its opinion, we do not need to regulate greenhouse gases. So I would ask you the question, just your personal opinion. Do you object to Congress having an up or down vote approving or disallowing EPA's greenhouse gas regulations?
Sir, I am here to explain the impact of our greenhouse gas regulations, and then Congress is obviously going to make a determination whether
so
you
wouldn't object to Congress having an up or down vote on your regulations then, correct?
Sir, I would not presume to tell Congress its business.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask you, did your agency conduct an overall comprehensive assessment of the cost of the greenhouse gas regulations?
We conduct assessments of costs of regulations. We did not conduct an assessment of the cost of the endangerment finding because it is a scientific finding.
But do you have any idea what the cost of the greenhouse gas regulations would be? As
we propose regulations, for example, the CARS rule that I mentioned in my opening statement, we do a regulatory impact analysis that's required.
Now, by the way, on the car thing, it's my understanding that that costs $52 billion. Is that correct?
The cost of the cars and trucks rule, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but
well, my understanding, the light duty vehicle rule, according to the information I have, costs $52 billion and will increase in 2016 the cost of one of those vehicles by $948. Now, we recognize cost goes along with regulations, but it's also the information that we have that by the year 2100, the greenhouse gas standards for the light-duty motor vehicle is expected to reduce global temperatures by 0.006 degrees centigrade, $52 billion. And that's about mobile sources. And I don't think anyone has any idea what the regulation of stationary sources would be. Would you give us a guess on what the cost would be on that?
Mr. Chairman, just 2 points. The auto rules that you speak about were hailed by the industry, consumers, and environmentalists because of cost savings. You see, they're efficiency rules for automobiles and trucks, and so they pay for themselves, and as the price of gas increases, they pay for themselves in shorter and shorter periods. I believe at the time the estimate was somewhere between 3 and 4 years. So the amount you save on gasoline...
you know, another understanding that I have is that there really is no technology available to really reduce greenhouse gases other than efficiencies. Would you agree with that?
There are emerging technologies for stationary sources, but energy efficiency is thought to be the low-hanging fruit in terms of...
Yeah, and that's my understanding, that we're getting ready to implement this tremendous greenhouse gas regulation. It's going to... In fact, your air chief indicated that if your tailoring rule is determined to be illegal, that EPA is going to require 6 million sources to obtain Title V operating permits and would have to have 82,000 permitting actions under the PSD program, resulting in an estimated $22.5 billion just for the permitting authorities.
It sounds like you agree with me that the tailoring rule is a good idea to protect small business and sources from unneeded regulation.
Doesn't it explicitly violate the language of the Clean Air Act, which says specifically if it's 100 or 250 tons per year emitting, that it must be regulated?
No, sir, I don't see it as a violation. I see it as...
But that's what the language says, doesn't it?
Yeah, the legal theory
and your
is
tailoring
to prevent absurd results.
Your tailoring rule says what, 25,000 tons, or is it 75,000 tons?
It's 100,000 tons, the equivalent of a railroad car
tell me
of coal
about this,
burned.
Tell me about this. Well, my time's expired.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I recognize at this time Mr. Rush.
Well, Administrator Jackson, I am certainly glad to see that you finally arrived. It wasn't easy getting you here, and so, but you're here. First of all, do you have a scientific or technical background?
Yes, sir. I'm a chemical engineer by training. I have a master's degree in chemical engineering from Princeton University and an undergraduate degree from Tulane University.
Well, I'm glad to know that. I am glad to know that we do finally have someone with a scientific background here on the panel. Do you find it amazing, as I do, that the subcommittee has not called any scientists, medical professionals, biologists, ecologists, or any other scientists to consider this draft legislation? What do you think about that?
Sir, I think if this is going to be a referendum on a scientific question, it would be important to hear from the best scientists in our country.
Thank you very much. The legislation we'll consider today overturns your scientific determination that carbon emissions are dangerous. And I'm concerned about the precedent that this would set. Whether carbon pollution is dangerous or not is fundamentally, and I agree with you, a scientific question and not a political question. I believe that we should leave these types of decisions to expert scientists. Are you aware of any precedent for Congress to overrule EPA or any other agency on a question of science like this?
Sir, I'm not aware of it, sir.
Chairman Upton said yesterday that he does not believe that climate change is caused by human pollution. That certainly is an extreme view that has been rejected time and time again by scientists. So now he's trying a different approach. He's asking this committee to approve legislation that says he is right and the scientific community has made a glaring mistake. And I don't believe that's the right way for us to proceed. We should be telling you to listen to America's best scientists and not ignore them because Chairman Inhofe or Chairman Upton have decided that they don't like their conclusion. Senator Inhofe tested earlier, just a few moments ago, that the science on climate change is mixed, but that the economics are not. As I stated during my questioning of the senator, the Clean Air Act has been the catalyst for creating close to 2 million jobs and creating an industry generating $300 billion in revenues. Are the economics as mixed as Senator Inhofe suggests, in your opinion?
Sir, the history of the Clean Air Act's implementation, I think, is consistent with what we would see for its implementation with carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas pollution, and that is that our economy can grow and thrive because of innovation while we reduce pollution and increase energy efficiency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
This time I recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Administrator. You found a parking place okay?
I didn't find the parking place, but I am here.
We had one right out there in the horseshoe. We checked with the police in advance. I want to ask one quick question on maybe an unrelated topic first, and that is the Boiler MAC regs. As you know, you all asked for a 15-month extension back in December, and the court said, no, we want them done by, I want to say, the 21st of February. Would it be helpful, useful, constructive, if we gave you a little assistance legislatively to extend that deadline? Yes or no?
The EPA argued that we will need to make administrative reproposal of the rule in order to increase the amount of transparency and time that we have. And I'm disappointed that we have to get the rule out, but we will use the current administrative practices under the Clean Air Act to ensure that the American public and industry gets a chance to look at these new rules. They will be significantly different.
Okay. So would you like a little, it's sort of like...
I believe the Clean Air Act is strong enough to allow for that kind of transparency.
OMB's not here. You can say whatever you want. You can give the truth.
Who's not here?
Never mind. All right, let me go to this hearing. You have petitioned to set GHG standards for agriculture emissions. We have the Farm Bureau coming on a later panel this afternoon. Do you intend to act on the agriculture emissions as part of GHG?
The number of agricultural sources subjected to EPA's reporting rule is 0. The number of agricultural sources that would face any regulation for greenhouse gas emissions under Clean Air Act permitting before July 2013 is 0, sir.
There are GHG emissions from non-road vehicles, ships, boats, planes, railroads. Do you intend to set any standards for those types of vehicles?
We have certainly, sir, been petitioned to do so. We have made no determination on a regulatory calendar that I've been briefed on.
My state of Michigan, there have been some reports that the implications of EPA GHG regs for the Michigan economy would do a number of things. Reduce Michigan GDP by $18 billion, destroy 96,000 jobs, reduce household incomes by nearly $1,600, and reduce Michigan manufacturing output by $3.2 billion. Those are independent estimates. Has EPA done an analysis of what the full costs of regulating GHGs under the Clean Air Act would be by state or by the entire country?
We have done impact analysis and economic analysis as we propose and finalize regulations, sir. But the analysis you're talking about and you're referring to is of regulations we have yet to propose, and implications that therefore would be unfair. We would actually have to go to industry and ask them to tell us what it is they're planning to do in order to tell them what the impacts might be. So that is a very difficult hurdle and probably not one that industry would welcome.
A number of us have commented about the regulations that could be imposed in this country versus on employers overseas. Does EPA intend to look at the potential of jobs leaving the United States and going someplace else? Is that going to be a factor that's going to be considered as the regulations are pursued?
Certainly part of our economic analysis is an impact on jobs, both jobs that could be lost but also jobs that could be gained. And you heard in my opening statement that there are potentials for our environmental and air pollution control industry jobs to actually have increases.
And that figure was, what was it, 90, how many jobs did you, I know you cited, did you say 96,000?
I believe what I
These would
said,
be inspectors?
is that there was a study yesterday that talked about nearly 1.5 million jobs over the next 5 years. That was not an EPA. That's University of Massachusetts and Ceres. That's an independent study.
So if the continuing resolution, which might be a funding freeze at 08 levels, is adopted, that would be, you'd have a pretty difficult time reaching that number of inspectors. Would these be EPA government jobs?
Sir, this was an
contracted out?
no. These are not government jobs in any way. And with respect to your question on budget, the EPA's regulatory authority incentivizes and promotes innovation in the private sector. It promotes investments here. There are estimates that there are almost $2 trillion waited to be invested in this country, and that's what that study is getting.
Well, I mean, what I'm interested in is the net increase or decrease in jobs. And you may have more inspectors that are out there, but at the same time you might not have nearly as many companies still producing goods here because they might go someplace else. And then I'm more concerned about a dramatic net loss of jobs rather than an increase based on the proposal. So I see my time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I just want to clear up for the record. I don't know what net increase in inspectors you're speaking of. I do believe that we remain committed to enforcing the Clean Air Act, but none of the jobs numbers that I speak about are public sector employment. They are private sector employment. Thank you.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Jackson, the Republicans have made the argument that you don't have the authority under the Clean Air Act to do these regulation of greenhouse gases. Are they right?
No, sir, they are not.
The Clean Air Act requires you to regulate carbon emissions?
Yes, as the Supreme Court said, greenhouse gas emissions fit within the definition of pollution under the Clean Air Act.
Okay. Republicans further made the argument that public health is not at risk from these greenhouse gases. Could that be true?
No, sir, I don't believe that to be the case. The endangerment finding is about that very issue, and in that finding we determined that unchecked greenhouse gas emissions increase the intensity and duration of heat waves. That increases heat-related mortality and morbidity, especially among children, among the elderly, among the sick, people who work outdoor, people who can't afford air conditioning or have never needed it because their climate was temperate enough. By raising temperatures, you also exacerbate the impact of smog, and we know the life-threatening impacts of smog on people who have compromised lung function, especially people with asthma and other lung diseases. Unchecked emissions are said by our best scientists to increase the severity of flooding, and having grown up in New Orleans and seeing the impacts of flooding on just one small part of the town, the part I know that also means more contamination, more pollution, more disease as we deal with the impacts of our changing climate.
So this is really a threat to the public health, and if we don't regulate, we're allowing that threat to become greater.
That is the nexus of the endangerment finding. It is a threat to our public health as Americans and our welfare, sir.
You've been criticized for this finding that greenhouse gases endanger the public. Mr. Abbott, the Texas Attorney General, claims that the finding is arbitrary and legally flawed. We learned yesterday, however, that your predecessor in the Bush administration looked at the science and apparently reached the same conclusion you did. In a private letter to President Bush, Administrator Johnson stated, and I quote, "The latest science of climate change requires the agency to propose a positive endangerment finding as was agreed to at the cabinet level meeting in November," end quote. According to Mr. Johnson, quote, "The latest climate change science does not permit a negative finding, nor does it permit a credible finding that we need to wait for more research," end quote. Now, I gather Mr. Johnson didn't like to have to say that because he's not happy to about the proposals that you've made, but as a matter of fact, what you've proposed is very similar to what he would have had to propose as well. Are you surprised that the predecessor in the Bush administration privately reached the same conclusion that you have?
I think that the letter which I saw yesterday when it was released is proof that it is not me sitting in the administrator's chair who looks at the science and makes a finding of endangerment, but clearly past administrators have felt and have believed the same based on their staff's review.
Well, once you reach those findings, once you reach the conclusion that this is not a hoax, but that the public health and public welfare is endangered, then the question is, what do we do about it? And the Republican approach is not to let anything be done, not to pass legislation. So they didn't offer an alternative to our bill last year, not let EPA act. In fact, they would go so far as to say that you can't even allow some of the voluntary efforts to report and try to reduce carbon emissions. You're being vilified for proposing the same measure that your Republican predecessor called, quote, prudent, responsible, cost-effective, and practical, end quote. End quote. Both Republican and Democratic administrators saw the same science and reached the same conclusion. Unfortunately, President Bush and his people told Administrator Johnson, don't move forward on it. You represent a president that wants to protect the public health and safety and well-being, and he's allowed you to do your job. I think the Congress ought to allow you to do your job as well. And if we have an alternative, let's hear what it is. But saying there's no problem, it's all a hoax, is not a responsible answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The minority seems to be of the impression that we didn't want you to attend, Madam Administrator. We're delighted you're here. If I knew you better, I'd come down and hug you. I can assure you that Chairman Upton and Chairman Whitfield and Chairman Stearns are going to invite you numerous times, you and your deputies, to come before this committee and its various subcommittees for the next 2 years. So welcome, and we do appreciate your attendance. I need to educate the subcommittee briefly before I start asking my questions, because there is an attempt by Chairman Waxman and perhaps by yourself to rewrite history. The Clean Air Act does not specifically mention CO2 as a criteria pollutant. The reference that Mr. Inslee made talks about ozone, not carbon dioxide. The court case in Massachusetts versus EPA was a 5-4 decision in which the majority of the Supreme Court said that since the CO2 did not explicitly prohibit CO2 being regulated under the Clean Air Act, it could be, and the EPA needed to, I don't think it said the EPA needed to, but it said the EPA could make a decision. As you well know, when your administration, Mr. Obama, President Obama came into office, very quickly issued an endangerment finding saying that CO2 should be regulated. Mr. Waxman alluded to a private letter that has miraculously come forward in the last day or so for this hearing, and I would emphasize the term private. I would hope that maybe we could get Carol Browner's private correspondence and some of the other Obama officials' private correspondence. We do have some emails from the direct supervisor of Mr. Carlin back and forth to people in the White House in which Mr. Carlin is explicitly told, stop investigating whether CO2 is a danger. The decision's been made. The White House has decided that they're going to issue the endangerment finding. Stop working on this report. I don't have those emails with me, but they are available. So I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Senator Inhofe. Under the Clean Air Act, which is the law of the land as amended, Does anything in Mr. Whitfield and Mr. Upton's pending legislation change the standard on ozone?
The
answer
changes.
is no.
Would you like me to answer, sir?
Well, I'm willing if you'll go through it quickly. I've got 1 minute and 50 seconds here.
I see. Well, what I would say is that I am concerned that there needs to be an analysis to ensure that there aren't unintended consequences. My belief is that there is no intention in the legislation.
But the legislation does not change the standard on ozone. It does not change the standard on particulate matter. It does not change the standard on carbon monoxide. It does not change the standard on NOx. It does not change the standard on sulfur dioxide. And it does not change the standard on lead. Does not change the enforcement criteria. Does not change the quantities. Does not change any of the Clean Air Act on the criteria pollutants that this committee amended and passed back in 1990. Is that not correct?
I believe the intent is only to gut portions of the Clean Air Act, sir, not
That is the Clean Air Act.
But it is gutting portions of the Clean Air Act for certain pollution, some of which is pollution not only because it's a greenhouse gas.
Madam Administrator, CO2 is not mentioned in the Clean Air Act. It's a 5-4 decision that it might be. It is your administration's position that it should be. I respect that. But that doesn't mean that it has to be. And unless you can refute all these cost-benefit analyses that have been done independently about the millions of jobs and hundreds of billions of dollars per year, I would say that the Congress, as an independent arm of the federal government, has an obligation to clarify what the Clean Air Act really does regulate. That's our obligation. Do you have an objection to that?
Again, sir, I would not presume to tell the Congress its business in any way.
Well, my time has expired. I'm going to yield back. I'm going to ask you some specific questions in writing about what you're doing in Texas. You have denied every existing air permit issued since 1992, and we're going to ask some specific questions about that. Thank you.
I recognize the gentleman from Michigan for 5 minutes of questions.
Madam Administrator, welcome to the committee. I have a number of questions on which I would like, if possible, to get yes or no answers, and I say that with request, or rather with respect. EPA has already issued regulations under Title II of the Clean Air Act. It has issued its determinations for regulations under Title V permit program, and it is also for under Sections 111 for the prevention of significant deterioration. And in addition to that, it would appear that EPA can issue regulations under the National Ambient Air Quality Program. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we have a potential here then for at least 4 different sets of regulations plus state implementation plans which could also cover these questions.
Yes, sir, pursuant.
So you have an unholy complicated mess here if you're going to regulate greenhouse gases. Is that right?
Pursuant to the Clean Air Act, those are all requirements, sir.
Now, Madam Administrator, what other provisions of the Clean Air Act can EPA use to issue regulations under in the next 5 years in terms of greenhouse gas emissions? Yes.
Sir, did you mention the new source performance standard provisions of the Clean Air Act? EPA has already announced a schedule to put forth new source performance standards for utility sector and for the refinery sector. I know you said 5 years, but those are in the next 2 years.
This gives you an unbelievably complicated process, especially if you're going to bring the states into the matter as required under the state implementation plans. Now, Madam Administrator, how many different regulations to introduce greenhouse gas emissions could this add up to? I don't think you can tell us here this morning, and I'm not sure anybody, including the Prophet Esau, can give us that number. But would you please submit for the record the number of potential regulations and the number of potential regulatory sources under the statute that are going to be used here. Now, Madam Administrator, so it's clear that these regulations could add up to a great multiplicity of both stationary and mobile source controls. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir, but I do want to point out that the purpose of the tailoring rule was to manage that workload in a way that ensured that the vast majority of sources would not be caught
Madam Administrator, this is
under the
not to
Clean Air.
criticize you. It's to try and dig you out of an intolerable hole in which I find you. And I'm looking forward to your help in achieving that very important purpose. Now, under the provisions of the bill before us, should this legislation become law, it would repeal the endangerment finding. Does that put the national standards at risk, yes or no?
Yes, sir. I would think it would invite litigation on past standards, and future standards are explicitly prohibited under the draft bill.
Now, Madam Administrator, do you and the administrator, rather than the administration, firmly support a national standard for auto fuel economy and greenhouse gas emissions? And are you committed to a single national standard for the model years 2017 to 2025?
Yes, sir. We are very much committed to working collaboratively with the industry and the states and staying at the table as we did for the standards that we put out in May of 2010.
Now, does the draft legislation prevent EPA from enforcing greenhouse gas reporting rule, which contains information that could inform the Congress relative to the Congress's future action, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Now, Madam Administrator, EPA's endangerment finding, let's refer to that. Was that or is that a scientific finding or a political finding?
It is a scientific finding, sir.
Now, Madam Administrator, could EPA have found otherwise than it did?
No, I do not believe so, sir.
Madam Administrator, did your predecessors in the previous administration, that of Mr. Bush, find or propose otherwise than you have done?
An endangerment finding was prepared and sent to the White House, but the White House did not open the emails. So.
Okay. We've done it with 7 seconds overrun.
Sir, may I correct one inaccuracy in my answer? National ambient air quality standards and state implementation plans are not required for greenhouse gases at this time. We have been petitioned with respect to that matter. Thank you.
But I should be somewhat concerned that that a court which would make a finding that the Clean Air Act affected greenhouse gases, that they might insist that that also be used on the state implementation plans. Isn't that so?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to be clear on the current state of.
I recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Shimkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Administrator Jackson. Just so we don't get into a debate next week when we have our hearing on the environment and job creation, I'm formally asking you if you'd like to return to talk to address my subcommittee that deals with a huge portion of the portfolio and also jobs. This hearing is about jobs, and that's why we're focused on it. So I'll give you time to think about it, but I am formally asking if you'd like to join us next week at our hearing. This hearing is about jobs, and there's a chart on the screen. I don't know if you've ever seen it. The National Environmental Policy Act and Environment Protection Agency were both first authorized in 1970. Have you ever seen this chart? Has it ever occurred to you that there appears to be a cause and effect between U.S. oil imports and these policies? So if you look what's up there, this is production and imports. And as we've been involved with, and a lot of us would agree, important Clean Air Act amendments, it has affected jobs and our reliance on imported crude oil. Have you ever seen that, and do you think there's a relation?
Sir, it's the first time I'm seeing this particular chart, and what I do know is that the energy efficiency and ability
but
to
you wouldn't
make
dispute
sensible
that.
regulations.
You wouldn't dispute that our importation and our
our ability to produce has declined. I mean, those are just as Energy Information Agency. Timeliness with the Clean Air Act and Clean Air Act amendments, that has had an effect on our energy production. Well, let me move on. I'll give you a chance to look at that, and maybe next week.
I don't see anything on that chart that talks about the Clean Air Act, sir, but
well,
happy
it's
to
related to
the
time frame on the bottom with 1970. So this is a timeline from 1920 to 2000. So
I'm sure there are a lot of things that happened in 1970.
let me
attribute cause and effect.
Let me just go back now to other issues. This is about job creation and the effect that the Environmental Protection Agency has, and we're going to hear the testimonies when we have the next panel. You recognize these folks, right? And my friends on the other side. These are the folks that were affected by the 1992 Clean Air Act amendments. This is from Kincaid Mine in my district. 1,000 miners' jobs were closed because of the Clean Air Act. I've used it in the reason why we could not pass into law through the Senate Waxman-Markey is because we successfully made the argument that this would create higher cost energy and jobs would be destroyed. And these folks should be awarded a medal for stopping the job-destroying aspects of the Waxman-Markey bill. Illinois lost 14,000 jobs during the last round, and Ohio lost 35,000 jobs during the Clean Air Act amendments. And so this hearing is about jobs and the effects of jobs. And I think we can make an argument on carbon dioxide not being a criteria pollutant under the Clean Air Act. And that we've gone around the legislative ability by using the courts and using regulatory authority to regulate something that should not be regulated. But let's assume you all are successful. I have in front of me a power plant that's being built, 1,600 megawatts. If we mandate them to reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 60%, what amount of the energy that they produce will have to be used to capture that carbon? Do you know what that is?
Sir, I'm sure you were going to give us your preferred number.
22% of the energy that they were going to put on the grid will now have to go to capture. If they go to 85%, you know how much energy that would require? 30% of what they were going to put on the grid to sell would have to. Do you believe in the law of supply and demand?
Do I believe in the law of the
supply
economic
and demand,
principle
economic
of supply
101?
and demand? It's not a tentative case, sir. It is a
do you believe
economic model, and I was trained in it.
Do you believe it?
Yes, I believe
that
it
if you
generally.
constrain a product and there's a high demand, that costs go up?
It depends on the elasticity of the cost curves.
Oh, and I would say that here's an example of us having power on the grid that this regulation is now going to constrain because we're going to have to use energy to capture carbon, which is not energy we can put on the grid, so the people who are going to buy this have to buy what? Higher power. You know what the capital expense for this power plant is if they're going to build new facilities to capture carbon? What is the new capital expense at 60%? It's $1.8 billion they will have to. If it's 85%, their capital expense, this is new spending, $2.3 billion.
Sir, under
their next, you know where they have to go to pipe the carbon capture and sequestration? How far? We think the closest might be 70 miles. Who's going to pay for the pipeline? And then how big a sequester facility has to be there? The point is, this regulation is going to skyrocket electricity costs, which will destroy jobs. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Sir, may I respond to just a few things for the record? The first is under the Clean Air Act, which is a public health
Mr. Chairman, I would like to, if she would yield, I would address this the same way that Chairman Waxman addressed Senator Inhofe and not allowing him. So if my colleagues on the other side want to give her time, they should do it on their time.
Very good point. Mr. Inslee, you're recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think this is interesting. A 5-4 Supreme Court decision was good enough in Bush versus Gore to be settled law. A 5-4 decision in United Citizens was good enough to allow corporations to run America. But all of a sudden, a 5-4 decision in Supreme Court that you expect the EPA and us to just ignore. Now, I want to make sure that we're clear about this. The Supreme Court decision, which binds all of us who have taken an oath to the Constitution at the moment, says, quote, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxides, and hydrofluorocarbons are without a doubt, quote, quote, physical and chemical substances which are emitted into the ambient air. The statute is unambiguous. Close quote. The statute is unambiguous. Madam Secretary, is this clear that you are bound by this decision and that we've got to regulate CO2?
Absolutely, sir.
And I want to tell you that the last witness, Senator Inhofe, and we appreciate him coming here. We know he's a person of strong beliefs. He tells us he's writing a book called The Hoax. Now, I haven't seen it, but I think it's about the alleged Apollo moon landing on the lunar surface, because we know there are people that are still out there doubting that. They're doubting that the National Academy of Science has confirmed we landed on the moon. They're doubting the IPCC that confirmed we've landed on the moon, but there are still those who doubt. And I want to ask you about the status of science on this. Could I have the picture of the Arctic here put up, please? I ask the clerk, thank you. This is a picture. I'm afraid it's not as visible as I would have liked. This is a picture of the current status of the Arctic ice cap in September. It's difficult to view, but there's a red line showing what the Arctic ice cap used to look like before we started dumping millions of tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And what it shows is the Arctic ice cap has now shrunk about 40% by mass. Now, scientists several years ago thought it was going to disappear in its entirety. And this is the ice cap of the world. This is the air conditioner for the world. This is what controls the ambient air and bounces light back into, and it's going to disappear. Now, scientists thought it was by 2040. Now we think it might be within this decade actually being gone. Now, my understanding of the status of the science, National Science Foundation, National Academy of Science, International Panel on Climate Change, 2,500 scientists who sent this committee a letter dated a couple days ago, saying that this science is clear by compelling, cogent, and consistent evidence in the peer-reviewed literature that we are having an impact on climate, visibly in many, many manifestations. This being just one of them. I have not been able to find, and I understand for political purposes, people are trying to drum up questions about this. I understand politics. But I have not been able to find a peer-reviewed scientific study that challenges this finding of the consensus of scientists in America, including those who work for the United States Navy, and they do a pretty good job on our submarines. Is it a fair statement that there is wide consensus about the science upon which you've made this finding?
Yes, sir. It is very broad and based on multiple lines of research.
And are you aware of any single peer-reviewed scientific journal which has questioned the foundations of the relationship between our actions on Earth and the increase in CO2 in the atmosphere? Because I am not.
I am not, sir.
Now, I tell you what, I hear a lot of political flacks. I hear a lot of people on television saying this science is questionable, but we can't find one single peer-reviewed research study that has questioned this science. And I hope people who are distributing information of this hearing will point out that the Republican Party that wants to pass this Dirty Air Act will not produce one single peer-reviewed scientific piece of literature which questions the finding of the Environmental Protection Agency. Now, I think that's pretty stunning that they want to put our kids' health at risk and won't produce one peer-reviewed piece of research to support their conclusion. One last question on the economy. In fact, the research has shown that we increase our economy by a factor of 3 or 4 every time we make an investment under the Clean Air Act. And I want to put in the record, and you made reference to this. It's a study by industry and institutional investment. It's called New Jobs, Cleaner Air, and it finds as a result of your proposal, there will be a estimated job gains in Illinois of 1,222,695 jobs associated with the new construction jobs, the new scientific jobs, the new jobs in utilities associated with making the air cleaner. Is it a fair thing to believe that as we make our air cleaner, we can grow our economy?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. I'd like to state that this hearing is not about science. It's about the destructive economic impacts of the EPA trying to use the Clean Air Act for what it was never designed to do, regulate greenhouse gases. Administrator Jackson, thank you for being here today. I have several companies in my district ranging from chemical companies, manufacturing, energy companies, and they are scared to death of the EPA's pending rules on greenhouse gas. The energy industry in my state employs over 320,000 workers, and I intend to see that number grow by vigorously supporting this legislation. The Oklahoma Farm Bureau is also concerned with the GHG rule, as they are the second largest industry in my state. Heck, Administrator Jackson, I've even had churches that are concerned about this. You have been petitioned to set GHG standards for agricultural emissions. Do you intend to act on this?
Sir, as I stated earlier, there are no agricultural sources subject to EPA's mandatory reporting rule and no agricultural sources that need to address greenhouse gas emissions and Clean Air Act permits before July of 2013.
So that would be no? Just no? Has EPA done an analysis on how much greenhouse gas regulations will impact the cost of producing food on farms and the price of American families will have to pay at the grocery store? I mean, I have a lot of people concerned that spend a lot of their money on groceries. If you're taxing the food they eat, it keeps them alive.
Sir, I just mentioned that we're not going to be regulating agricultural sources. They're not even required to be subject to our mandatory reporting rule for greenhouse gas.
But did you do any analysis on how it would affect the price of food at all? You don't do any of that, huh?
No, sir. When we analyze our regulations, or, for example, as we analyzed legislation pending before this committee last year, we analyzed changes in potential energy costs and, of course, its impact on the economy.
Do you think it would be a good idea to require an economic analysis on how these rules impact family farms and the price of groceries? Is it that you don't know what the total economic impacts will be on the agricultural section? All told, 17,000 farms nationwide are impacted by the EPA's greenhouse gas regulations.
Sir, we will do economic analysis of regulations as they are proposed and finalized. That's a process required under the Clean Air Act already. Your mic's not on, sir.
I'm concerned that we have no idea what the avalanche of greenhouse gas rules will cost, costs that could shift and shatter the economy. The Obama administration has come out recently with an initiative for regulatory reform, seeking to be more business-friendly, stating that our regulatory system must take into account benefits and costs. On paper, we agree. Has EPA done an analysis of what the full cost of regulating greenhouse gas under the Clean Air Act will be?
We do regulatory analyses, and of course we will be complying with the President's executive order to do a cumulative review of all of our regulations. Under the Clean Air Act, we know that the benefits to costs of the Clean Air Act are 30 to 40 to 1 cumulatively, and in the regulations recently proposed are oftentimes at least double, if not an order or two of magnitude higher than the cost. The benefits are higher than the cost.
So you will be doing an analysis. When will you be doing it? Do you know?
We will do economic analysis as part of the rulemaking process, sir.
Has the EPA looked at the impact on jobs?
Yes, just yesterday EPA put out a white paper in response to a question from a member of this committee on jobs and the Clean Air Act, and it confirms that which we've heard earlier today, which is that having regulatory certainty allows businesses to innovate and give us clean air and grow our economy at the same time. That is the history and legacy of the Clean Air Act, sir. It's a very powerful piece of legislation.
Have you looked at the risk of manufacturing jobs moving overseas? I hear that all the time, that people are going to do it if this happens. Do you look at that?
We do an economic and jobs impacts analysis on regulations as part of the regulatory process, sir.
So you do it. Thank you. But you haven't done that yet?
We do them for the regulations as they come out.
When will you be doing it?
the regulations are proposed for example, new source performance standards, we will do analysis as part of the regulatory process.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I respectfully request that the white paper that the Secretary mentioned that it be entered into the record.
Without objection. Recognize at this time Mr. Markey of Massachusetts.
I thank the gentleman. This bill that we are considering, the Polluters Protection Act of 2011, repeals the scientific finding that global warming pollution is dangerous. It ties EPA's hands and prevents it from moving forward with any regulations to reduce global warming pollution. It even prevents EPA from thinking about global warming pollution as part of its other duties under the Clean Air Act. In George Orwell's 1984, Big Brother's faceless minions at the Ministry of Truth dispose of politically inconvenient facts by pitching them down a memory hole. Today, Big Oil and Big Coal have been working with the Republican thought police to comb through each and every reference to global warming pollution in the Clean Air Act and then disappear them, sending scientific consensus down the memory hole at the expense of public health and welfare. But their bill will create new jobs. I mean, the oil and the coal and the utility lobbyists who are here today and watching on the web all across America, there's new people being hired in those industries to make sure that the EPA cannot do its job. And we congratulate you for that purpose. But what this bill also does is to bar EPA from doing anything further to reduce oil from cars, trucks, planes, boats, or other sources. The legislation might even nullify the progress we've already made over at the EPA in reducing demand for oil. The Republican bill could result in an increase in our dependence of more than 5 million barrels of oil per day by the year 2030, more than we currently import from OPEC. So that's what we're doing today. Tomorrow, in this very same subcommittee, we are holding a hearing on the impact of Middle East unrest and its impact on U.S. energy prices for consumers. That's like holding a hearing on repealing FDA's authority to regulate tobacco and then holding a hearing the very next day on the dangers of tobacco in creating lung cancer. 5 million barrels of oil per day. At $90 per barrel, that's $164 billion a year we would send to OPEC if the Republicans are accurate. That would fund Al-Qaeda. That would fund Hamas. That would fund Hezbollah. That would fund the Muslim Brotherhood. That's what this money would be used to accomplish. That's what their bill makes possible. Now, I understand why Arab oil sheikhs and Oklahoma oil men want the price of a barrel of oil to continue to rise and to rise and to rise. But the consequences for American young men and women that we would have to send over there, the impact on our geopolitical status around the world would be devastating. Instead of holding the line so that we continue to back out that imported oil, the Republicans have offered us a unilateral disarmament policy that Al-Qaeda and other groups around the world will be able to exploit as we send more money over there to import oil into our country. By repealing the endangerment finding, Republicans are endangering the current standards by opening up a litigation loophole in the current standards to reduce oil use in cars and light trucks. And Republicans are barring EPA from moving forward with any new standards at all. Do you agree, Madam Administrator, that this legislation would increase our dependence on foreign oil if you are prohibited from promulgating additional regulations to reduce our dependence upon that imported oil.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't this bill also undermine the renewable fuel standards, which is driving the production of homegrown biofuels that will further reduce our imports of oil from OPEC by 1.6 million barrels of oil per day?
Yes, sir, I believe it does.
Doesn't this bill also prevent EPA from setting standards to reduce oil use in trains, boats, planes, large trucks, and other industrial sources that account for almost 40% of all oil that we use each day?
Yes, sir, I believe it would.
So basically what we have here then is legislation that is a regulatory relief bill for oil men in Oklahoma and at OPEC that will allow for a tightening of the noose around the neck of American foreign policy and consumers that will come back to haunt us in years ahead because we did not use America's greatest strength, our technological genius, to improve the vehicles that we drive, improve the appliances which we use, improve the efficiency of the buildings within which we live so that we reduce dramatically the amount of energy that we have to consume and tell OPEC we don't need their oil any more than we need their sand. That's what this hearing is all about, and that's why this bill has an historic place in terms of its undermining of our national security.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Woody's back in town. I want to talk to you about biomass, first off. You testified and the administration testified in support of the Waxman-Markey bill, and I'd just like to know your scientific underpinning for supporting the provision that treated biogenic carbon emissions off as if they were oil or gas when used in the production of renewable energy.
Sir, I recently wrote a letter saying that we believe that there's only limited climate impacts due to the combustion of certain biomass.
Now, that's interesting because the scientists at the State University of New York College of Environmental Science and Forestry contend that woody biomass is a substantial CO2 neutral renewable resource that can be used as a fuel for a variety of sustainable, environmentally sound energy applications. Do you disagree with that finding?
No, Mr. Walden, what I said is that I substantially agree that we need additional science because it may well be that many sources of biomass are neutral when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions.
Do you think that there's a difference between woody biomass that is used for renewable energy that's produced on private, state, or county land versus that comes off federal land?
So I don't know what the difference would be except its source, or it would depend on the type of biomass.
But if it were the same tree source, right? If you got a fir tree on one side of the line...
Scientifically, there's no difference on whose land the tree...
Right. So that's what perplexed me about your support for the Waxman-Markey bill that said woody biomass off federal land was different than the woody biomass off other lands when used to create renewable energy. It's a flaw. Now, in your tailoring rule, people in my district are real upset because there are a lot of rules, not just this one, but others coming out that do affect the price of oil. I understand your agency just pulled the air permit on a Shell drilling operation in Alaska that would have potentially reached into 35 billion barrels of oil. They've gone through 35 of their permits. That one's been pulled. You want to talk about accessing America's great energy reserves? Didn't you pull that air permit?
No, sir. Actually, we issued the permit. The courts, the Environmental Appeals Board, ruled against the EPA-issued permit, sir.
So what's your plan going forward there?
We have motioned to the Environmental Appeals Board for reconsideration, and we are working with the permit applicant to perfect the application and move forward as quickly as we can in response to the application.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I won't. So let's go on. Let's go back to, I only have a minute 10, Mr. Chairman, otherwise I would. Let's go back to the biomass issue because in the Taylor, a lot of us wrote you in a bipartisan way asking you to not move forward with the rule on biomass, in the tailoring rules that affected biomass. You responded and said you're going to delay this for a couple of years. Now, the practical impact in a district like mine is we've got a lot of people who want to invest in new high-tech biomass facilities to turn woody biomass into renewable energy. They're concerned that you're going to come back in 2013 or later on with a rule that treats biomass as if it were coal or oil. Can you give us any indication that you won't do that?
I do know, sir, that the American Forest Products Association hailed the decision to defer for 3 years to get the science, like the science you mentioned, to show the carbon neutrality of biomass fuels.
But I want to get to my question. I know what they said. I know what I said. I was glad, except I think we create this delay process where you're stifling investment. You know, the president wants to see $2 trillion in private sector investment come off the shelves and get invested. It's rules like this that are causing people trying to make those decisions to wait because they don't know what your agency is going to do in a couple of years that might affect them if they make that investment today. Because you could go back under the new source performance standards, could you not, and say, no, actually, we are going to regulate the burning of woody biomass as if it were.
I support the delay to get the best science, sir, to give scientists the chance to do the studies to determine how best to deal with biomass and to determine whether all biomass is created the same. It was a delay to get to reduce
so you can't give us any
uncertainty.
certainty. So we are on delay for a couple of years.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent that I be given 30 seconds to make a statement for the record.
Does anybody object?
I just wanted to point out to the gentleman from Oregon that his criticism of our bill would have applied to its initial formulation, but by the time we passed the House floor, the biomass provisions were changed, and I think even in Oregon, the industry was for it. But your criticism was of the draft bill that was in the committee, not the bill that passed.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I might respond to that,
happy to yield.
Indeed, there was criticism of the original language. However, the language that was adopted by this committee still left a real problem when you accept, if you go to Section 15, I believe it is, and the new language still precludes the material that would come off of all kinds of federal lands, roadless areas, old growth, late successional stands, except for dead, severely damaged, or badly infested trees. Those definitions was never defined. I had Forest Service employees ask me, what's a severely damaged tree? What's a badly infested tree? Because they said we're the ones going to get sued because, and so it still was not workable language in the real forest.
We thought we had corrected the problem. I just wanted to make that point.
Ms. Jackson, maybe we'll have you back and we'll talk about woody biomass in detail. And at length. This time I'll recognize Ms. Capps of California.
Thank you. Before I get to my questions, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to place into the record a letter, and it's signed by more than 1,800 physicians, nurses, and other health professionals from all 50 states, calling upon Congress to, and I quote, resist any efforts to weaken, delay, or block progress toward a healthier future for all Americans.
Without objection.
Thank you. I also ask unanimous consent to place into the record statements from a number of public health organizations, including the American Lung Association and the Trust for Americans' Health, rejecting the draft bill under consideration today.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Jackson, thank you for your testimony and for your patience this morning. I want to talk about the very real consequences for our public health. And you know my background as a public health nurse. If we do not act to control greenhouse gas emissions, one of the best documented impacts of climate change is the increase in ground-level ozone smog concentrations. This is a big problem for many of our metropolitan and suburban areas. Now, I know you were asked and already talked about some of the harmful effects of this carbon pollution on people. But can you be more specific or give some examples, if you will, from your data collection on kids' respiratory health being impacted, the cases of asthma or heart problems or cancers?
EPA's work under the Clean Air Act to address smog is directed primarily at reducing ground-level ozone, which we know, which science does not dispute, increases the risk of asthma attack and premature death for people who have lung disease.
Thank you. I know in my years of being a school nurse, we saw a dramatic increase in the number of children with asthma, which is the case today as well. 2 years ago, when you issued the endangerment finding, you considered these effects on human health. They were a part of your decision-making process, right?
Absolutely. The unchecked emission of greenhouse gases would change the climate, thus exacerbating the effects of smog on asthmatic children and people with lung disease.
Yeah. Can you please also share with this subcommittee some of the other public health research and science that you reviewed in making this decision? I know that it was an extensive and thorough decision-making process in which you didn't ask a few selectively chosen groups, but you went broad-based. Maybe we need to know how broad-based your research was.
Yes, it was based on the peer-reviewed work of multiple research programs, both public research as well as privately and academic research. The U.S. Global Change Research Program, for example, projects that the impacts we would see in America from unchecked carbon dioxide and global warming pollution would be tremendous. They would not be limited to urban areas. They would not be limited to arid areas. The Great Plains would experience more sustained drought and increased infestation of pests. That means more pest-driven disease. The Southeast would experience declines in livestock production. The Great Lakes would have more frequent spring flooding and more frequent drought. That's in addition to the more traditional public health impacts to people who oftentimes are least able to defend themselves, our children.
Exactly. And, you know, we've heard today about the cost of implementation of the EPA and your endangerment findings and all the rest, but I've been able to make the case, and I wonder if you wouldn't agree, that the cost, the benefits of the programs that you've implemented really do exceed and add greatly into balance over the cost of the implementation, far and away.
That's right. We are talking about the Clean Air Act today, and history, fact, shows numerous studies, 30 to 1, 40 to 1, the health benefits for every dollar invested in this country in clean air technology.
And finally, as your agency continues to do the work that you're doing, you're going to be making decisions based on the best public health research and science, I'm sure. And I just want to make sure that we have, because it's in the record now as I've introduced it, one quote from the letter that these 1,800 health professionals submitted. And they say, as health and medical professionals, we are keenly aware of the health impacts of air pollution. Air pollution is linked to a wide range of health consequences, including cancer, asthma attacks, heart attacks, and strokes. The Clean Air Act guarantees all Americans, especially those most vulnerable, that the air be safe and healthy to breathe. Despite tremendous air pollution reductions, more progress is needed to fulfill this promise. And maybe you'll close it out with 3 seconds of illustrating that.
I don't know what better way to say it or from more credible source. I like a recent quote I saw from a physician in the Missouri area who said, it's just not conceivable that we wouldn't require our industries not to pollute our air, not to make our air dirtier and our families less healthy in order to increase their profit margin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. At this time, I recognize the gentleman, Mr. Terry, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. I appreciate you here. Do you like puppies?
Do I like puppies?
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as somebody trains them for me. But I have a dog.
I just wanted to ask you, because I felt like joining Mr. Waxman and Mr. Markey in asking you questions. Now, could you point to the area where in the Clean Air Act it lists, because I've looked at the Clean Air Act and it sets out rather lengthy lists of what's covered. So within the Clean Air Act, could you point to which section CO2 is listed?
That determination was made by the Supreme Court, sir.
Okay, let's go to Massachusetts versus EPA. And by the way, I want to refute, or not refute, but Mr. Inslee read a portion of, or a paragraph of the Supreme Court, or the court decision, Massachusetts versus EPA, that recognizes a fact that I just put CO2 into the air. And I appreciate that the Supreme Court recognized that when I exhale or there's CO2 emissions, I am not going to comment on any contribution by me of methane. That's humor, by the way, Ms. Jackson. Larry the Cable Guy is from Nebraska, so we have a certain level of humor. But here is, I
Humor is
think,
good.
a compelling part or part of the Massachusetts versus EPA that is really the subject of the debate over this issue of whether or not the EPA has the power to do this. And I'm going to read the full paragraph like Mr. Inslee did. It is in the last in the order part. It just says, in short, EPA has offered no reasoned explanation in its refusal to decide whether greenhouse gases cause or contribute to climate change. Its action was therefore arbitrary, capricious, or otherwise not in accordance with law. We need not and do not reach the question whether on remand EPA must make an endangerment finding or whether the policy concerns can inform EPA's actions in the event that it makes such a finding. We only hold that the EPA must ground its reasons for actions or inaction in the statute. And the issue here is whether or not this administration is grabbing power without congressional approval. And I would submit to you that the language in Massachusetts EPA does not say that the EPA has the power to start regulating CO2. Science and Issues, as Mr. Sullivan from Oklahoma, where all evil oil men evidently reside, made the point. This isn't a debate about science. This is a debate about whether the EPA has authority. Next week, we're going to do the same thing with the FCC on whether they have unilaterally, sua sponte, performed a power grab without congressional authority. So that's what we're here to do today. And then I want to get to the Clean Air Act. If this Clean Air Act was amended and just added carbon dioxide to the section that lists all the pollutants specifically, isn't it, well, then would you be able to say, well, we're only going to apply CO2 if there's more than 100,000 tons emitted within a calendar year? Would you be able to do that?
Sir, are you asking about a potential change to the to Section 111 of the Clean Air Act?
Well, I'll have to look at 111, but the issue is that you said earlier in your testimony that the emissions that you would regulate would be, for CO2, would be over 100,000. You said that in answering to Ed Wakefield's question.
The standard under the tailoring rule that we've
Under the
adopted.
tailoring rule. But when reading the Clean Air Act, under what triggers it, it's either 100 or 250 tons per year, 250 being cited exemptions, of which CO2 is not, or it's type of industry. So let's say coal industry.
Right. So the United States Supreme Court, whose job it is under the Constitution to interpret our laws, ruled on whether or not EPA could ignore its need to make a finding of
since you're saying that the EPA has already ignored that Congress didn't give you the authority, and now you're interpreting they did, that you can just continue to interpret
I'm not interpreting. The United States Supreme Court
that you're going to
that
redo the standards of where you are able to regulate, i.e. 100 or 250, and you can arbitrarily set it at 100,000 for a coal-fired plant.
Sir,
correct?
In an attempt to ensure that we minimize the number of sources that were regulated, we have proposed and summarily adopted after public comment a rule that is intended to ensure that only the very
Madam
largest
Secretary,
sources
the
are
Clean Air Act does not give you that authority.
The United States Supreme Court says it does, sir.
I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Madam Administrator. And I know there's an image here that there are only oil men in Oklahoma. We have a couple in Texas and Louisiana and Alabama and Alaska and other places in our country. And my first question was talking about new source performance standards, and you've asked that. I guess my concern is that there was a consent decree signed, but there was no economic analysis except during the rulemaking process. It seems like we ought to look at that ahead of the rulemaking, but I know you've already asked that question. My question, though, is concerned, what happens if only the United States acts to reduce its emissions while major emitters like China or India, and China may overtake us if they haven't already, do not follow suit? Can we really address climate change without strong mandatory reductions by other major emitters in other countries?
We will not ultimately be able to change the amount of CO2 that is accumulating in the atmosphere alone, but that does not then mean we should all start at the exact same time.
I'm concerned that the regulations are put our smaller manufacturers, plants, and refineries at an economic disadvantage compared to similar industries overseas, a disadvantage that several our witness later on will outline. And what specifically can your agency do to address the concerns of these smaller facilities?
Well, the tailoring rule, which I just mentioned, was intended to ensure that, to give certainty that those facilities would not be subject to regulation. We are talking about facilities that emit more than 100,000 tons of CO2 or its equivalent per year. You get that by burning over a railroad car of coal every single day. That's how large these facilities are. It was intended to be a reasonable first step, to start with the large sources, not with the small ones, and to rely heavily on energy efficiency, because the belief was that if we're going to invest and make ourselves more competitive, making ourselves more energy efficient will help our bottom line and put more money in the economy for us to spend on something besides oil, especially foreign oil, of course.
Well, I have to admit the hearing today is on potentially legislation that would actually remove the EPA's authority. I think we have to address carbon in our country. I just prefer it to be on the legislative level, and we made an effort last time. We know cap and trade didn't pass during Democratic Congresses, so it's not going to pass during a Republican Congress. But I would like us to see Congress take that effort, and maybe EPA doing it will push us. Would you agree that the measures your agency is undertaking in an attempt to curb greenhouse gases would still be necessary to increase environmentally responsible production of domestic natural gas supplies to meet the short-term carbon reduction goals in keeping these manufacturing jobs in the United States? Is natural gas part of the solution to carbon?
It's natural gas. Natural gas is much less carbon intense than some other forms of fossil fuels, particularly coal, which is used for baseload electricity generation in this country. So it can certainly be a very useful step in the right direction.
Well, and I've said it before, and I think this is something we can agree across party lines, is that the other side is nuclear power. Our country, compared to both France and Japan, are so far behind in utilizing nuclear power. But as we know, nuclear power has no carbon emissions except for the construction. But natural gas emits 30% less of the carbon dioxide than oil does. For our New Englanders who still use fuel oil to heat their homes, maybe they need to put a pipeline with the natural gas. But it's 50% less than coal. So I would hope this Congress would look at empowering cleaner burning fuels, including substantial expansion of nuclear. We're struggling, as you know, to get loan guarantees that were passed in the 2005 energy bill for expansion of nuclear power in our country. And here we are in 2011, and we still don't have it. So I share your concern about carbon. I just am concerned that we need to do it on a legislative effort so we can do that economic analysis from the members, or elected members, instead of the agency. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Administrator Jackson, for being here. I'm going to ask you a series of, I think, 6 questions. They're detailed and complicated, and I know they're going to require answers in writing. Some of these I've submitted to you before. We're still awaiting answers. So what I'm interested in this morning is getting affirmation that some type of response will be coming from your office on these issues. Now, North Texas, where I live, last week, a week ago today, We were subject to rolling blackouts of electrical power. Businesses, schools, hospitals were all affected. This was not because of tree branches weighted down by the ice cutting power lines. This was simply an effect of the very cold temperatures that were in place in Texas last week. We do have all recognize there are new regulations coming down the pike. And can you assure us here at the subcommittee that these rules will not make instances of rolling blackouts more common? We'd also be interested in the studies that are underway to look at the cumulative effect of all of the EPA regulations on electrical reliability, not just in Texas where we have our own reliability council, but across the country. A second area, did the EPA consult with anyone at Office of Management of the Budget or the White House before moving forward in taking over the Texas Flexible Permitting Program under the Clean Air Act? The EPA is now issuing its own permits to utilities in Texas, displacing the state agencies that have been responsible for that historically. The first time, to my knowledge, that the EPA has taken over a state system. And did the EPA consult with Office of Management of the Budget on regulations for the permits it is issuing in lieu of the state-based permits? And I would be interested in your development of that answer in light of President Obama's recent executive order calling for greater scrutiny of regulations and streamlining of problems encountered with the bureaucracy. So areas where you and the EPA have identified regulations for streamlining, I would like to have your thoughts on that. Gene Green mentioned natural gas. It is a big industry in my part of Texas. There is, of course, some controversy over the production of natural gas, and there are issues that are being worked out at the federal, state, and local level. Still, your administrator in Region 6 has made public statements that he is going to be much more actively involved in the regulation of this industry, employs 100,000 people in my area of North Texas. So my question that I would like for you to provide some insight is, are there active discussions within the EPA to take over? We're talking about the Clean Air Act today, but this could also involve the Clean Water Act. Is there going to be greater involvement at the federal level in these activities, and how are you going to justify that with the President's call for greater streamlining of burdensome regulations? The ethanol mandate that was accelerated in December of 2007. E15 is now, we are told, going to be mandated by the EPA, 15% ethanol. Can you provide us with the testing that has been done in both vehicles and small engines utilizing 15% ethanol? Can you provide us with information on the testing done to date and the testing methodology that was employed? And again, I'm particularly interested in older engines, cars produced between 2001 and 2007, and the small engine, the snowblower, the weed eater, and that type of activity. Under Title 42 of the United States Code, the section for the Department of Health and Human Services, it does allow for increased salaries for limited positions requiring specialized expertise. And I get that, and that is not necessarily a bad thing, but it appears that EPA is also utilizing some of those 42 exemptions. Can you provide for the committee how many EPA employees are receiving pay under Title 42 exceptions? Have you placed a limit of pay under Title 42, and what is the total amount of the Title 42 program costing the federal taxpayer within the Environmental Protection Agency's budget? Now, this last question, perhaps you can address this while we're here today. The Business Roundtable in June of this year, under the President's request, submitted to the President some issues that they thought might help in job creation, because this was an issue last June that the President was concerned about. And the Roundtable specifically mentioned the Environmental Protection Agency's moves against Texas Flexible Permitting Program as one of the major examples of the administration's hostility, their words, towards growth. So 6 months later, what has your office, Office of Management of the Budget, the White House, done in response to the Business Roundtable's suggestion that to remove the EPA's restrictions on the Texas Flexible Permitting Program? So, sir, I will answer all the other questions in writing for the record. I'm happy to do that.
I just want to point out one important fact. It was the Bush EPA, the Bush administration, that found that under the Clean Air Act, the Texas Flexible Permitting Program was not legal. So when I became administrator, I found a situation where businesses in Texas have no certainty that the permits they have protect them from lawsuits for emitting excess pollution. We have worked individually with businesses in Texas to bring their permits into compliance with the law, and that process will take some amount of time. But the answer certainly could not have been to look the other way, as these businesses got permits that weren't worth the paper
If
they
I
were
may
printed.
point out, in the Business Roundtable report prepared for the President, similar rules exist in other states which have not been challenged by the EPA. Okay. This appears to be Texas specific, and if it is, that is wrong, and I would like you to look into it, and I'll await your answers. Thank you.
At this time, recognize Mr. Engel of New York, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As my colleagues have discussed, this legislation would repeal EPA's scientific determination that greenhouse gases threaten public health and welfare, known as the endangerment finding. I happen to believe that carbon emissions are a serious threat to our nation's welfare. I mean, I know that some of us might wish that the earth is flat, and I understand that different districts have different needs. I understand my colleagues are trying to protect industry in their districts. But the bottom line is, this is scientific research. This is proven. And we have decisions, and we're supposed to abide by them. Ms. Jackson, let me first of all thank you for the excellent job that you are doing. And your testimony here this morning has just affirmed in my mind how what a grasp you have of the issues, how determined you are to be on the right track, and I just want to thank you for your good work. Legislatively repealing that scientific determination directly conflicts with the consensus of climate scientists, including President Bush's EPA Administrator, Stephen Johnson, and the world's most authoritative scientific organizations, which use words like indisputable and unequivocal. We talk about it killing jobs. Well, this is an interesting statistic. Since its adoption, the Clean Air Act has reduced key air pollutants by 60%, while at the same time the economy grew by over 200%. So I don't think that that shows that jobs are being killed. From 1990 to 2008 alone, the Clean Air Act reduced key air pollutants by over 40%, and the economy grew by almost 65%. These pollution reductions save lives, improve health, particularly among children and seniors. And in 2010 alone, last year, according to a peer-reviewed EPA analysis, the Clean Air Act prevented over 160,000 premature deaths, 130,000 cases of heart disease, 1.7 million asthma attacks, 86,000 hospital admissions, and millions of respiratory illnesses. So I wanted just to state that for the record. I'd like to explore with you, Madam Administrator, one question on the impacts of this legislation on the renewable fuel standard. As you know, in order to promote renewable fuels and reduce greenhouse gas pollution, Congress has required EPA to issue regulations to ensure that transportation fuels sold in the U.S. contain certain volumes of renewable fuel, advanced biofuel, cellulosic biofuel, and biomass-based diesel. The volume of each type of fuel is established annually by the EPA based in part on the availability of the fuel. Now, it appears to me that the new Section 330B1A would prevent the EPA from establishing these required annual volumes in subsequent years because it prohibits EPA from taking actions related to greenhouse gases. Do you have the same interpretation that I do of Section 330B1A? And if so, what do you think that means for the renewable fuel standard specifically and the future of biofuels generally in the United States?
Sir, as I said in my opening statement, I believe the draft bill would likely prohibit EPA from taking further actions to implement the renewable fuels program in the United States.
Well, I think that that's something that's really, really important, and we really need to think twice before we want to do such a thing. I mean, I think that nobody at this point should conclude that carbon emissions are not a serious threat to our nation. I mean, they are. And we ought to not put our heads in the sand. We ought to figure out a way where we can have cleaner air at the same time have the least impact on business and creation of jobs. But we shouldn't eliminate all these restrictions just because we are concerned about these things with jobs. We don't want our children to breathe filthy air. We don't want it to go back to the bad old days. There are countries all around the world where literally the cancer rates are up because they don't have the rules that we've adopted to prevent these things, and I don't think we want to go back to the Stone Age. So I thank you for your testimony, and I look forward to continuing working with you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
A number of people have mentioned this renewable fuels issue, and as we move forward with this legislation, we're certainly going to try to address some of the concerns that you all have brought up about it. At this time, I recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming to testify. And of course, today's hearing is specifically focused on the Energy Tax Prevention Act, and especially its impact on jobs, and how if we're able to truly prevent your agency from going into an area where it hadn't been before, we would also be able to save thousands of American jobs, potentially millions of American jobs, along with the billions of investment. First, I want to go back to some comments and statements that the President made when he was a candidate. President Obama on multiple occasions has talked about cap and trade in this kind of regulatory scheme increasing the cost of electricity, and I'll read one of his quotes. Under my plan of a cap and trade system, electricity rates would necessarily skyrocket. That was then Senator Obama as a candidate for president. Do you agree with that statement?
No, sir. I think that statement is...
You disagree with the President's statement that a cap and trade scheme would necessarily increase
I believe his larger
rates?
point was that a market-based program could ensure that energy rates, while producers had the certainty they needed to move forward, the market and through innovation would allow it to happen in a gradual fashion.
In a gradual fashion where electricity rates skyrocketed, though. That's the key point. The President said this. I'm not saying this. I'll give you Tim Geithner's statement. Tim Geithner said cap and trade would increase the cost of energy. Do you agree with that statement? Yes or no?
Controlling pollution
yes
is
or
not
no?
free.
I mean, it's a yes or no question. Tim Geithner made the statement. President Obama made the statement.
Sir, I don't know what
Electricity
cap
rates
and trade you're
skyrocket.
asking me to speculate about. We're here to talk about
This
the
is the
Clean
President.
Air Act and its use to
We're talking
reduce
about
pollution.
the regulatory scheme that your agency is currently undergoing that is
No,
costing
that is not
jobs,
true. There is no
and the
cap
effects it
and
would
trade
have on
scheme
electricity rates.
planned or provided
Do you think that
for
this
under
wouldn't
the
have any
Clean Air Act.
impact on electricity rates?
There is no cap and trade scheme provided for under the
regulatory scheme
for
for
greenhouse
gas
gases, I should
which
say.
your agency is currently doing. Is that are you currently doing this?
What we're doing is
Yes or no? I
enforcing
mean,
the Clean
I hate to
Air
put you on the
Act
spot. I
to
know Mr.
reduce
Dingle
the emissions
got a
of
lot of good yes or
greenhouse
no
gases.
answers. I'd appreciate the same courtesy to a yes or no question.
Well, no, if you're asking me about cap and trade for greenhouse gases.
But the
because
regulation
there are
of
no
greenhouse
plans
gases.
for cap and trade at EPA.
Okay, so
and there are no.
So is it
plans
safe
for
to say you disagree with the President when the President said that cap and trade would skyrocket the cost of electricity?
Sir, what I do know is that we are not planning any cap and trade regulations or standards. That is
we
not
both have
what
limited
is
time, and I
happening.
appreciate that I guess maybe you want to evade the question. It's a direct question. It's a pretty simple question that many in this administration have been comfortable acknowledging. Many in business have acknowledged that this would increase the cost on families. It seems like for whatever reason you don't want to acknowledge it, but if you then go to the next step of regulating greenhouse gases, do you think that if you regulate greenhouse gases in your agency that it would cost jobs?
I agree with the President that investing in clean energy will make our economy stronger, will help our economy
And I
to
see
grow.
you've made statements, these standards will help American companies and create good jobs. The problem is that flies in the face of what the nation's employers in America are saying about what you're doing. You know, and I don't know if there's a parallel universe going on, but I will point to you a number of companies, and I have conversations, as I'm sure most of my colleagues do. The biggest impediment our job creators in this country tell us about is the threat of regulations coming from your agency and a few other agencies in this administration as the impediments to creating jobs. So maybe you think that these policies will help create jobs. I'll just read what one of our later panelists is talking about in terms of how it's costing American jobs. Nucor, which is a plant, company based in America that's preparing to build a major steel plant in Louisiana, in our state. The CEO of that company, this is a $2 billion investment that right now is going to America, hopefully. It was on hold during the whole debate on cap and trade. They said, and this is a comment from the CEO, we're waiting to see what Congress does with global warming legislation. They were holding back on a $2 billion investment. And then I'll go on to say what the testimony that the environmental manager of the company who's here today is talking about. He said, but this project is not as large as the $2 billion investment we initially intended due to the uncertainty created by these regulations. He's talking about your department. The uncertainty created by these regulations, we made the difficult decision to delay the $2 billion investment, also delaying the creation of 2,000 construction jobs and 500 permanent jobs that average $75,000 a year. Now, this is a company. This isn't your theory. Do you recognize that that company has delayed that investment because of your agency?
Facility in Louisiana has actually received the first ever state-issued Clean Air Act construction
But do you recognize that
that will require control for greenhouse gases? They are a permitted facility.
And they said they haven't created as many
jobs
because of your agency, so I just want to talk about
exactly the opposite of them
But
being
finally,
pulled up.
you made a statement about Katrina and flooding. You tried to, I guess, infer that flooding was related to greenhouse gases.
Point of order.
I just want to point out the failure of the federal levies
Mr. Chairman.
Hold it just 1 minute. Okay, Mr. Waxman.
Look, she was asked a question. The gentleman's time has expired. She ought to be able to answer your question.
I asked her to answer yes or no, and she refused to answer a yes or no question.
Well, I think that
multiple times.
Yeah, I think
she did it for Mr. Dinkle. I appreciate that. I just would have liked the same courtesy.
Are you going to have any questions that you're going to submit to her in writing?
I'll be happy to submit in writing the remaining questions, especially as it relates to the comment you made about flooding having an attribution to greenhouse gases as opposed to the failure of federal levees in New Orleans, which I know you're aware was the real cause of that.
Let me be clear, because this is my hometown. I did not say Katrina was due to greenhouse gas
at this time, I'm recognizing Mr. Doyle for 5 minutes.
That area in a way that is tragic.
Ms. Jackson, Mr. Doyle, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Jackson, welcome, and thank you for your patience today. As most members of this committee know, I've long been concerned about man-made climate change and how it affects our climate. But this committee also knows how concerned I am that as we make efforts to address this serious problem, that we don't harm the competitiveness of American industry. During the comprehensive energy legislation that the House considered and passed last year, I introduced amendments to safeguard many of our industries from some of the effects of the bill, because we're concerned that this not result in jobs being shipped overseas. And if I thought that was what was going to happen, I'd be very concerned too. You know, initially many of us were concerned because the Clean Air Act had the potential to require numerous sources to obtain permits for greenhouse gas emissions. But EPA acted promptly and effectively to issue a tailoring rule and limit these requirements only to the largest sources. Administrator Jackson, could you just briefly explain what that tailoring rule did?
The potential universe of sources could have been 6 million. The tailoring rule took it down to a universe no larger than about 15,000 potential. But since you're only regulated if you are building a new facility or substantially increasing your emissions, we expect that there are a couple of hundred additional permits that would be required a year. But that was intended to be a deregulatory action, frankly.
So does this rule affect every large facility?
It will only affect very, very large facilities, those that emit more than 100,000 tons a year, and only if they're new, or 75,000 tons a year if they're going to have a significant increase in their greenhouse gas emissions.
So right now, if you're an existing factory or steel mill and you don't expand or increase your greenhouse gas emissions by a significant amount, you don't need to spend any capital or labor on controlling your greenhouse gas emissions. Is that correct?
That's right, sir.
So let's say a steel company or another manufacturer does want to build out on an existing facility or bring an entirely new one online. What do they actually have to do? Have you issued guidance on this to let sources know the rules of the road?
Yes, we've issued that guidance primarily for states who are the permitting authorities, and they're implementing it. As you heard, Louisiana just recently implemented it to issue a permit there.
So, and the permitting authority then basically selects the best available control technology through whatever options there are. Is it your statement that I heard earlier that in most cases the best available technology for reducing greenhouse gas emissions is likely to be efficiency?
That's right.
So to be clear, you expect that almost all new sources, the main thing they're going to have to do is just become more energy efficient?
That's right.
So couldn't that actually save money over time as sources have fewer inputs and reduce their energy use?
Absolutely. It could increase the profits because your costs are lower going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to make sense to me that when we build new facilities, they should be efficient. And I think that's something that industry is striving for because they realize it's good for their bottom line. And it certainly doesn't appear that it would be too costly or drive new facilities overseas. But the other concern we have is what if it takes too long for new facilities to get permits? Now, that could have cost implications, even if the requirements are reasonable. So, Administrator Jackson, what is the EPA doing to help ensure that these requirements don't lead to permitting delays?
The reason we got the guidance out to the state permitting authorities early is so that there would be no time lapse between when these requirements took effect on January 2nd and when people would be applying for and need these permits. And so EPA is offering technical assistance and guidance to step in for those states, and there are several who, for whatever set of rules or legal obligations back home, are not yet ready to implement the permitting requirements for greenhouse gases. But almost all states are moving in that direction. Many have already gotten to that point.
Now, the Upton bill here aims to stop you from issuing minimum standards for the two largest sources of greenhouse gases, fossil fuel-fired power plants and oil refineries. Is EPA currently developing minimum standards for any other sectors of the economy, such as manufacturers?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, Administrator Jackson. I'm acutely aware of the challenges that our manufacturers are facing today, and I have to tell you that I was skeptical at first when investigating how this Clean Air Act would be used to regulate greenhouse gases. But it seems to me that when you strip away the rhetoric and the scare tactics, that the approach that you're taking to date seems extremely reasonable. We know our manufacturers are facing tough challenges, but I really don't see how repealing the Clean Air Act authority for greenhouse gases would help them in any way. In fact, I think the legal uncertainties actually make things a little bit worse. Mr. Chairman,
will the gentleman yield briefly?
Well, if I can, I will.
As the time's expired, and we've got a lot of witnesses, so Mr. Olson, Texas, you're recognized 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Administrator Jackson, for coming here today. I'm going to follow up on some questions from my colleague, Mr. Burgess from Texas, about EPA's taking control of the permitting process for refineries and power sources in my home state of Texas. This is a fundamental change. The feds, under the Clean Air Act, the feds set the standards, and the states and local governments are the ones who implement them through the SIPs. And to justify this change, EPA says it erred in the original approval of the SIP back in 1992, nearly 2 decades ago, 3 presidential administrations, because the SIP didn't contain the authority to regulate greenhouse gases, and that must be corrected. The mechanism to establish this correction was unilateral EPA authority to correct, quote, minor technical errors, unquote. The Fed's takeover of states' authority to issue permits under the Clean Air Act is not a minor error. It's a radical departure from existing law, and under the Constitution, that's not your job. That's our job. So the first question I have for you is twofold. Has any previous administration used an error correction to overturn state authority to implement its SIP after it's been approved for 18 years?
Sir, I'm happy to get you an answer, but again, I'll point out that it was the previous administration that determined that parts of Texas's permits did not meet the requirements of the Clean Air Act. It is EPA's job to enforce the Clean Air Act, and EPA stepped in because if we didn't, Texas businesses would not be able to build or expand because they could not get a greenhouse gas emission permit in the state of Texas that was legal. So they would have been subject to any number of lawsuits.
Yes, ma'am, but the previous administration didn't come in with a couple of month deadline for the Texas companies to comply. I mean, usually this happens when there's a change in the SIP. As I understand it, there's about a 3 to 4 or 5 year process for the states to come through and propose what they're going to do to EPA. We were given less than a year, less than 6 months to do it. And that's something that's on this administration. It's not
we would much prefer that Texas issue the greenhouse gas permits themselves. But if Texas refuses to do it, as I'm sure you'll hear from the next witness, then EPA is stepping in to do so because the businesses in Texas still need permits under the Clean Air Act, sir.
And once again, how is changing the Clean Air Act just using the technical corrections legislation, how is that not usurping the legislative branch's authority to pass laws and regulate our environment? I mean, why do you get to be under the Constitution? We should be doing that, not the EPA. Why? How can you justify that?
Sir, under the Clean Air Act, EPA's job is to enforce the law and ensure that permits are the same all over the country. So a business in Texas gets a Clean Air Act permit. It's the same as a business in Louisiana next door. And so what EPA has done is move in to ensure that just like the Nucor steel facility just got a permit from the state of Louisiana, if they wanted to build the exact same facility in Texas, they would need a permit for greenhouse gases, and they cannot get one because Texas has refused to consider those permits at this time.
Yes, ma'am. Well, there's one other question I have for you. Again, we've talked about what's happening in my home state, and we've talked about, the other side of the aisle has been very vocal about scientifically based actions here, and I agree with that. We should do this if we're going to do it scientifically based. I think the science right now is very much in doubt. But the one thing that I'm really concerned about from the other side of the aisle are at the end of the day, the argument rests on what 5 Supreme Court justices decided. And that case did not say that you had to regulate greenhouse gases. That was not what the decision said. I'll read from the decision. I mean, the court did find that EPA has the authority to regulate carbon dioxide as an air pollutant. But they said only if the EPA makes the finding of endangerment under the provision, Section 202A1. And the court further stated that EPA must ground its reasons for action or inaction in the statute. So basically, they gave you the ball. I guess my question to you is, was Massachusetts versus EPA a mandate for the EPA to implement global greenhouse gas control or not? Yes or no?
It was, sir, it was a mandate that we consider the science, and that only if the science, we could come up with reasonable science, which I do not believe exists, that shows that greenhouse gases do not endanger public health and welfare, could we ignore it. They said that it was arbitrary and capricious to simply ignore the science and choose to make no decision. So it did give us the ball in that it said we could not stick our heads in the sand. We had to, per the law, make a determination, and in making that determination, I reviewed our nation's best science by its best scientists and made a finding of endangerment.
Okay, basically you could have taken something else. It was EPA that made that decision, not the court. And those comments here are erroneous. EPA did it, not the United States Supreme Court. Thank you for your time.
The gentleman from Matheson, recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Administrator Jackson, for coming today. I do think it's important that the subcommittee hold hearings on this issue. I think the challenge of climate change is real, and I think that I think the legislative branch ought to be engaged. I have some concerns about legislation like Chairman Upton's draft bill, which does disapprove the EPA's endangerment finding and bans the EPA from regulating greenhouse gas emissions. I'm concerned because I think it could substantially weaken the effectiveness of the Clean Air Act. And I think everyone in this room would argue that the Clean Air Act over the last few decades has been an undeniable success. It's been a success in providing cleaner air and contributing to public health interests. I also have concerns that the bill overrides the ability of the EPA to regulate emissions from motor vehicles and weaken the current fuel economy standards for cars and light trucks, which is important to reducing our dependence on foreign oil. But I do hear from folks in my state who are concerned about the implementation of the greenhouse gas regulations and other regulations coming down the pike from EPA and the potential costs associated with this uncertainty and growing regulatory burden, especially as we seek to grow our economy out of this economic recession. Mr. Jackson, I've heard from our State Department of Environmental Quality, and I know you discussed this a little in response to Mr. Doyle's questions, but the Utah DEQ has said that despite the best available control technology guidance issued to the states last fall, there remains a lot of uncertainty over what BACT decisions by states will ultimately be accepted by the EPA. In particular, I've been told that the BACT is still too vague to provide any certainty to sources who are trying to plan for new construction or modifications. In his testimony, Mr. Carter with Santee Cooper also made similar remarks. Can you elaborate on how EPA is working with states to implement best available control technology?
Certainly, sir. Through our regional offices, we are offering technical assistance as states work through permit by permit. This is a permit by permit decision under the Clean Air Act. And essentially what you do is you lay out the options for controlling greenhouse gases, and you look at whether they're commercially available, whether they're available at reasonable costs, and whether they're effective. And oftentimes we believe that's going to lead people straight to energy efficiency, which is a very much available way and certainly cost-effective way to reduce and make a real start on reducing greenhouse gas.
Do you think there's a way to create additional certainty or predictability that you can provide to state permitting agencies on this?
We are certainly happy to try and to continue working with Utah and the professionals there.
Do you believe that your regional offices have the necessary resources, whether it's funding or staff, to work with the states on implementing these rules?
We have made it a priority that the implementation of these rules for our air staff is priority number one. And I do believe, sir, that we have resources available to any state that needs them.
Do you agree with assertions by many in industry and the utility sector that permitting uncertainty in conjunction with the additional EPA rules coming down the pike over the coming months and years is affecting current and future investments in plant modifications, upgrades, and construction?
I agree that one thing I hear often from industry is that they need certainty of regulation. I think the Clean Cars rule and the nationwide standard is a great demonstration of how knowing what the road ahead looks like from a Clean Air Act perspective has helped them to move forward and do what they do best, which is make cars.
Ms. Good. Another question. EPA has already announced the delay in implementation of efficiency rules for biomass facilities. Do you anticipate any delays in other covered sectors will be announced?
Yeah, I have nothing to announce right now, sir. We are trying to do what I said, which is move in a series of moderate steps that give people lots of warning, so there are no surprises about regulations that may come down the pike. And what we've announced so far is that the only two sectors that we are looking at for additional standard setting are the power sector, utilities, and refineries, because they account for such a large percentage of our nation's greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Recognize the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. McKinley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to keep most of my questions to yes or no answers to the extent you can, and I've got a list of others if you could submit some responses back to those at the appropriate time. Last summer, Senator Reid made a remark that said coal makes us sick and oil makes us sick. Do you agree with that?
Only in that pollution makes us sick. So if they are the source of pollution, then yes, but it's the pollution that makes us sick.
I've heard a lot today about the health benefits, and I don't want to diminish those concerns about the health benefits. But I've come to Congress 34 days ago with a bigger concern that there are 15 million people out of work today in America. And a lot of it's attributed back to the actions of the EPA and some of their activities or over-regulation. I'm seeing in West Virginia a mine shut down that had a permit 3 years ago. Now 250-some people are out of work. I saw a mine just closed in Pennsylvania by the EPA action. I've seen the issues of water quality in West Virginia and all other states east of the Mississippi that is more stringent than bottled water that you can buy in a supermarket. I'm seeing fly ash being under attack and people using less of it and recycled. I'm just so concerned that the EPA is, with all due respect, out of touch with what's going on in America. And I would like to, if you could please just cite one example of where the EPA has collaborated with a major industrial employer and they've increased their jobs in a significant way. Can you cite one example?
Yes, sir. The car industry has reduced their overall emissions over 40 years, while the number of cars on our roads has continued to increase as our population got larger, and that's because of technological innovation that insisted that we not grow their profits at the expense of our health.
Specific. I'm looking for one company that you have worked with, you collaborated with them, and they've increased employment.
Certainly, sir. Anytime an industry invests in pollution control, they are hiring workers, everything from engineers to technicians to people who design and implement and put on scrubbers so that when you burn coal in a power plant, the emissions are clean. All of those jobs are part of the legacy of the Clean Air Act and EPA's work to protect health.
That there were thousands of scientists and physicists across America that have support this this matter, but yet there are thousands equally in opposition to that, such as the physicist Hal Lewis, people within NOAA, people within the United Nations Climate Control Panel. There are others that are supporting that, and they conveniently seem to be ignored in this. Was Hal Lewis wrong when he said this was one of the greatest frauds being perpetrated on the people of America?
Well, I do not know Mr. Lewis, sir, but I will say that our best scientists in the country have reached a consensus, and it is unequivocal that the science is clear that man-made emissions of air pollution and global warming gases are changing
global warming
our
is still an
atmosphere.
issue that the scientists are still debating, and you know it, and I know it.
No, I do not agree with that,
I'm an
sir.
engineer, and I can tell you,
absolutely
it's
do not
been
agree
determined.
with it. I am an engineer as well, and I know to look to scientific experts to make decisions like this. I am not an expert on the climate, so what we've done is look at people like the national academies across
one last
the entire
go back
federal
to an
government.
a comment that perhaps it wasn't worded, because I found the answer a little humorous. It said something to the effect that you didn't presume to direct Congress how to act. So I'm going to add maybe would you favor, do you support the idea that Congress may very well want to take action to, do they have the right to vote up or down on any major EPA regulatory offering?
Sir, the laws passed that I implement were passed by Congress. The Clean Air Act was passed by Congress. So I understand and recognize that under the U.S. Constitution, Congress makes laws, and then the executive branch executes the laws. Absolutely.
So you would think Congress should have the right to approve any regulations before they're implemented?
No, sir. Congress already has the Congressional Review Act, which allows it to review every regulation that is adopted by not just my agency. So that is certainly already a law of the land.
I'll get back with the other questions to you. Thank you very much.
Gentleman recognizes Mr. Gardner of Colorado, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Administrator Jackson, for your time here today. Appreciate your willingness to be here. And I think I too have only been here for 34 days, and it continues to amaze me how the scare tactics are thrown out as if everybody is speaking from the same page. But the problem is they're not. And I want to talk a little bit about criteria pollutants versus greenhouse gases. I think a lot of the scare tactics that we've heard in terms of the health concerns are criteria pollutants, and greenhouse gas is not a criteria pollutant. And I think that's important to recognize that a lot of the health concerns that have been raised here as scare tactics are based on criteria pollutants, and this bill does nothing dealing with criteria pollutants, the bill that we're discussing. Now, I want to follow up another question that some of the other members have asked. I met with a CEO of a company in Colorado who employs 1,000 people directly, 2,000 people indirectly, and he mentioned to me at our meeting, this was just this past Friday, that he is very concerned about regulations because he's worried that the cost and reliability of energy and the energy and power infrastructure, he's worried about the energy infrastructure, he's worried about the ability of our country to continue to produce affordable energy for consumers and for businesses. And that being said, I believe Chairman Upton asked an earlier question regarding whether or not the EPA had done any cost-benefit analysis of the impact of EPA regulations. I believe your response was that the EPA had not done so because such analysis would have required the EPA to reach out to businesses in order to gather information regarding the impact of the EPA's regulations. Well, isn't that the right thing to be doing, is to reach out to the businesses in terms of the impact of this regulation?
No, I think that's not an accurate assessment of how the conversation went. I'm happy to recount it for you. It's in the record. But what I said was...
we ought to be talking about American businesses about these regulations first?
We talk to American businesses all the time, and I think that is the way to make smart, common sense regulation.
And
Absolutely.
so the American business community agrees that this regulation is the way to move forward?
The American business community has commented on the regulations as we move forward, and I would say that there are varying opinions. We've heard from small businesses who support the regulation because they believe it will help the clean energy sector. We've heard from several, I think 11 utility companies who've said that this is common sense, reasonable approach
Have you heard
to
from some
helping
they're
to make
concerned
them
that
energy efficient.
they will lose jobs as a result?
I think all businesses talk about, when I talk to them, they want to make sure that they have regulatory certainty, and they're worried about their bottom line.
So they are worried about job losses?
Certainly, I have seen
Do you think they need to worry about job losses?
I think the president has made it clear that the jobs are our absolute focus, sir. Absolute. Jobs are our absolute focus, and we believe the clean energy sector is a place to grow jobs.
But what if they're not in the clean energy sector? Should they worry about jobs? I mean, this sounds like we're picking winners and losers and saying some jobs are better than others.
I do know this, sir. The Clean Air Act is supposed to relieve their minds about pollution in the air that might make them and their families sick.
That's a criteria of pollutant, not greenhouse gas.
No. The endangerment finding makes clear that greenhouse gases also endanger public health and welfare.
But I think, again, we're confusing the issue of criteria of pollutants and greenhouse gases. You mentioned earlier that ag would not be, there would be no imposition on agricultural sources. I believe you put a timeline of 2013 on that. Will there be ag sources put under this rule after 2013?
I can't speculate to that. I have made a commitment that there will be no regulations for permitting for agricultural sources until July 2013.
But after that, there may be permitting requirements brought into this rule?
Yes, it's my hope still that this body, that Congress will look towards legislation at some point.
And on agriculture, I think it's important too when we talk about that agriculture is not affected by these rules and jobs in agriculture aren't affected by these rules. I want to point out a letter that talked about the cost of running a sprinkler for farmers in my district. The estimated cost of certain greenhouse gas emission controls would cost the farmer in this particular rural electric association nearly $2,000 a year per meter. Do you think that will affect their ability to hire people and to grow their operation?
Sir, I don't know what you're referring to. I'm happy to review it, and I'm also happy to again state what I said before, that as we put these regulations out, they are meant to be common sense moves that in general will rely on energy efficiency and other moderate steps that will add up, that will get us started in moving towards reducing greenhouse gas pollution.
Do you believe that agriculture is affected by increased cost of energy?
Certainly, absolutely.
Do you believe do you believe agriculture is impacted by the increased cost of fertilizer?
Certainly, sir.
Do you believe that these regulations will increase the cost of farming equipment?
No, sir. I don't necessarily believe that because I'm not sure what regulations we're talking about. We have regulations on the board right now, for instance, for cars that make clear that they pay for themselves essentially because of the savings in fuel. There are tremendous opportunities in rural America for the economy to continue to grow as it has thrived over the past several years, and we are not looking to regulate.
Over the past several years?
Rural America's economy has done fairly well as the rest of the country has seen the housing market and economy really do poorly.
Well, Mr. Jackson, I would invite you to my district to meet with people who believe the economy has not thrived over the past
Bring it on, Mr.
Time
Chairman.
is-
Bring it
I'm
on.
happy to do that, sir.
Recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Pompeo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Jackson, for coming today. In 4th District of Kansas, we do lots of things. We have agricultural, and we make airplanes, a lot of airplane stuff. Manufacturing, I came from that industry. The cost of manufacturing has driven lots of jobs. We've got unemployment in our aircraft manufacturing industry that is enormous, and families are hurting. I heard Mr. Waxman and Mr. Markey talk about children. I've seen the impacts on families from what the regulatory environment that this administration has put forward has caused. And I want to ask you, in response to something you said to Mr. Shimkus, a question. You acknowledge the existence of the law of supply and demand, or the economic principle, and then you joked about price elasticity, because you wouldn't answer his question yes or no about whether what the price elasticity of something was. Tell me what you think the price elasticity of energy is as it relates to supply and demand.
Is
it zero? Does energy stay, as you impose regulations, does energy costs stay fixed?
Sir, I want to state here, I have not said that there are not potential costs to move to cleaner energy. What is at stake is making reasonable decisions on how to move to cleaner energy, less polluting forms of energy, but do it in a way that does not harm our economy. And I am committed as head of the EPA to enforcing and implementing the Clean Air Act to protect our public health, but doing it in a way that's modest and moderate and that is mindful of our economy at the same time.
I appreciate that. I will tell you that the folks that I talked to in the 4th District of Kansas don't believe there's anything moderate or modest about the proposals that your agency has put forward. I'll ask you this. You earlier cited statistics that said that the benefits of the Clean Air Act have been about 40 to 1.
That's correct.
It would seem to me then if we would just appropriate $1 trillion, we could take out all the deficit because we get a 40 to 1 return on that investment. Is that what you're proposing in terms of return on invested capital?
No, sir. What I'm trying to propose is that for every dollar invested to control pollution and protect public health, that's $40 of health costs that the American people are avoiding. They are healthier and more productive because they don't have to worry about increased asthma attacks and premature death as a result.
Right, and if your analysis is therefore right, what do we spend on health care a year? We just pick 1/40 of that number, and we would invest that amount of money, and we would solve the health care problem. That's what your analysis suggests. Is that am I misunderstanding something?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay, help me understand what it is I'm misunderstanding.
You are misunderstanding the point that the Clean Air Act is a public health statute. It is designed to protect the health of Americans through preventive medicine, if you will. It removes pollution from the air that causes asthma attacks, that cause lung disease, that make us and our children.
I understand. I have one more question. I'm trying to clean up. If we're here towards the end, I want to clean up a couple things you said earlier. You spoke to the fact that you appreciated regulatory certainty being important, and then you just told Mr. Gardner that our agriculture community gets something less than 2 years of certainty with respect to greenhouse gas regulation. I will tell you that their return on invested capital calculations go far past 24 months. And so I'm trying to understand how you can argue that you think regulatory certainty is important and yet tell us that our agricultural folks in the 4th District get just a little less than 24 months before you'll chase them too.
Well, sir, I am not here to tell your constituents or anyone else for that matter that greenhouse gases are not a problem or are not something that we should be addressing as a country. I believe that we should be incentivizing and innovating to move to cleaner forms of energy and reduce the accumulation of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. And that is something that is out there, not because I sit in this seat, sir, but because they are a challenge for our country.
Fair enough. If you believe that these regulations were going to have a net loss of jobs, would this change your view of how the EPA ought to proceed?
Certainly, sir. If I were seeing regulations that I thought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, is recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Massachusetts v. EPA, last line, the holding. We hold only that the EPA must ground its reasons for action or inaction in the statute. Can you tell me where in the statute it allows you to create a tailoring rule?
The tailoring rule is based on our belief that the statute does not speak to the fact that there'd be too many sources to regulate all at once. It is an absurd result. That is the theory of the law
And I don't
on which
disagree
we
with you,
base
ma'am.
the rule.
It's an absurd result, but that's what the law says, and isn't it the right of the elected officials, this Congress, to make that decision and not unelected officials in the EPA?
Sir, the United States Supreme Court held that the Clean
You had
Air
to do
Act...
something, but you said you had to follow the statute.
Mr.
If you follow the statute, you end up
Mr.
with an absurd result, do you not?
Mr. Chairman, we kind of sat here. We've sat here and watched the questions from the members of the committee, subcommittee, and they ask questions, and the witness attempts to answer them, and they won't allow the opportunity to complete an answer. So I think that, would you admonish the members to allow the witness to complete her answer before they interrupt her?
Mr. Rush, thank you for that. These members have waited a long time, and we've been here. You've been very patient to be here, but I'm going to allow them to continue to ask questions. And
can the witness please answer?
Yeah, I'll make it a yes or no question. Do you believe the EPA should follow the law as written, or request Congress to change it, or ask Congress to relieve them of that obligation when the result of the law would be an absurd result? Yes or no, please?
I believe EPA should follow the law as interpreted by the United States Supreme Court, and the rules that we have on the book are designed to avoid the absurd result. That is the basis for the rulemaking we've made. That is the basis for our attempts to be as reasonable as we can.
In regard to certainty, and I'm doing a little cleanup too, in regard to certainty, you indicated that there were no plans for a cap-and-trade program. How long can you give me certainty for my folks?
I should have said for greenhouse gases, because we have a cap-and-trade program
for greenhouse gases, cap-and-trade, you said you had no plans.
We're going to keep going until we
do you have any ability to give the businesses, the industries, and the folks that produce in my district any certainty? How long can they count on that?
They will see proposed rules long before for public comment, and we have agreed to do industry listening sessions to hear from the industries how best they think we should approach future regulations. So there will be a transparent process. There will be no secrets.
But you have no
I do
plans?
not believe there will ever be a cap-and-trade program authorized under the Clean Air Act.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then let me ask you, when you talked about health and safety of the American folks and looking at the endangerment ruling, I'm wondering if you all looked at the fact, because you mentioned something about the heat being higher, causing folks to have strokes or heart attacks, et cetera. And I'm wondering if you looked at the fact that with the electric rates going up, the heating bills going up, fuel oil going up, that there are a lot of folks in my district who are having a hard time paying for their heat. And what is the offset on the other side? Did you look at what it's going to cost those folks and the danger to their health by not having sufficient heat?
Sir, I am absolutely not asking people to freeze to death or be very warm in the summer. I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you said in your opening statement that one of the things that you looked at in making the endangerment ruling was the fact that increased heat, when folks, if the planet warms, that folks are going to suffer more disease as a result of overheating and heart attacks. I think you mentioned heart attacks or strokes. And I'm just asking you if the counter side of that was looked at, and the fact that we're going to raise the cost for Americans to buy fuel, therefore some of them are not going to be able to have sufficient heat to heat their homes.
The actions we've taken under the greenhouse gas regulations are not intended to make less fuel available to Americans, sir. So these are common sense steps that actually, in the case of the car rule, means we'll need less oil. They're energy efficiency. They're meant to make us get every drop of energy we can out of every drop of gasoline or fuel that we use. So perhaps I'm not understanding, but the endangerment...
Are you unaware that the regulations already imposed and additional regulations that are being placed on the power plants of the United States of America will make it more difficult to use coal, which is now 50% of our source, and if you eliminate that as a source, you're going to raise the cost of electricity, therefore making it hard for people to heat their homes?
We are not intending to eliminate coal as a source of fuel. That is not the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. What we are saying is that we can use the Clean Air Act to reduce and make a start in reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
And I'm wondering if you all have looked at the possibility that, since I believe that you will send a number of jobs overseas, that the Chinese and the Indians and even the Ukrainians are going to use coal from my district and other districts around the United States, that the impact of that is that we may actually have more manufacturing in areas where they're not doing even the reasonable things that we're doing at this point, therefore contributing to the global environment additional pollutants in the air which will actually harm the Americans more than what you believe your actions will solve.
Yeah, as I said earlier, sir, changing the future with respect to climate change in our planet is going to require all nations to do something, but I do not believe that means that we all therefore must start at the same time. Parts of Europe have already started, so clearly it's not all.
Well, that's, I think everyone's had an opportunity to ask questions. Ms. Jackson, we appreciate your taking time to be with us. We're going to be having some hearings on air transport rules, new source review, fly ash, some other issues, and so we look forward to your coming back to have additional discussions with us. And I know throughout this questioning period with you, a number of members said they were going to be submitting written questions for you to answer. Who on your staff should we be particularly focused on to deal with that issue?
Well, I always accept correspondence from members, but the head of my Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Relations is David McIntosh, if you would prefer to direct your staff towards him.
David McIntosh?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
but I will take any questions you have.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and at this time I'd like to call up the third panel, and that's the Honorable Greg Abbott, who's the Attorney General of the State of Texas, Mr. Steve Cousins, Vice President of Lion Oil Company, Mr. Harry Alford, President and CEO, National Black Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Lonnie Carter, President and CEO, Santee Cooper, Mr. Steve Rowland, General Manager, Environmental Affairs, Nucor Corporation, Betsy Blaisdell, Senior Manager of Environmental Stewardship, the Timberland Company, and Mr. James Pierce, Director of Manufacturing for FMC Corporation. Somebody needs to move that chair so Mr. Abbott can get in there. They'll Okay, I want to thank all of you. You've been very patient today, and yet this is an issue of great importance. It has a significant impact on our country in a lot of different ways. So we look forward to the testimony of all of you. When Mr. Abbott, you're the Attorney General of Texas, we're going to start with you. We'll recognize you for 5 minutes for your opening statement, and then we'll go right down the line, and before we ask any questions, we'll have all of you complete your opening statements. So, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to appear before this subcommittee. As you noted, my name is Greg Abbott, and I am the Attorney General of the State of Texas. And I want to first point out that in my submitted remarks, I have more detail about this, but Texas has strived to work very effectively with the EPA to enforce environmental laws. Texas also strives to prevent pollution before it occurs. Ozone and NOx emissions have been on a steady decline in Texas since 2000. Texas has installed more wind power than any other state and achieved one of the largest declines in greenhouse gas emissions of any state in the nation. Texas remains committed to working with the EPA to improve air quality and to hold polluters accountable. But Texas cannot support the EPA's regulation of greenhouse gases. Texas believes the EPA has ignored the plain language of the Clean Air Act, violated notice and comment requirements, and attempted to rewrite federal laws written by the United States Congress by the administrative rulemaking process. Texas lodges several challenges to the EPA's regulation of greenhouse gases. For now, I'll try to plug in just 3 of them that reveal legal problems with the EPA's regulations. One that you all have talked about already a lot this morning is the tailoring rule. The Clean Air Act defines in precise numerical terms the emission thresholds that trigger permitting requirements for stationary sources. The EPA concedes that regulation of greenhouse gases at these statutory thresholds produce results, quote, inconsistent with the congressional intent concerning the Clean Air Act by subjecting thousands of schools, churches, farms, and small businesses to Clean Air Act regulation. These admittedly absurd results indicate that greenhouse gases simply are not the kind of substance the Clean Air Act was designed to regulate. Well, dissatisfied with Congress's clear instructions, the EPA attempted to amend by administrative fiat the Clean Air Act. EPA calls the revised language its tailoring rule, and we believe that the EPA has violated the Clean Air Act by its tailoring rule. Texas also challenged the EPA's SIP call rule. The Clean Air Act empowers the EPA to require states to amend their permitting programs by issuing a SIP call. The Act gives states up to 3 years to bring their regulatory program into compliance with major federal mandates such as the greenhouse gas regulations. When the EPA issued the SIP call rule on September 2nd, 2010, it gave states just 15 months until December 2nd, 2011 to change their laws and regulations to comply with the new greenhouse gas mandate. The EPA shortened the time frame violates the Clean Air Act by giving states just 15 months rather than the congressionally mandated 36 months. Texas also challenged the EPA's FIP rule. In August 2010, we informed the EPA that Texas would not satisfy the EPA's greenhouse gas demands. A few months later, in late October 2010, an assistant EPA administrator filed a sworn statement in federal court swearing that the EPA could not take over Texas air permitting program until December 2nd, 2011 at the earliest, meaning almost 10 months from this very day. Well, despite that sworn statement, the EPA did a 180-degree turn on December 23rd and issued an emergency FIP rule in an attempt to immediately federalize Texas's air permit program. When it suddenly changed courses, the EPA not only acted duplicitously, it also violated the Administrative Procedures Act, which requires the EPA to solicit notice and comment from the public. EPA's FIP rule, however, was issued without notice and comment period at all, in direct violation of federal law. Not only did the FIP rule violate the notice and comment required by the EPA, it was promulgated just before the Christmas and New Year's holidays in an obvious attempt to minimize public scrutiny. The EPA had known for more than 4 months that Texas would not comply with the SIP call rule, and yet it waited until just before Christmas to announce without public comment or notice that a supposed emergency required it to seize control of the air permitting system in Texas just 2 weeks later on January 2nd, 2011. These are some of the reasons why Texas is lodging its legal challenges against the EPA.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. At this time, I recognize Mr. Alford with the Chamber of Commerce. We look forward to your testimony.
Chairman Whitfield, Mr. Vice Chairman, distinguished members of this committee, thank you for having me. I'm Harry C. Alford, President, CEO of the National Black Chamber of Commerce. After failing to persuade the American public of its intentions to pass a cap-and-trade program through the legislative process, the Obama administration has now unleashed its Environmental Protection Agency to tackle climate change with non-transparent, burdensome regulations. This bureaucratic zeal is not only disastrous for American consumers and businesses at large, but also particularly threatening to the future of prosperity of black communities. The Energy Tax Prevention Act of 2011, introduced by Representatives Upton, Whitfield, and Senator Inhofe, offers our nation much-needed reprieve from this EPA overreach. And it is my hope that both Democrats and Republicans will join this new effort to stop the agency's power grab of our domestic climate policy. The Congress must be in charge of policymaking for such a serious issue, one that touches the lives and welfare of virtually every American, not unelected officials with zero accountability. The Act aims to protect American jobs and businesses, especially in light of increasing competition from developing nations such as China. Again, for the African-American business community and black workers nationwide, EPA's regulatory overreach will kill their competitiveness and innovation and impose significant burdens to new employment. Back in 1979, manufacturing employment here in America reached its high point, providing jobs for roughly 19.6 million Americans. Since then, we have lost more than 8 million manufacturing jobs. Now, many of the factories that once employed our workers here in the U.S. are now popping up in China, Indonesia, and other Asian countries. When I was a young man, I began my career in Detroit. Upon revisiting throughout the years, I can attest to how cumbersome government regulations have come to destroy small businesses and starve families. EPA's plan to implement emissions regulations will sadly result in far greater strife. This strife will be borne particularly hard by the African-American labor force, one that has not only been underrepresented in the U.S. workforce historically, but also badly wounded since the financial meltdown. Today, 16.5% of African-American men and women are out of work, and the situation is only getting worse. According to the new study by the Economic Policy Institute, the black unemployment rate is projected to hit a 25-year high by the third quarter of this year. Additional EPA proposals that have sought to lighten air quality standards with regard to ozone exemplified mammoth business destroying implications as well. For instance, the National Federation of Independent Business found that, as many as 675 counties across the U.S. would violate the proposed standard, triggering job-killing mandates, costly compliance fees, and financial penalties for businesses in those areas. Just imagine how businesses would be forced to close and how many workers would be laid off if EPA's broader proposal to implement a regulatory cap-and-trade scheme is successful. Long story short, the environment belongs to everyone. For EPA to think that it can use the Clean Air Act to now ram through cost-prohibitive climate regulation is something I will not stomach, and it certainly is not something that the African-American business community is prepared to accept either. While paying a higher heating bill this month or doling out money for gasoline on the way into the office from McLean or Bethesda may mean little to government bureaucrats, people living paycheck to paycheck and small businesses trying to get by simply cannot afford it, especially now. I applaud all members of the legislature who are working hard to make sure that EPA does not enact a cap-and-trade scheme and therefore are standing up for not only America's economic future, but also for the well-being of our nation's African-American community specifically. Again, thank you for this opportunity to testify here this morning on the importance of the Energy Tax Prevention Act and halting EPA's regulatory overreach. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Alford. Mr. Rowland, with Nucor Corporation, you're recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Steve Rowland, General Manager of Environmental Affairs.
Be sure and make sure your microphone is on, or is it on?
That better? Okay. I'm Steve Rowland, General Manager of Environmental Affairs for Nucor Corporation. Thank you, Chairman Whitfield and Vice Chairman Sullivan, for this invitation to testify today on the impact of greenhouse gas regulations on our industry and other industries in our nation's economy. Nucor is the largest steel producer and recycler in the United States. We employ over 20,000 teammates in 23 states and produce steel products for use in roads, bridges, automobiles, appliances, buildings, and a range of other markets. The impact of the Great Recession on the steel industry was swift and severe. In August of 2008, steel capacity utilization was over 90%. By January 2009, capacity utilization had plummeted to 36%. In a mere 5 months, the industry went from experiencing strong growth and excellent market conditions to the worst economy many of us in the industry have ever seen. Despite how bad that market got, Nucor did not lay off a single worker. Economic conditions for the steel industry are improving. Capacity utilization has increased, and we are seeing a return in demand. However, the strength and duration of the economic recovery remains to be seen. Greenhouse gas regulations are adding to this uncertainty. U.S. steel producers are in a highly competitive global market that will only get more competitive in the future. We face unfair practices from steel makers in countries like China, and increasingly we are not competing against other companies, but against governments. Governments who bring their full weight to bear to ensure the success of their domestic industry through the use of subsidies, generous loans, and other protectionist measures. I'd say that's a pretty stiff headwind to compete against. And the uncertainty created by our government's many regulatory programs only adds to that headwind and diminishes the competitiveness of many U.S. industries. From an environmental perspective, America is the best place in the world to make steel. Our industry has reduced its energy intensity by 30% since 1990 and reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 35% over the same time period while increasing overall production. This significantly exceeds the Kyoto Protocol targets. In fact, the U.S. steel industry has the lowest CO2 emissions per ton in the world. What's more, companies like Nucor have made steel the most recycled product in the world. As the nation's largest recycler, Nucor kept more than 17 million tons of scrap metal from cars, appliances, and other discarded products out of landfills in 2010. The recycled scrap is then melted down through the use of electrical energy and made into new steel products. Because greenhouse gas issues or emissions are a global issue, regulation through the Clean Air Act threatens both our competitiveness and the environmental benefit that results from making steel so cleanly in the United States. Ironically, these regulations and practices that are intended to improve the environment actually result in increased global emissions and more environmental impact than if the industry had remained in the United States. The problems these regulations create manifest themselves in the permitting process and other ways. Everyone expresses concern about permitting and the impact these rules have on our ability to build industrial projects that create jobs and improve people's livelihoods. However, this is not a new problem. Over time, we have created a system that is comprised of endless reviews, hearings, allegations, lawsuits, and continued modeling that has turned our permitting process into a slow, frustrating experience and has eliminated the certainty necessary for the expenditure of capital. I've been quoted as saying it's like being in a hamster wheel. The lack of availability of affordable energy also remains a real obstacle. Due to the continual halting of permits for new, traditional sources of energy generation and constantly promoting the development of expensive so-called green energy, we as a nation are essentially pricing ourselves out of the industrial market. Mechanisms such as greenhouse gas rules, regional cap and trade programs, renewable energy standards, and other permit battles are creating an environment where affordable energy, the lifeblood of industry, is becoming a rare commodity. For example, we have a facility, I modeled a facility that would recycle 1 million tons of steel, and I looked at it in areas that had a renewable energy standard versus areas that had no renewable energy standard, and the difference in electrical cost was $52 million a year. As I presented that to the people in that particular state, I asked where we would build that facility, and they said not in our state. That's why you see industry moving to areas that have affordable and abundant energy. It looks like I'm about out of time. We've heard some things said about, in my testimony, about a permit that was recently issued to Nucor. I will tell you that we did receive a permit for a significantly diminished project versus the $2.1 million we were going to invest. That permit, however, for that project, which would be phase 2, is still not fully issued. It's stayed pending some other actions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. At this time, I recognize Mr. Pierce for 5 minutes, and Mr. Pierce is Director of Manufacturing for FMC.
Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Rush, and members of the committee, my name is Jim Pierce, and I'm the Manufacturing Director for FMC's Alkali Division, and I thank you for holding the hearing on this important topic. FMC is a diversified chemical company manufacturing products for the food, pharmaceutical industries, for lithium batteries and energy storage. Our FMC products are used in a wide range of industrial usage and new applications to improve the environment. In Green River, Wyoming, where I live and work, we are the world's largest producer of sodium carbonate, better known as soda ash. The largest use of soda ash is in glass manufacturing, including food, juice, beer, wine containers, fiberglass, flat glass for autos, houses, and buildings. It's also used in a number of household products such as a water softener, and it's the primary ingredient in powdered home laundry detergents. In Wyoming, we produce soda ash from naturally occurring trona ore that is mined from underground deposits. The 4 companies that comprise the so-called Trona Patch in Sweetwater, Wyoming, employ over 2,100 people and account for roughly 90% of the domestic soda ash production in the U.S. and 25% of the total global soda ash production. In addition, there are some 100 dock workers in Portland, Oregon, and we estimate an additional 8,300 jobs nationwide that are dependent upon our industry. Mr. Chairman, today American soda ash production is one of the good news stories in manufacturing. Our industry is a prime example of how government trade and lands policies can work to sustain a U.S. manufacturing base. At FMC, we have improved our energy efficiency of our soda ash operations by 10% over the past 10 years. And as an entire company, we have met our commitment to the Chicago Climate Exchange Program by reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 10% from 2003 to 2010. To FMC, energy efficiency simply represents smart business. The current U.S. approach to regulating greenhouse gases not only fails to incentivize us to achieve greater energy efficiency, but over time it may lead U.S. natural soda ash producers to lose business to our offshore rivals, mainly the Chinese, who produce their soda ash synthetically. Synthetic soda ash generates an average of 30% greater greenhouse gas emissions per ton than does soda ash mined from natural resources. Mr. Chairman, our jobs growth in natural soda ash industry is fueled by exports. U.S. natural soda ash industry contributes over $875 million in surplus to the overall U.S. balance of trade, and our export sales have grown at 6.5% per year over the last 28 years. This represents a significant contribution to the President's goal of increasing U.S. exports. It also contributes to jobs growth. FMC recently announced that we will be adding approximately 100 new jobs in Green River as a result of export growth, directly exports. Domestic soda ash producers export 52% of what we produce, 52%. That means that 1 out of every 2 jobs is directly attributable to export sales. Keeping our lead is not something that we take for granted, nor has Congress. For example, the Congress saw fit to reduce the royalties that we pay on soda ash, realizing that the export increase would result in higher Treasury revenues. Yet, the pressures to remain competitive continue to grow. As an example, in 1990, China imported about 1 million tons per year of soda ash. Today, they are the world's largest producer of soda ash and export about 2.5 million tons per year. We have serious concerns about our future and our competitive position if required to make non-economic decisions based on domestic regulations that our international competitors do not have to comply with. We do not understand why U.S. manufacturers should be required to make costly changes when less efficient and higher greenhouse gas emitting foreign competition does not. A Southeast Asian glass manufacturer will not buy from a U.S. soda ash producer whose prices are high simply because of U.S. regulations. Rather, they will buy from the lower cost foreign competition that produces more greenhouse gas emissions. We ask Congress to take the long view on this matter and understand that acting in isolation may place the domestic soda ash industry at a significant competitive disadvantage while increasing the overall greenhouse gas global emissions. We would hope that Congress would fully debate the energy policies and drive energy inefficiency in a way that not only maintains jobs, but grows them along with exports. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. And Mr. Cousins, you're recognized for 5 minutes in Lion Oil Company.
Chairman Whitfield, Ranking Member Rush, members of the subcommittee. My name is Steve Cousins. I serve as Vice President of Lion Oil Company. I'm a chemical engineer and have spent my 33-year career at Lion Oil. My company's survival and our employees' jobs are threatened by the Environmental Protection Agency's moves to regulate greenhouse gas under the Clean Air Act. We believe these actions by the EPA are contrary to the plain wording of the Clean Air Act, are unwise, and endanger America's economic and national security. This is why it's so important that you approve the Energy Tax Prevention Act of 2011 to stop EPA from moving forward with its regulations. Line Oil is in El Dorado, Arkansas. We've been in business for 88 years. We produce 80,000 barrels a day of gasoline, diesel, and asphalt. We sell to customers in 7 states, and we have 600 people at our unionized El Dorado plant. We employ indirectly approximately 1,800 other people that support our company. We're in a rural Delta County where unemployment runs about 10%. I can give you one personal example of how EPA's current regulatory path has already inflicted real pain on the people in our small town. Line Oil undertook a major expansion, several $100 million, starting in 2007. The project created 2,000 construction jobs in a town with only 20,000 people in it. It was a real shot in the arm for our economy. Unfortunately, economic risk prevented us from reaching our goal, left us with a much smaller project that provided much fewer jobs. The uncertainty and the potentially prohibitive costs associated with both at that time cap and trade legislation and also EPA's looming greenhouse gas legislation were critical factors leading us to delay completion of this expansion. Ironically, at the very same time construction jobs were being terminated in El Dorado, Arkansas, in India, more than 75,000 workers were embarking on a 3-year project to build a brand new state-of-the-art refinery 15 times larger than our plant. It's designed purely for export purposes. Every drop of gasoline and diesel they produce is going to end up in the United States or the European Union. And while our Arkansas union workers average over $23 an hour in wages, in India those same workers make about $5 an hour. It's going to take a crystal ball to determine exactly how the EPA enforces efficiency standards on refineries. We think that that's a likely thing. We heard the administrator testify to it, and it sounds like a great idea. But it sets up a scenario that we see where a small plant like ours is compared to plants 5 to 10 times our size. Economies of scale always favor larger plants. The same way that a 747 airliner uses a lot less fuel per passenger mile than a Piper Cub because it's larger and can be designed to far higher efficiency standards. Our plant, if we're held to the largest plants in the world to the same efficiency standards, then there is no cost that will allow us to achieve this. It will be out of our reach, and it will put us out of business. EPA has traditionally not shown the kind of flexibility that you would have to allow for those differences. In spite of our alarm at EPA's current path, Line Oil is not in favor in turning back the clock on environmental progress. We're very proud of what we've done. Since 1996, we've reduced emissions from our facility by 73%, while actually increasing plant throughput, but it's come at a very high cost. Expenditures at our small facility have topped $200 million in that time period in new environmental equipment, with more than $19 million in increased operating costs. These costs are, for the most part, things that foreign refiners do not have to bear. And while many of these improvements offer real, tangible environmental benefits, that's not true for EPA's plan to regulate greenhouse gases. Reducing U.S. greenhouse gases unilaterally, which is all the EPA has the ability to do, will not reduce global concentrations of greenhouse gases at all, not significantly, and will most likely result in the export of U.S. jobs to countries not interested in greenhouse gas limits. This is exactly why the EPA does not need to be in the greenhouse gas regulation business. Under the Energy Tax Prevention Act of 2011, our elected representatives in Congress would have the ability to create a balanced and workable energy policy that does not disadvantage American workers. Thank you.
Chairman Whitfield, Ranking Member Rush, and members of the subcommittee, my name is Lonnie Carter, and I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of Santee Cooper, the South Carolina Public Service Authority. While I'm currently serving as the Chairman of the Board of Directors of the American Public Power Association My comments and presence here today solely represent those of Santee Cooper. Santee Cooper has been a resource for improving the health, welfare, and material success of the residents of South Carolina. Santee Cooper is guided by our mission for improving the quality.
Excuse me, is your microphone on?
It's got a little green light that says it's on. Is that better?
That's better, thanks.
It may be that slow southern accent that's slowing you down. We are still handling our mission for improving the quality of life for the people of South Carolina by providing low-cost, reliable power and water to our customers while being good environmental stewards. As South Carolina's state-owned electric and water utility, we have served 2 million customers either directly or indirectly. We are accountable for keeping electricity affordable and the lights on. Our industry is at a time of unprecedented change and challenge, the likes of which I have not seen in my 28 years in this industry, bringing with it uncertainty and high cost to customers. I'm very concerned about the many proposed EPA regulations and what they may mean in the short and long term. As a public power entity, we have no shareholders to share the cost of regulations. We are literally where the rubber meets the road. We are the state's leader in renewable energy with 197 megawatts of renewable generation already online or under contract. They are voluntary business decisions that successfully balance low cost, reliability, and care for the environment. Santee Cooper has been a leader in installing environmental control technology and in fact already reduces nitrogen oxides by over 90% and sulfur dioxides by as much as 90% through SCRs and scrubbing at our generating stations. We launched a $113 million comprehensive energy efficiency campaign for our customers in 2009. We're also a leader in this nation's re-entry into the nuclear energy arena, on tap to build 2 new nuclear facilities in 2016 and 2019 with our partner, SCANA. If I were not here today, I'd be at an economic development announcement. One of our largest industrial customers, Showa Carbon Inc., is announcing a multiple $100 million investment to expand their facility. This project will create approximately 100 new jobs. Here's my point. By far, the biggest concern going forward with this project is the uncertainty created by EPA's greenhouse gas and non-greenhouse gas regulations. This example highlights the issues with greenhouse gas regulations. The proposed regulations will result in higher costs and greater uncertainty for my customers. EPA also announced its desire to address greenhouse gases for the power sector through new source performance standards that will set emission guidelines for existing facilities. There is currently no off-the-shelf technology available to address greenhouse gas emissions at a commercial scale, making it different in like and kind from other emissions regulated under the Clean Air Act. New construction projects will likely be significantly delayed because there is no clarity in how to address greenhouse gases and PDS permits. EPA's failure to provide the necessary tools, information, and direction will lead to permits being delayed and complex legal challenges to permits. The Clean Air Act simply is not designed to address greenhouse gas emissions. The policy to limit greenhouse gas emissions should be set by Congress. Setting a path forward regulating greenhouse gas emissions under the Clean Air Act would stifle an already slow permitting process, raise costs, limit economic development and industrial growth around our country at a time when we need jobs the most. EPA also plans to adopt numerous new rules over the next few years, including coal ash, maximum available control technology standards, cooling water intake rules, air quality standards for ozone, lead, and particulate matter. Individually, they represent sizable cost impacts. Together, they could be enough to significantly curtail the economic development and force many premature closings of low-cost, reliable power facilities that keep our nation running. I support Chairman Upton's proposal that would remove regulation of greenhouse gases from the Clean Air Act. The secret to success is a balanced and thoughtful approach that factors in the cost impacts of these proposed regulations to customers. Thank you for this opportunity and for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Ms. Blaisdell, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Whitfield, Ranking Member Rush, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. I'm here on behalf of the Timberland Company, which produces boots, clothing, and gear for the outdoors. I'm also here on behalf of BICEP, which stands for Businesses for Innovative Climate and Energy Policy. We are a group of major consumer household brand companies such as Nike, Starbucks, Levi Strauss & Co., Best Buy, Target, Symantec, Gap, Aspen Ski Company. Timberland and the other BICEP companies believe that we need strong energy and climate policies to protect our supply chains, ensure market certainty, as well as to help create jobs, level the playing field among businesses, enhance economic development, and ensure global competitiveness as we move into the future. While we prefer congressional action to executive branch regulation, the latter is necessary when congressional leadership is lacking. Current EPA regulations, as well as those under development, would help protect our economy, as well as human health and the environment. Mr. Chairman, we couldn't agree more with a couple of statements you made in your press release highlighting your premises for introducing the legislation that is the topic of today's hearing. That is, number one, Congress, not EPA bureaucrats, should be in charge of setting America's climate change policy. And secondly, a 2-year delay of EPA's cap-and-trade agenda provides no meaningful certainty for job creators, fails to protect jobs, and puts decision-making in Congress on a critically important economic issue past voters and the election year. Indeed, Congress should be setting America's climate policy, and a 2-year delay would create more uncertainty and lead to other problems you correctly point out. I will come back to these points in a moment. You're probably wondering why Timberland and the other BICEP companies care about climate and energy policies. We care because our supply chains are affected by current and projected climate impacts. Raw materials for Timberland products, as well as Levi and Gap jeans, Nike sneakers, Starbucks coffee plantations, they all depend on water. If there's less water due to the projected climate change impacts, we all struggle to produce our products and meet the demands of our consumers. And we will continue to suffer as weather events grow in severity and frequency, which interrupt our ability to move products to consumers. This costs us both time and money. Moreover, and this is very important, our employees and consumers are demanding that we take actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. For a global company, addressing climate change is no small task. We need policies that will create long-term market certainty that parallels our planning timelines. I realize some entities want no action at all. However, many more companies recognize that we need to act to address this critically important economic issue we're facing right now. And acting sooner rather than later is more prudent and cheaper in the long run, and will help avoid the worst potential projected impacts and hopefully help avoid more costly scenarios down the road that might occur if we do nothing in the near term. Failure to act would be more costly to our business and consumers down the road. Thus, for Timberland and the other BICEP companies, acting to address climate change is a business imperative. Timberland is taking steps to be a leader in sustainability. In 2006, we actually voluntarily capped our own greenhouse gas emissions. Since then, we have reduced our emissions for our facilities and operations by more than 40%, which has saved us over $1 million a year, which is a significant savings for a company like ours during this tough economy. Investing in renewable energy in states like California has proven to be an effective hedge for rapidly rising utility costs. Energy efficiency in our corporate facilities and stores has cut energy consumption by more than 30%, with a payback of under 2 years, usually under 1. Nutrition labels on our product communicate our progress to consumers. These labels, combined with Earthkeeper's footwear, which is designed to have a smaller climate impact, have helped drive remarkable growth while many of our competitors have struggled to survive. In your home state of Kentucky, Mr. Chairman, after several years of conversations with the local utility, we finally negotiated a deal to source electricity from a certified small-scale hydropower facility on the Kentucky River. We pay a premium for that power, but the benefits far outweigh the costs. Our climate impact is dramatically reduced, and the local community benefits from having an emissions-free, renewable source of power that is a scenic learning lab for children in and around Danville. While Congress could be creating America's climate policy, and while most businesses prefer this route, because Congress has failed to do so, we must fall back on EPA's authority and regulations. Preventing EPA from exercising its authority or rolling back any of its actions would cost the economy and human health in terms of illness and often results in lost workdays and more. More specifically, in 2005 alone, the Clean Air Act protections helped avoid 13 million lost workdays, thereby helping maintain or increase our nation's economic productivity. On the second point in your press release, we agree a 2-year delay on EPA's regulation of greenhouse gas emissions would enhance uncertainty in the marketplace and hinder job creation, as well as delay critical decisions that Congress should, in fact, be making. So rather than going after EPA's ability to regulate, including repealing a number of its current actions, Congress should act responsibly and develop sound energy and climate policy. Some of America's largest businesses stand ready to work with you, to work with Congress, to develop responsible policies in this area. In lieu of such action, however, EPA must be allowed to do its job. And let me reiterate, they would like to be here. Many U.S. businesses, including the buy-sub companies, in fact, do prefer EPA regulation to no protections at all, as I previously mentioned. I look forward to constructive policy debates moving forward that focus on the best ways in which businesses can work with you to develop sound energy policies, policies with which many businesses would resoundingly agree. Let's work on a bipartisan basis to produce sound energy policies we can all be proud of, and which virtually everyone on and off Capitol Hill will recognize or will help move us toward a better path for job creation, economic growth, and global competitiveness. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have 2 votes on the House floor. We have about 3 minutes left to vote. So we're going to go over there. We're going to take a break, and hopefully we'll be back by 2 o'clock. And then we'll get to the questions, and then we'll go right to the third panel. So why don't y'all go have a glass of lemonade or something? Well, we're going to get started here. Yeah. I'd like to call the hearing back to order, please, and very sorry you all had to wait a little bit longer while we finish these votes, but I want to thank you for your testimony, and I'll start off with questioning here, and then we'll go on down the line. First of all, Mr. Rowland, I just want to follow up one thing. You mentioned something about $52 million a year in additional costs in renewable mandate states versus non-renewable mandate states. Would you clarify that for me one more time?
Is it working now?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about the stupidity there. Yeah, I was speaking to a business group, and I was showing the impact of a renewable energy standard on their utility rates, which is something that concerns us significantly.
Right.
Economical power is the lifeblood of industry.
Right.
And I looked at several Northeast states and some other states scattered throughout the country that had an RES standard. And then I compared that with, I think it was South Carolina and Arkansas without an RES standard, took the average commercial rate that we would have been charged.
Right.
And the difference from the high end to the low end was $52 million annually.
Wow.
And that's just for the average amount of power for what would be considered a medium-sized facility for us.
Right. Well, I know in Kentucky, we do not have a renewable mandate in Kentucky, and our electricity rates are around 7 cents per kilowatt hour, which is pretty good. But you point out a good issue, because the key for the U.S. and our growing economy is to maintain a global competitiveness, be competitive in the global marketplace. And if we unilaterally start adopting some of these rules, like Ms. Jackson has on greenhouse gases, which even she admitted it's not going to have any dramatic impact on greenhouse gases, and other countries are not taking any action, so it's really putting us at a disadvantage. Ms. Blaisdell, I know that you support her actions, and you came up and we talked a little about Danville, Kentucky. Do y'all have a plant in Danville, Kentucky?
We have a distribution center.
Oh, a distribution center. How many plants do y'all have in the U.S.?
Are you talking about how many facilities or how many?
Where you actually make the product?
We do not own a manufacturing plant in the U.S. Most of the products that we manufacture come from factories we outsource from.
From which countries? Which countries?
All over the world. We do source from the U.S. as well.
Oh, okay.
We just don't own any in the U.S.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, time's running out here, but I just kind of want to summarize, in my view, what Ms. Jackson said. She placed a lot of emphasis on the importance of certainty, and she also placed a lot of emphasis on being reasonable. And I really find myself puzzled by that, because she also said really there is no technology available to control greenhouse gases. And then she said, so the only thing that we can do is that we can deal with efficiency. And then our friend Mr. Doyle from Pennsylvania said, well, that seems perfectly reasonable. But in my view, companies are going to try to be as efficient as they can be in order to compete in the marketplace. And basically what we're doing here is we're having government bureaucrats go in and say, this is what you need to do to be efficient. And even if a state implementation plan, their state enforcers say, you do this, this, and this to be efficient, there's not anything to preclude EPA from coming back and overruling them or changing it or whatever. And then you get to, under the preventing significant deterioration, the best available control technology. And it's my understanding that the state implementers or state regulators could conceivably even require you to switch your fuel. Instead of coal or oil or natural gas, whatever, we want you to use wind power. That there was not anything in there that would prohibit that. And I just find it almost impossible to believe that she would refer to that as being certain. There's certainty here. And so the business people like that. I mean, the real issue is we have a high unemployment rate. We're trying to compete in the global marketplace. We do want certainty. And in my view, there's not any way, at least she did say this, she said we have to have coal, for example, and natural gas and nuclear and all of that because, as I said in my opening statement, our energy demands are going to double by the year 2035. And so I'm assuming you all would agree with what I'm saying. Ms. Blaisdell may not agree. Yes, sir.
I'll give you a really interesting example. We heat our steel up to roll it into a shape, and that's called a reheat furnace. And the Clean Air Act, BACT for the burners in that is what's called a reduced NOx or low NOx burner, right, which requires us to actually be less efficient. We actually limit the heat on it so that we create less NOx.
Right.
Now, so we're using more energy in order to keep NOx down. As we get into a greenhouse gas rule, we're faced with the exact opposite of that. We're tied up in, do you raise NOx so that you lower CO2, or do you raise CO2 so that you keep NOx down? And that's a paradox that we're in. We also are caught up with that in CO, our CO emissions. Typically, we put some oxygen with them as they come out of our furnace and convert them to CO2. So now, if we limit our CO2 by not putting the oxygen in and burning it off afterwards, we're going to raise our CO, which is a criteria pollutant. So there's a lot of really difficult questions that would have to be asked if
right,
this were to go forward under the Clean Air Act. And frankly, I don't think some of the people are prepared to give us answers on
right,
it or make the decision.
Well, I agree with you. And Mr. Rush, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Abbott, first of all, I want to congratulate you on some of your standards and your activities and your accomplishments as it relates to alternative energy. I understand from your testimony that you're number one, your state is number one in the use of wind energy, and I certainly want to congratulate you and your state on for those efforts. I know that you have a cheerleader here in Mr. Martin, and so I'm not going to congratulate you too much because I'll take some of his thunder away from him. So suffice it to say that in spite of the scholarly debates over the proper standards of judicial review of agency action or inaction under Section 706 of the APA, in light of the Chevron doctrine, the federal courts, including the Supreme Court, has been deferential to an agency's statutory interpretation where those interpretations are reasonable. This Chevron level of deference exceeds even the level of deference an appellate court must accord to trial courts under a de novo standard. De novo can be triggered when trial courts interpret laws like the Clean Air Act. Can you explain how the Supreme Court got the outcome wrong in the Massachusetts versus EPA decision where they deferred to the EPA's interpretation? Are you aware of that? Can you explain how it got, why and how the Supreme Court got it wrong?
Would I explain why the Supreme Court got it wrong?
Yes, your interpretation. From your point of view, how was the Supreme Court's decision wrong?
Well, I think the Supreme Court decision is wrong because I don't think that it requires the EPA to regulate greenhouse gases. But the fact of the matter is I think under the Supreme Court's decision, it still did not mandate that the EPA must conclude that greenhouse gases pose an endangerment, and it still provided certain other latitude for operating room for the EPA to operate, as has been discussed in testimony throughout the course of the day.
So are you saying that they were wrong because they did not mandate it? Is that what's wrong with the Supreme Court decision?
Well, yeah.
Because the reason why I asked that question is because you say on page 7 of your testimony that in Massachusetts versus EPA, the Supreme Court said it need not and does not reach the question whether carbon dioxide is the kind of air pollutant the EPA must regulate under the Clean Air Act. But my copy of the Supreme Court's decision says something a little different. I bring your attention to to section 7, paragraph 2 on page 32. It says, in short, the EPA has offered no explanation for its refusal to decide whether greenhouse gases cause or contribute to climate change. Its action was therefore arbitrary, capricious, or otherwise not in accordance with law. This is the matter that I'm referring to. We need not and do not reach the question whether on remand EPA must make an endangerment finding or whether policy concerns can inform EPA's action in the event that it makes such a finding. So you said that they did not, and they're saying something altogether different.
Actually, what I'm hanging my hat on is that very sentence that you read. And I may have articulated inappropriately, but what I meant to articulate is exactly word for word what that sentence says.
Okay, all right.
And that is that they basically don't reach the question whether or not the
But you conclude
EPA must
but you conclude that the Supreme Court was somehow wrong. I don't understand. I'm trying to get to it.
Well, I mean, I disagree with the Supreme Court's ruling, but it is the Supreme Court's ruling.
All right.
And and so we must operate under it.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Rowland, on Friday, EPA, well, no, that's quite all right, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize Mr. Upton, Michigan, 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I regret I wasn't here for many of your presentations. We have another subcommittee that's meeting at the same time, and so a number of us were there, and as you know, we had votes on the House floor as well. In the previous panel, I talked about the impact on Michigan with the job impact. In fact, there's been an independent study that showed that Michigan's GDP would drop by $18 billion, destroy 96,000 jobs, reduce household incomes by nearly $1,600. And the concern that many of us have is if we allow EPA to pursue these regulations, you'd have added costs. We heard from your testimony in terms of the impact on you all, but I just wonder if you can summarize for me from your individual and somewhat unique perspective. I know it'll be tougher for the Illinois Farm Bureau because I don't know where those farmers, I mean, you're not going to go someplace else. You're going to keep the land there in Illinois, I would imagine. But as it relates to your industry, if these regulations are imposed, where do you think things are headed for your particular industry as it relates to the jobs that are provided? Are they going to go to India and China? Are they going to just close down? What is your individual opinion in terms of what will happen to the groups of similar industries as it relates to us having these regulations and not having them in other places around the world?
Yes, sir. There's definitely going to be a transfer of wealth. I think there's a national security issue here where we Americans are #1 in the world economically now, but we could go to 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th. And if we go to 9th, we are vulnerable to new enemies who look at us as someone who could be taken over. And I think we're at a fork in the road here, and we better take the right way. And I think the EPA view or attitude towards the American worker is that of a pawn on a chessboard, expendable and no need to worry. And I think that is a terrible attitude.
Go ahead.
I would say that it's already happening. I hear a lot of people ask for examples of companies going overseas. I mean, we can see them, but I explained it this way one time to some economic development people when EPA said that non-attainment would not impact them. I said, and EPA said, we've never heard of a company picking up and leaving an area because it was non-attainment. And I said, that's because you don't even make the first cut. You are cut out and you're excluded, and that's what this lack of decisiveness and this constant 2 years, 1 year, when's this coming, when's this rule hitting, when's PM 2.5, when's ozone, that constant barrage causes you to take your capital and move someplace where you've got a level of certainty. This facility that I've worked on in Louisiana, in the time it's taken me to not completely get a permit, a full facility of that size has been constructed, permitted, and is operating in China.
When I first started working in the refining industry, there were about 350 U.S. refineries. Today, there are about 150. Hasn't been a single refinery built in this country in 30 years. There have been many built in the Pacific Rim, China, India. I mean, there's no guesswork. That's what's going to happen.
Turn your attention really to two areas. One is I've had the opportunity to meet with CEOs in a class, actually, for a week-long class where the majority of them, the vast majority, out of 25, I think only 6 of us were U.S. citizens, which probably should be very telling in itself. And one of the things I learned from that group, much to my dismay, is just how they look down on us and when they look at making investments because of our permitting process and the fact that it's lengthy and litigious and very poorly defined as it relates to almost every aspect of the way you permit a new plant, which makes us very uncompetitive. And this is what I put in my testimony today is just another example of that. It's not just limited to what we deal with EPA.
I can't see the names.
That's worth saying today. A good solid example as it relates to what we're dealing with here is the issue over biomass. As I indicated in my testimony, we have contracted for a number of biomass facilities, but they're having difficulty getting financing for those projects because they don't know what the permitting requirements are going to be for their facilities. Now, that's real. That means those jobs aren't going forward.
And that, I know my time has expired, so that just means why we need a real decision, which this draft legislation does, versus a simple extension where you sit on pins and needles. I yield back my time.
Mr. Inslee, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Thank you for being here with Nucor. We have a facility in Seattle. You run a very efficient business. You've found ways to make steel with great efficiencies. We compliment you on that. And that's all this proposed regulation does for power companies, was to ask them to be efficient like Nucor has been, the kind of decisions you have made to make cost-effective investments in efficiency. You've done that at Nucor. All this regulation does is ask utilities to do the same thing. That is why 8 major utilities wrote a letter to the Wall Street Journal last month urging the adoption of these regulations so that they could have certainty, so that they could move forward. I want to talk about this Dirty Air Act and bring it to a real life. I want to show a brief video of an 11-year-old young lady named Megan Foster from North Carolina. She's a child with asthma who is a very, very fast runner but has difficulty when her asthma is triggered, which we know can be done by ozone. Can we just play this clip briefly, and then I would ask you gentlemen a question.
Children with asthma. Dr. Tom Linden has more.
11-year-old Megan Foster flies down the track at York Elementary School in Raleigh. She's one of the fastest kids in her grade. But when the ozone count goes up in Wake County, Megan can't run.
My lungs get tight, and I start wheezing, and I can't breathe.
Like 10 million children in the U.S., Megan Foster has asthma, a chronic condition in which her airways tighten, sometimes nearly suffocating her. In 1996, Megan made several visits to the hospital. Her mother remembers one in particular.
They kept telling me they're working on Megan. They're trying to get her going again. They're working on her. And I remember saying, I just want to see her. I just want to see her. And they said, no, let's pray. You're sitting there in ICU and you don't know whether your daughter or your child is going to be all right. And I'm looking at this child, and I mean, tubes, everything, the whole 9 yards, and I'm looking, I said, this is not my kid. I don't even know who this child is. It didn't even look like my child. But,
Thank you. Now, the Environmental Protection Agency, pursuant to the law and the U.S. Supreme Court and common sense, has fulfilled their obligation to people like Megan to try to protect her and millions of other kids from pollutants that exacerbate asthma. And we are here today to consider a bill that would eliminate the ability of the Environmental Protection Agency to help children like Megan Foster. And I'd like to know about your views and what science you can present to us about this issue. The EPA has determined that the science shows that pollutants, carbon dioxide and a variety of other climate-changing gases, have the capacity to injure human health, including gases that exacerbate asthma, including exacerbating ozone conditions. So I just want to quickly go down the row and ask you if you can present to this committee a single peer-reviewed scientific journal that shows that these gases that are subject to this regulation do not result in damage to human health associated with climate change. If you give us a yes or no, and if you say yes, I'm going to ask you what it is. But let's just first go down yes or no. Mr. Abbott, do you have a single peer-reviewed study like that?
Haven't conducted that research. So
Oh, do you know of any?
don't know.
Anywhere in the world?
Haven't looked into.
Thank you, Mr. Alford.
I haven't looked, don't know.
Mr. Rowland.
I'm not aware of this.
Mr. Pierce, thank you. Mr. Cousins.
No.
Mr. Carter. Ms. Blaisdell. Now, I think this is pretty intriguing because this story gets written like a he said, she said stuff by the press all the time. He said these gases are bad. These gases change the climate. She said they didn't, or in this case, he, meaning Senator Inhofe. It's time to start writing the truth about the science on this issue. You gentlemen that represent the effort to repeal the Clean Air Act and pass the Dirty Air Act can't produce one single peer-reviewed scientific journal, and you're asking the United States Congress to eliminate the ability of the Environmental Protection Agency to protect kids like Megan Foster. Now, I think that's preposterous that you would come and ask us to do this without presenting some science to us. Now, if you can find some, You can send it to me. I'm interested in it. I've looked for it. So is the scientists that we've been hired to do this, including those at the U.S. Navy. And you know what? I can't find any because there is none. And I just hope that we eventually will do what the law requires, which is to follow science and protect the Megan Fosters of the world, and do a very common sense thing, which is do just what Nucor Steel has done, and that is adopt efficiencies in the utility business. And if we do that, we're going to do some good things. Thank you. I yield back.
Recognize Jim from Texas. 5 minutes.
Thank you. I hate to take up too much of my 5 minutes, but I've got to respond to what my good friend from Washington just said. CO2 is not a irritant for asthma. My good friend just asked if there was any peer-reviewed science where it showed that the negative. There's no peer-reviewed science that shows the positive. Okay? Now, CO2 is a component of ozone, and ozone is a regulated criteria pollutant under the Clean Air Act. But if you're intolerant to ozone, you're going to be intolerant to ozone at 1 part per billion. If you're not ozone intolerant, you can be subjected to 1,000 parts per billion and not be affected. And there's just as much scientific evidence that asthmatics are much more affected by rat feces and roach infestments in tenements as there is that of the actual air quality. So it may be politically correct to show a figure of a young, innocent asthmatic child. My son, when he was growing up, was asthmatic. So I know a little bit about this from a personal perspective. But to use that and then somehow say that what we're trying to do here in protecting the American economy and keeping jobs in America is somehow going to hurt the public health is just flat not true. We're not changing one standard in the Clean Air Act. We're not changing the definitions of the criteria pollutants. We are simply rectifying a 5-4 decision of the U.S. Supreme Court that gave the EPA the right to look at CO2 if they wanted to. The Obama administration wanted to. They put out their endangerment finding, which I think is fatally flawed. And the result is we're trying to do the legislative intent, which is clarify what the Clean Air Act actually meant. If Chairman Upton and Subcommittee Chairman Whitfield want to come back at a later date and regulate CO2, they'll put that bill before the subcommittee and the full committee. But first, let's make sure that we express the will of the people through the constitutional authority that we have on CO2. Now, I want to go to Mr. Abbott, the great Attorney General from the state of Texas. You're the chief law enforcement officer of the state. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I know you're not a clean air expert, but you're knowledgeable about it. There's 6 criteria pollutants under the Clean Air Act. Is the state of Texas non-compliant on lead anywhere in the state? No. Are they non-compliant in SO2 anywhere in the state?
Not that I know of.
Are they any non-compliant on nitric oxide anywhere in the state?
Not that I know of.
Are they non-compliant on carbon monoxide anywhere in the state?
Not that I know of.
Are they non-compliant anywhere in the state of Texas on particulate matter?
Not that I know of.
Now, ozone. They are in non-attainment ozone. Where are the 3 areas in Texas that are non-compliant for ozone?
I'm not sure.
Well, I do. I know. Houston is in non-compliance. Beaumont-Port Arthur is in non-compliance. And the Dallas-Fort Worth area is in non-compliance under the new standard. Now, under the Clean Air Act of 1992 or 1990, EPA put out regulations for air quality that Texas began to comply with. And since that time, Texas has issued over 100 permits to private industry in Texas. They all got invalidated in December of this year. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Were they invalidated because they were in non-compliance for any of these criteria pollutants, including ozone?
No.
Why were they invalidated?
Well, they were invalidated because of the SIP call and FIP calls that were issued by the EPA.
So they were invalidated because EPA changed their mind or just didn't like the way Texas was doing things?
They were invalidated because the EPA basically took over the Texas air permit system.
They took over, but they didn't take it over because we're non-compliance.
Correct.
Okay. Has the EPA alleged that we're in non-compliance?
Not that I'm aware.
I'm not aware of that either. So there are two issues with regards to what is happening in Texas. One is compliance with the existing Clean Air Act, and we've just shown that with the exception of ozone in 3 areas, we're in compliance. The other is these new greenhouse gas regulations. Why has the state refused, or maybe I should say, what has the state of Texas done with respect to the EPA mandate on these new CO2 regulations?
Well, I can tell you from the legal perspective. I can't tell you from the TCEQ perspective.
Well, tell me from the legal perspective.
From the legal perspective, there are basically 6 different rulings that were made by the EPA, and as a result, there are 6 different legal actions filed by the state of Texas in response. One involves the endangerment finding, another involves the tailoring rule, another involves the timing rule, another involves the tailpipe rule, and one involves the SIP call, and the 6th would involve the FIP call.
And I'll ask the rest of my questions in writing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Green, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to welcome our panel, and particularly our Attorney General. You'll have a little different questions from this side of the aisle, but you'll at least have the same Texas accent that Joe and I have. One, I want to welcome you to the committee. And as we've heard, the topics we're discussing today at the hearing are complicated and wide range of views. Some of our views are similar. Neither of us believe the EPA regulation of greenhouse gases is the right solution to our energy and climate change challenges. We're both interested in improving the economy and creating jobs, specific jobs, and keeping those jobs in Texas. I'd like to talk to you about an area where our views may diverge a little bit. On December the 23rd, EPA issued an interim final order that allowed EPA to assume responsibility for Texas air permitting program with regard to greenhouse gases. EPA said it took the action because under your guidance, the state of Texas indicated it would not include greenhouse gas and emissions pollution in its air permits. Is that correct? Was it only greenhouse gases?
Would you state the predicate again?
Okay.
Before you said that?
Texas took this action and indicated it would not include greenhouse gas emissions pollution in its air permits.
Right.
And it's my understanding that Texas is the only state that refused to modify its air program. Is that true?
That's my understanding.
That other 49 states, including some who are suing EPA like Texas is, over the endangerment finding, have taken some action to move forward to comply with the new requirements.
Well, I can't be clear about what the other states are doing. Here is my understanding, and that is that the EPA sent out a letter requesting responses from all the states. Many states responded. Maybe some states said they would go along. I can't guarantee you that all states responded and all states said they would comply. Texas is the only state that made clear that we would not comply with the greenhouse gas regulations.
Yeah, I think, at least our information is the other 49 said that yes, they would, and believe me, I explain to people, we hear up here all the time about American exceptionalism issues worldwide. Come to Texas and we'll explain to you Texas exceptionalism, and that's something we all have.
I could make clear, Texas is not the only state that is challenging the EPA's greenhouse gas regulations.
Yeah, there are a number of states that are filing suit, and given your position, I understand the consequences would have been if EPA had not assumed responsibility for these air permits. If Texas wasn't willing to start it, even though the lawsuit's filed, and that's the way you do it, you go to the courthouse. And for decades, the Clean Air Act had required certain sources to obtain air permits before construction begins on a new facility. These permits, called PSD permits, were required to start building. My question is, would it be illegal to build a facility without one of these permits when the law requires it? So if Texas was not enforcing it, I have the Houston Ship Channel. I have 5 refineries and more chemical plants than I can count. My concern was, if Texas is not enforcing it, we would, if we wanted to expand those plants, and thank goodness over the last 15 years, most of those plants have been expanded, that we would not, without having a permit process, whether it's through state of Texas enforcing a regulation that they don't agree with and going to court, or the EPA taking over those air permits. Is that generally what would happen?
Well, I think generally what you're saying may be true. This is outside my area of expertise. However, what I think is that had the EPA not issued the SIP and FIP calls, is my understanding Texas would have been able to continue on with the permitting process.
Well, we'll figure that out, but my concern was is that if Texas would not do it, and I have plants that are always in the process of trying to expand, and you know how competitive the chemical industry is, for example, that, you know, if they're having trouble with, if they're not going to build a facility in East Harris County, if they're worried they won't have that permit available, you know, they won't be able to get permission to do it. They would build it somewhere else and ship those chemicals back to us. That's where I don't mind going to the courthouse. That's what a lot of us did for a living. I just worry that I don't want to put my plants at a disadvantage because of the battle between the state and EPA.
Right.
That's my concern.
I want to make clear that we stand four square with you on that proposition. We want the businesses in your district as well as the businesses across the state of Texas not to be at any disadvantage whatsoever. We want to make sure they have access to the permits they need in order to operate their business. We want to make sure that we continue to attract jobs to the greater Houston and Texas area. But as you know, Texas has done a better job of creating jobs than all of the other states in the country. One reason why we've been so successful in that regard is because Texas has a more reasonable regulatory system and has not had to deal with ever-evolving, changing rules like what they are seeing coming out of the EPA
well,
now.
And I'm out of my time, and I know the chair is going to gavel me, but I served 20 years in the legislature, and we always enforced our clean air permits, even when I was there, based on the EPA saying the state of Texas could enforce it. We always had to jump through the hoops from the federal government, you know, 18 years ago and 20 years before that. And I know it's frustrating, but EPA's had that authority over Texas, I know, for the last 38 years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shimkus, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, if the full committee is named the Energy and Commerce Committee, so our focus is energy issues and commerce issues. The Democrats who want to make this into a science argument ought to go to the Science Committee. That's why we have a Science Committee. If they want to debate science, let's go to the Science Committee. We want to talk about energy. We want to talk about commerce. That's why I hold up my coal miners. 1,000 of them in one mine. 1,000 coal miners in one mine lost their jobs. This is replicated in Illinois, 14,000, state of Ohio, 35. These are real job losses. If you want to talk about public health, the worst thing you do for public health is not have a job and be poor and in poverty. The best thing for human health is to have a job, and maybe a job that provides health care, although we're attacking that too in those provisions. So this hearing is focusing on jobs. And as I laid out in the previous panel, that when you raise energy costs, you hurt the ability to create jobs and sustain jobs. I do believe in supply and demand. I do believe that if you make it, if more capital is required to produce that electricity, that cost gets passed on. Now, it's curious that Ms. Blaisdell is here. And I have your testimony in it. You're not only here with respect to Timberland, but also BICEP. Is that correct? And BICEP is the Business for Innovative Climate Energy Policy. So you all like this climate debate, right? I mean, you're supporting...
Sir, we don't like climate change. We're here to support aggressive legislation.
Okay, right. You went aggressive. So you would have supported Waxman-Markey putting a price on carbon and addressing climate.
We support addressing climate.
Great. Okay. Now, it's curious that you and these folks do that, because in articles May 2002, many companies that are in this business for innovative climate and energy policy, guess where your products are produced? China. Well, I'll quote this article, May 9, 2002. While companies such as Gap, Guess, and Ralph Lauren have long farmed out production overseas in China, also Levi's, they they mention here. Now, your company is not immune from this. In an article by Business Daily Update, except for your answering to this question, this March 27, 2006 article is, unbeknownst to many, it talking about Timberland, actually operated 45 factories throughout the country since the 1990s. 45 factories throughout the country, that country being China. So wouldn't it be to your advantage to force higher utility rates on manufacturers in this country while taking advantage of low power rates in China, along with low labor rates, along with low environmental standards? In fact, following up on an article August 7, 2009 on Timberland, who you represent, 2 mainland suppliers of outdoor clothes manufacturer Timberland have consistently breached environmental regulations, 2 NGOs said yesterday. This is Chinese environmental regulations. You have to be pretty bad to violate Chinese environmental regulations. Now, I find it just incredible that you would come here supporting hard action on climate change, raising the cost of doing business, while your production is in these very same countries that will never comply, do not pay the same wage rate, and do not have any environmental standards. And I'm glad that the minority asked you to come, because it highlights the hypocrisy of this debate, that you can stand here and you can call for increased regulations and cost while your company outsources the manufacturing and we don't have jobs. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Shimkus.
Please reply.
I want to ask unanimous consent that we enter into the record at this point. These are documents relating to Mr. Waxman's introducing into evidence the Stephen Johnson issue on the endangerment finding. And these are the complete set of documents from the government. And then I understand Mr. Inslee had a document he'd like to enter in the record.
Yes, thank you. I just would like to introduce 2 documents. One is actually the endangerment finding that reads, climate change is expected to worsen regional ground level ozone pollution. Exposure to ground level ozone has been linked to respiratory health problems ranging from decreased lung function and aggravated asthma to increased emergency department visits, hospital admissions, and even premature death. That's one. The second is this letter I referred to in my questioning from 1,800 doctors. And the third is testimony by Dr. Mark Jacobson of Stanford, who presented testimony in April to the Select Committee that specifically addressed the health impacts of CO2 on respiratory illness. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your courtesy.
Without objection. At this time, I recognize Mr. Walden for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that, and I'm going to yield my 5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton.
I thank the gentleman from Oregon, and I will root for the Ducks at least one time next year because you're yielding to me.
If it's in the BCS, I'll especially appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, let me just ask a question.
Excuse me, just 1 minute.
The previous member made some pretty significant and strong remarks to Ms. Blaisdell, and she did not have a chance to respond at all on the record. So I think that she should be allowed to respond at least to some of the sharp remarks that she made.
Do you want to respond, Ms. Blaisdell?
Yes, please.
All right.
So my first response would be that addressing our own greenhouse gas emissions hasn't created additional costs for our company. In fact, as I mentioned in my testimony, it saved us over $1 million a year, which makes us more competitive. And we do employ close to 2,000 people in the U.S. So all those jobs he talked about in China, he's denying the fact that we actually do employ quite a few people here, and in fact in many of the states that you represent. One of the concerns that I have about the conversation we've had so far is that we've talked about the cost of action, and we haven't talked about the cost of inaction, which is why I believe I'm here. Our industry is very different than the industries represented. There's a significant cost of inaction in the outdoor industry and for brands whose supply chain rely on raw materials that we can't necessarily source in this country. So I'd like to bring that to light.
Well, I would just say that we appreciate your comments, but I think most of us certainly agree with Mr. Shimkus that if you're doing work in China and you're violating environmental regulations in China, to be coming over here and saying we need stronger regulations is a little bit.
Sir, I don't understand what violations he's talking about, so I'll have to explore what he submitted.
Well, we'll try to get that to you, and maybe you can get back in writing to us about that. Okay. Mr. Walden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again to Mr. Barton.
Thank you. Attorney General Abbott, is Texas air quality improved or diminished during the period since Texas implemented its flexible permitting program under the Clean Air Act amendments as implemented by regulation in 1992?
Yeah, I don't have the information on Texas health quality.
You don't have information that our air quality is actually improved?
I thought you said health quality.
Air quality.
Yeah, absolutely. Air quality has improved.
Significantly.
Significantly, yes.
So we've not diminished our air quality under our permitting program.
I'll tell you the information I do have, and that is information that, as I understand it, was provided by TCEQ, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, as well as information that we received from the governor's office. One point is that industrial ozone and NOx have steadily declined since 2000. Another is that ozone is down 22%, while NOx is down 46%. Another is that electricity generators in Texas have the 11th lowest NOx emissions in the United States. But I think equally important, and that is without any kind of greenhouse gas mandates from D.C., Texas on its own has since 2004, no other state has cut more power sector CO2 output than the state of Texas. Also, as you know very well, we've installed wind power at a rate more than any other state in the United States, and I think we would rank either 4th or 5th of all the countries in the entire world. And as I understand it, Texas is one of the two largest, has one of the two largest absolute declines in greenhouse gas outputs of any state.
I just want the record to show that Texas has issued all of these permits since 1992. They've been in compliance with the Act. Our air quality has improved, yet our economy has grown. And just arbitrarily here, in the last 6 months, they've come in and invalidated the existing permits. We're not talking about new permits under these CO2 regulations. We're talking about existing permits. Now, specifically, Attorney General, with regard to this pending legislation, do you support the draft Energy Tax Prevention Act of 2011?
There are reasons why we think this legislation is a good idea. First and foremost, in the big picture, we are a nation of laws. And that's one thing that has separated this country from all other countries in the world. In fact, made the United States the envy of all countries in this world. And that is that we as a nation base our decisions on the law, not the whims of different people. And a challenge that the state of Texas is having with the EPA is that we feel that the EPA is acting in a way unconstrained by the Clean Air Act passed by the United States Congress, unconstrained by other laws such as the APA, and causing industry as well as states to have to deal with a moving target. And we think that the rule of law is essential in this country, and we want to see the EPA comply with the rule of law. And along those lines, Texas has 6 lawsuits on file right now challenging the legality of the greenhouse gas rules that were created by the EPA.
If this bill were to become law, how would that impact the legislation, the litigation that the state currently has against the EPA?
As the Attorney General of Texas, I'm here to tell you that if your legislation passes, it will mean that Texas will be dismissing those 6 lawsuits against the EPA.
And that's a good thing.
Anything that gets rid of lawsuits is a good thing.
I agree with that. My last question is to the general panel. if we had to implement these greenhouse gas regulations, which hopefully we won't, but if we did, is there the technology currently on the shelf to cost effectively implement the greenhouse gas regulations as proposed by the EPA?
I dare say no.
No.
For our industry, we looked at the 2008 ANPR that the EPA released as a guide for possible greenhouse gas regulations, and we've evaluated every one of those technologies at various times in the past to do efficiency improvements. Those things are all cost prohibitive for us.
Okay. My time's expired. I again want to thank my friend from Oregon for his courtesy.
This time, recognize Mr. Burgess. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Abbott, thank you for spending the day with us. I think there was some, I know it's difficult because the administrator's not here any longer, but it seems like there was some confusion when we were talking about the problem that Texas is having currently with the flexible permitting and her discussion of regulating greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act. Those are two very serious issues, but they are separate issues. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And currently, when I was discussing with her what the report of the Business Roundtable, they pointed out that this would be one thing that would be extremely deleterious to Texas. Similar conditions exist in other states, and no other state is being required to perform what Texas is being required to perform under their removal of the flexible permitting. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And then to the issue of regulation of greenhouse gases, she is correct that Texas right now is not proceeding with setting up those guidelines. Is that correct?
That is correct also.
And so as a consequence, the EPA feels it's necessary for that job to be done, and we can argue about the rightness or wrongness of that, but that is indeed a separate issue when she says that Texas, since Texas wasn't doing its job, the EPA had to do the job for Texas, but that in no way applies to the flexible permitting process that's going on down in the Gulf Coast area.
That's correct.
And these are difficult concepts to deal with. Mr. Martin talked about the air quality issues that have occurred since the enactment of the Clean Air Act. And while to be certain there are still significant challenges for us in the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area, there's challenges in the Houston metropolitan area. When you look at the overall air quality, there has been improvement since 1992. If you look at what has happened to population growth, particularly in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, metropolitan area with which I am most familiar, you've only got to look at what's happening with congressional redistricting and the fact that Texas is going to have 4 more seats in the next Congress to understand what is happening to our population in the Lone Star State. It is exploding. I have the 10th largest congressional district in the country, 280,000 residents over and above what I should have with the normal congressional allotment. So it is a phenomenal development that air quality has improved while our population has in fact expanded many times over what it was in 1992. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I think it's based on information I have, you're exactly right, and that is that air quality in Texas has continued to improve despite the growing population.
Well, just in your experience in working with the EPA, is that an easy situation or a difficult situation? Has the EPA been open to your suggestions and your observations, or is it a closed door and the cake is already baked, we don't need your input?
For more than a decade, I would say Texas has had a fairly collaborative, cooperative working relationship with the EPA. I can tell you that my office directly has been working side by side with the EPA to hold polluters accountable and has been quite successful in that regard. It seems as though over the past 18 months or so, the challenges in dealing with the EPA have escalated dramatically, and it's been a lot more difficult.
And that's just been my observation as well, and I was wondering if other people were noticing that as well. Mr. Rowland, if I could, let me ask you a question, and again, I appreciate you being here. You're headquartered in my hometown in Denton, Texas, and we are also grateful for your great efforts there. We're grateful for your great efforts with the University of North Texas and the research program that you have there. I think you have developed the largest frame testing machine west of the Mississippi. Is that an accurate statement? Well, we heard from Administrator Jackson that there's so many of these things that, and I'm a believer in efficiency. No one, I think, should be in favor of wasting energy, but can you really capture the return on investment necessary to do the things that you're going to be required to do by simply latching on to those increases in efficiency? Are they going to pay for themselves over time?
Well, we pursue those continually. We actually have energy intensity goals within our own company. We are pursuing improving our efficiency constantly, because if we don't, we're going to run into problems with our international competition. There are projects throughout the country, and I'm aware of one steel mill that was shut down, however, for tenths of a cent per kilowatt hour. When you consume as much energy as we do, the cost of energy becomes a huge impact for us. And so as that starts to escalate, we're no longer able to compete, because we are really close to the physical reality of what we can do with the equipment that we've got and the technology that presently exists, and even the technology that's coming on now.
Thank you for your answer. I'll yield back my time. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Waxman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard quite a bit of criticism of EPA at today's hearing. We have heard that EPA is out of control, and that simple common sense measures like requiring newly built facilities to be energy efficient will be burdensome to the economy. But there are other voices who are not fairly represented here today. Many in industry believe that EPA is acting reasonably and taking modest first steps to combat a serious problem. On Friday, EPA held the first of a series of 5 listening sessions on new source performance standards that it plans to propose later this year for power plants and refineries. I think it's worth pointing out that EPA is beginning the process of crafting these new standards by hearing from industry. At Friday's session, Eric Svensson of PSEG, a major utility company, said this about the climate change. Quote, "We obviously would prefer to have seen legislative action, but absent legislative action, we support regulatory action," end quote, which, by the way, is my view. Mr. Rowland, were you aware that this major utility supports EPA's regulation?
Was I aware that they support regulation?
Yeah.
Yes, I would be aware of that.
Don Neal of Calpine, another utility, said this, quote, "Calpine has been a long supporter of EPA regulating greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act, and certainly the NSPS is an extension of doing that, so we applaud EPA in doing this," end quote. Mr. Carter, where is Mr. Carter? Were you aware that at least one major utility is applauding EPA's program?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, the public wouldn't have known about these statements either because these witnesses weren't invited to testify. In fact, we wanted these companies to come and testify, but we were told by the majority that they would not allow our request to hear from a coalition of businesses who develop energy efficiency projects at major manufacturing facilities, like, for example, steel plants. One member of this coalition recently helped a northern Indiana steel plant install technology to capture and harness the manufacturer's waste heat to generate 220 megawatts of power. That's more clean electricity than all of the solar panels connected to the U.S. electric grid. And that recycled energy saves the plant $100 million every year. Since we can't hear this testimony for ourselves, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that the written statement of the Alliance of Industrial Efficiency be placed in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Ms. Blaisdell, in your testimony, you say that EPA regulations would help protect the economy. By the way, I heard that earlier in this hearing, you were accused by one of my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle that you would be at a competitive advantage if these EPA regulations go through. Do you have any comment on that? Would you be at a competitive advantage if we regulate as EPA is proposing to do here in the United States?
I'm not familiar with how we'd be at
Press your mic.
It is on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know how we would be at a competitive advantage. My other
Well,
concern about his remarks is
Yeah.
he implied that energy costs drove our jobs overseas, and that's not the case in our industry, so I want that to be clear for the record as well.
Yeah. Well, your company has been abiding by a self-imposed limit on its carbon pollution. I'd like you to tell the committee about your company's experience. Have your investments in efficiency produced cost savings? And if so, do you think other companies are likely to experience similar savings?
Our initiatives, which have involved investing in renewable energy and in energy efficiency, have saved our company money, over $1 million a year, which is significant. We're a $1.4 billion company, so that, especially during a tough economy, that's been significant for us. And I do believe that other companies can benefit by taking a more critical look. I'm sad to say that without leadership from Congress, that many companies just aren't looking hard enough, and this could help.
Yeah. And when somebody comes forward and suggests that maybe we can look harder to save money by doing what's right in efficiency, which would make the company even more competitive, you're bullied by saying that you're part of some international conspiracy because you also have activities offshore. I don't think that's right. EPA has acted reasonably so far. We've heard from Administrator Jackson that the agency plans to continue working with business, develop common sense standards. Let's allow the Clean Air Act to do what it has always done, improve the air we breathe, and make our families healthier while the economy grows. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sullivan, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thought it was interesting that you, Mrs. Blaisdell, that you said that your company did these things voluntarily. Oh, these things voluntarily, and I think that's great. And you have efficiencies and everything. That's what these business people do voluntarily. They do a lot of things like that too. That you weren't mandated to do things, and I think that's a big difference. And that's what we're talking about here today. I appreciate all of you coming. I'm sure you, like people in my district in Oklahoma, are scared to death about what could happen to your businesses and the people that you work for, that you know their families and you know them very well, and it's frightening. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Cousins, a question. You mentioned that while you were having trouble expanding your refinery, in India, a refinery was built 15 times larger as your refinery, and it took about 3 years. Could we build such a refinery in the U.S. today, in today's regulatory climate? And how long would the permitting for such a facility take? You mentioned the Indian refinery took 3 years to build. Would it take you longer?
Oh, now I'm not an expert on obtaining permits, but I don't believe it would be possible to permit that refinery in the U.S. if you had all the time in the world. And they've been trying to build a refinery at least at one time outside of Phoenix. I know that project's been going on for 10 years. I don't believe they have permits.
And we haven't built a refinery in this country in, what, 30 years?
Over 30 years.
Over 30 years. And we probably need some, don't we?
Well, you'd think. Actually, we either need them here or they're just going to keep building them overseas.
Have we ever domestically produced oil that we had to actually send somewhere else to be refined in this country?
I'm not sure if any, we don't drill any oil. We just buy oil on the market. It could be that some Alaskan crude was sold. I don't know. But I'm not aware of any significant oil exports.
Your company has delayed a major project due to EPA's greenhouse gas regulations. Can you please explain how this business decision was made? How were the costs of these regulations calculated?
It's business uncertainty. We went about halfway through an expansion project of several $100 million. In the climate of Waxman-Markey at the time, and the fact that even if it was defeated as it was, well, Waxman-Markey wasn't, but if climate change was defeated, we didn't perceive the demand or the margins to justify the expansion we were in, not sure enough to bet our entire company's survival on it, and the debt load we would have carried would have put us in that situation. We actually had to terminate the project at the cost of 14,000 man-weeks of construction work that was not completed in our town. So that's a couple of thousand jobs for weeks and weeks.
Okay. Well, this is for all. I'll start this way with all the witnesses. What potential EPA regulations coming down the pike are you most concerned about from a business perspective? General Abbott. I mean,
From a business perspective, what regulations?
Yeah.
Well, the greenhouse gas regulations.
Right.
Are the ones that are posing a huge problem.
And in Texas, you're hearing that from everybody, huh?
Well, as I visit with people across the state, frankly, it's the overall uncertainty that seems to be emanating from the EPA, not knowing what the standards are going to be and how to plan for the future.
Mr. Alford?
Congressman, I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and I chair the Regulatory Affairs Committee for them. And this greenhouse gas business is about 70% of the discussion. And I believe the Chamber has filed a series of lawsuits against the EPA concerning that.
All right. Mr. Rowland?
While I agree that greenhouse gas has is a big issue and has a lot of impact, I would not discount or put anything below that with respect to the new 1-hour criteria pollutant standards that we're getting, along with several MACT-on-MACT standards. We're getting hammered from every which direction. So I think they're all right there. If one doesn't catch you, the other one does, and it's almost like a game of gotcha.
Yeah, and the economy's bad enough, with all this. Mr. Pierce?
I would say the greenhouse gas.
Mr. Cousin?
With my written testimony, I included a slide that showed a blizzard of EPA regulatory initiatives. We're concerned about all of them, but the PSD and the NSPS portions of the greenhouse gas regulations are the most immediate concern.
Mr. Carter?
I would say the greenhouse gas regulations, but we should not ignore the other items that are coming out of EPA today, because some of them may actually have a faster impact on utilities in the immediate term. And the reason is that we do not have commercially available technology to look at our plants. So, and what we've created is a system where there's a great deal of uncertainty, because even if Ms. Jackson, who I have a lot of respect for, even if she goes forward, she does not prevent the legal challenges, much like we saw on the CARE rule. If you're familiar with the CARE rule, it was in place for years, and then it got vacated, and now it's being completely rewritten. That's pretty scary if you're in my business.
It's a very good point. And Ms. Blaisdell, are there any regulations that concern you and your company?
They don't. Actually, the EPA has been quite helpful to our company, not hurtful.
There's no regulations that concern you at all? EPA, anything?
The greenhouse gas regulations do not concern our company. They don't apply. We don't emit over 100,000 tons.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Scalise, you recognize. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Terry, you're recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it Blaisdell?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for being here. And I don't know what somebody on our side of the aisle evidently insulted you, but that's not the way it's supposed to work here. I'm sure, and I appreciate that Timberland is voluntarily undertaken. I know several businesses in the Omaha metropolitan area that I represent that have voluntarily undertaken a variety of energy efficiencies in their business too. So, and we like that. I love it. What I don't like is the EPA just assuming that they have legislative powers, and that's what this is about. But I do want to make it clear, Betsy, that unlike the gentleman that was asking you questions, I'm not going to call your boss and ask that you be fired for coming here and speaking your mind, nor, like somebody else on the minority side, I'm not going to write a letter to a regulatory agency asking that they investigate Timberland because you're here. I actually think it adds. And I want to state that for the record, because that's exactly what happened to one of our minority witnesses at a cap and trade global warming hearing. So moving on, and it was a constituent of mine, so I'm always going to stick up for that person. Getting to our new core, Mr. Rowland. Thank you. New core facility, not in my district, but in an hour-and-a-half drive, and I've been up there. I've seen the operation, and would join with Mr. Inslee in saying thank you for the efficiencies. I think it's a well-run business. Like Timberland, I appreciate that you have undergone voluntary measures to reduce your energy costs and emissions. Likewise, let me ask you this question under the Clean Air Law. Even with all of the efficiencies that you have adopted, will one of your recycling plants, like the one in Norfolk, emit more than 250 tons of CO2 in a calendar year?
Most definitely. We're caught up, all of our steel mills, like the one in Nucor, are caught up.
Is there any way of getting your plants, considering the melting processes, to be under 250 tons of CO2 in a given calendar year?
There is no physical law I'm aware of that could ever cause that to happen.
And you're aware that that's what your company, Nucor, would be under the exempted area, where it would be not 100 tons in a year, but 250 tons would be what's currently written in the Clean Air Act.
We are already a major stationary source under that.
You understand that rule very well.
I understand and live that rule.
And you probably, since you understand the rule, know that EPA directors just can't willy-nilly change that part of the statute. Is that your understanding?
I would believe that that was the case, and I hope Congress makes sure.
If an EPA director can just start willy-nilly throwing out, okay, the statute says very clearly, and your history has been, that under the major emitter rule that you would qualify under the exception of 250 tons, and then she comes around and says something different and enforces that. Does that give you more or less certainty in the industry?
If we use the 250 ton?
No, if someone, this EPA director says it's 100,000, the next one starts saying it's 50,000 or 10. If that's the power that they have, does that provide you certainty?
It gives me no certainty at all. I defer to what the Attorney General from Texas said. We are a nation of laws, and I don't see that it's consistent with the law at that point.
I appreciate that. And then Mr. Alford,
yes, sir.
I have some charts regarding the study that you've done, or your organization that
CRA
you represent,
study, yes, sir.
yeah, that shows the job losses. And I'm just wondering what the criteria was generally to determine that in 2015 you'd have 1.5 million jobs lost, and by 2030 it'd be pushing 2,500,000 jobs lost just due to this rule. Because we heard from Lisa Jackson that it's going to be actually a job creator, but you're showing job losses.
Job creator.
How do we jive those two?
Well, we spent some good money on that study from Charles Rivers and Associates. That is a very reputable firm based here in Washington, D.C., and that was done early 2009. We have showed it to the world, and we have not had one person or entity challenge those studies that are in that study, the charts.
So you're standing behind your study?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. At this time, I recognize Mr. Scalise for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rowland, first want to thank you for the commitment you made to create jobs in America, but specifically in Southeast Louisiana, and we really appreciate the presence of Nucor. I know, I think you were here when I had a conversation with Ms. Jackson about her report that she stated that these regulations will create jobs, and I think she tried to use Nucor as a poster child for how these new regulations will actually grow the economy, and yet I know in your testimony you talked about the opposite, about how, and believe me, yours is not an isolated example. I hear this day in, day out of companies that talk about the burdens of EPA and how it runs more jobs out of the country. And I know in your testimony you talked about the larger presence of American jobs that would have been created here if not for the threat of EPA. So I wanted to first, thank you, of course, but also give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically in her comments of using y'all as the poster child for how this is working so well, yet it seems to contradict what's actually happening in reality.
Well, you're speaking of our Nucor, Louisiana project. And
yeah.
Yes, we'd originally planned to build I think it was the first 2 blast furnace operation permitted under the Clean Air Act, along with coke oven and cinder plants, and produce 6 million tons of pig iron. We now have reduced that project, and that's moved off to phase 2 if we do get the final permit on that.
So you are still waiting on a permit from EPA?
That permit has been issued, but it is stayed until the litigation over it is completed. There are a couple of lawsuits going on it right now against Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality. The replacement project was a direct reduced iron project, and so that people can understand, this is, if you say we were going to build pickups at the original facility, what we ended up making are, I don't know, bicycles or something like that. This is a different product. It's still iron, but it's a different product, and it's significantly different in the overall employment impact. I think we had...
Can you touch on that? What would the jobs have been versus what they will be here in America?
I believe the original was around 1,000 jobs fully when the full project was in, and we're around 150 jobs right now. I think that's right. Is that right? Yeah. And then there were about 2,000 construction jobs originally, and we're at about 500 construction jobs right now. Around 2.1 billion, and we're around 750 million now.
Gee whiz, so you're talking about well over $1.5 billion roughly that was lost in investment, almost 1.25 billion maybe that was lost in investment.
Not moving forward with it at this point. It is still in phase 2. We would hope to be able to do that at some point.
What's the average pay for those jobs? The 1,000 you were originally anticipating versus the 150 now. What's the average pay of those jobs?
Our publicized average pay at a Nucor facility is $70,000 a year.
Gee, so these are great jobs, and unfortunately, a lot less of them right now because of the regulations. So yeah, I mean, again, and I've heard the story time and time again, and EPA will come out and say their regulations are creating jobs. Maybe what they're not realizing is it's jobs in China and India that they're creating. Not here in America. So I appreciate what you're doing. I share your frustration, and we're going to continue to try to work through and get real clarity so that businesses can go forward. Mr. Cousins, there was some comment earlier by another member talking about how the Energy Tax Prevention Act would somehow lead to increased dependence on Middle Eastern oil. Of course, this administration's policies have led to an increased dependence on Middle Eastern oil and higher gas prices. The bill, in my opinion, would actually at least give some sustainability, and hopefully we can then get to a point where we reduce our dependence. But do you see anything in the legislation that would increase this country's dependence on Middle Eastern oil?
No, not at all. I think acts already carried on by Congress and by the EPA. CAFE standards increase have cut fuel use quite a bit. Renewable fuel standard is putting 36 billion gallons of non-gasoline into the gasoline and diesel supply through the next few decades. I think everything is tending toward a reduction in.
Yeah, and that's why in fact, when Administrator Jackson agreed with that comment, I thought it undermined the credibility to say that a bill that prevents EPA from shutting jobs out of America, running more refineries to India and other places, for her to suggest that increases our dependence on foreign oil when actually it's EPA's actions that increase the dependence. And the final question before I run out, can you talk in terms of the jobs that you haven't been able to create, the expansion that you haven't been able to do because of EPA's regulation?
Well, as I said earlier, we were partway through a $100 million expansion in a small town. There were about 14,000 man-weeks worth of, which would be one person working for 14,000 weeks on the job to complete the construction, or 2,000 people working for 2 months. We just had to stop, and those people were terminated, and that's a big hit in a county where we lost 2,000 jobs out of 40,000 workers in a poultry operation that shut down.
Well, hopefully we can pass this legislation and save those jobs. I appreciate your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Olson of Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I can assure the witnesses and all the people here watching this hearing that I am the last Texan that's going to speak today, and we're Texans, we're very proud, and please bear with us. But I'd like to speak to General Abbott, and first of all, sir, I'd like to thank you for what you've done for our state to create an environment that we do have some stability, some predictability, some certainty, and I greatly appreciate that. One of the things all of us here, when we go back home, one of the biggest concerns our constituents have is jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And as my colleague Gene Green said, our state has had the good fortune of creating half the private sector jobs since our economy went into recession, half the ones here in America. My colleagues Joe Barton and Mike Burgess have told us about the success of the flexible permitting system. Our air is demonstrably cleaner. There's no doubt about that. We have the facts. And I know personally because I moved to Houston in 1972. And our general grew up in Houston as well, and it wasn't such a clean town. I mean, you could not see downtown from 20 miles out when I came out of Clear Lake and headed towards downtown. Now, that's the exception. Maybe 1 or 2 days during the summer that exists. Most every day you can see downtown. So that's just demonstrably clean from my own personal experience. Our process has worked. But you kind of think we'd be a role model for the country. As to here's how we can get through this. Here's how we can have a clean environment and a good environment for business, and be clean. But it concerns me that what EPA is doing with this excessive regulation, how that's introducing it coming into our economy into Texas. And Attorney General Abbott, do you see a tipping point here? I mean, if they keep going forward down this line with all this, the flexible permitting, some of the hydraulic fracturing issues, some of the other issues, the ozone standards, do you see a turning point here where the environment that the federal government creates starts killing jobs in our state?
Well, a couple things. If I could pick up on one of your earlier comments, first of all, to help people understand. People see Texas challenging the EPA both regulatorily and with lawsuits. But I want to emphasize a point that you made, and that is that Texas takes pride in trying to achieve the best. That includes achieving the best possible environment and health environment for our citizens. And as a result, that's one reason why we have worked so hard and achieved so much in improving air quality in your district and across the state of Texas. And we stand committed to continuing to achieve improvements in air quality, in the environment. But that doesn't mean that we are going to stand aside or roll over if we believe that the EPA is imposing its will in a way that is contrary to the law. You mentioned a tipping point, and there's another phrase you could also use in tandem, and that is a slippery slope. We're very concerned about the slippery slope. I think it was Representative Terry who brought up earlier in the context of the tailoring rule, and we're very concerned about what the tailoring rule could turn into once it starts moving on a slippery slope where it gives latitude to the EPA to decide what the standards may be. They could shift from today to 5 years from now to 10 years from now, and it could very well bring in Nucor and some other industries within the ambit of what they were able to emit. But I think we are at a tipping point also, because if these greenhouse gas regulations by the EPA go into place or upheld, we're at a tipping point in two ways. One, it will mean that the EPA does have carte blanche to make up its own rules as they go along, and that they are saying they are not confined by the terms of the Clean Air Act that was passed by the United States Congress. But also we're at a tipping point in the sense of what it is going to mean for our jobs, our economy, and the future of this country when we have out-of-control regulations that are crushing the attempt to expand our economy at the time that we most desperately need it to grow.
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Attorney General. That's why you have you, great public servant. I'm about run out of time. Thank you, all the witnesses. Appreciate your views and perspectives.
Mr. McKinney, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm coming from the perspective of the coal fields of West Virginia and what the EPA has done in the coal fields. The uncertainty that's coming to from water, fly ash, dust, revoking retroactively permits. Then I see the next fight, and looming on the horizon is now going over into another segment with the EPA and the uncertainties that they bring with their regulatory extremism. We've all heard in West Virginia the term job killers, extreme, irrational, lack of common sense. It's been bad enough for us in the coal fields. What happens when it sweeps across America with controlling the greenhouse gases? So you all have understand there are still 15 million people unemployed. And until the uncertainty is removed, I've got to think that Roland, like yours and others, you're reluctant to take on more responsibility. So we're going to continue having 15 million people unemployed in America. That's not where I want us to be as a country. So now, having framed that, you have all been listening for hours here of testimony today. I'm just curious, are any of you more confident in what you've heard from either the other side or here that things are going to be okay, that allow the EPA to continue down this path of regulating the greenhouse gases? Can each of you just tell, are you more comfortable now after you've heard 2 hours?
Well, let me say that I grew more comfortable when I saw this bill, this act being proposed by this subcommittee. The concern that we had in Texas was the imposition of the greenhouse gas regulations. We perceive that the most meaningful way, the most meaningful pathway in order to protect the future was not by our litigation fights in the courthouse against the EPA, but by action by this body. The promise of the future rests with regard to this potential legislation. And we hope that it passes because we believe it will provide certainty and clarity for the environmental regulation side of the world.
Thank you. Alford?
Yeah, I have optimism in that Carol Browner has left the administration, which I believe is pulling or pushing Ms. Jackson, who is a fine lady and a fine American. But the cap and trade bill died. The American people rejected it. It's gone. You can't have it. So you can't go around through chicanery or deception or end around or making the EPA a runaway freight train to make it happen. And we've got to stand tall and be resolved to fight it again.
I can't say that I have more certainty. I think I will watch for the votes. I think my issues always go back to this, and it's whether I'm a technical person and an engineer by training, and when I look at it, I always look at what's the end result that you're trying to achieve. And everything that I've seen with respect to the regulation of greenhouse gases, nothing ever accomplishes the end goal of lowering the global concentration. And so the question I ask is, why do we do it if it's not going to accomplish what we state is the end goal? Otherwise, and I've gone on record of saying if we're doing it and we're just doing it to hurt ourselves and we don't accomplish a lowering of the global concentrations, we're on a fool's errand.
Thank you.
I'm encouraged by by this legislation, and I'm encouraged by the support that we've heard for today. But I'm concerned that if we don't pass this, if it's not legislated, what kind of ticket does that write for the EPA and other areas? That sets a precedent.
The Energy Tax Prevention Act gives us a fighting chance. Without it, the future's quite grim.
I'm encouraged because we're considering this piece of legislation, and that's why I'm here today. I would point out that there are things that we can do that could be done if we want to adopt policies that will allow electric utilities to move forward and have fewer emissions, like the things that we are doing, new nuclear plants, which still have a great deal of hurdles in front of them, not from a technology perspective, but from a regulatory perspective. I can speak directly to that as being part of that restart. Also, industry or entities like us need to make sure we have the comparable incentives so that we can move into what I would call other green types of resources and clear some of the regulatory hurdles associated with those also.
So I think this legislation encourages inaction, and I don't believe that creates more certainty. And in fact, it could lead to more patchwork of state regulations, which I can't speak to greenhouse gas patchwork of state regulations because that hasn't applied to our company yet, other than to say I know from experience with other patchwork of regulations that that's not good for our company. I imagine that wouldn't be good for the companies that are represented here as well.
Through Mr. McKinney. Mr. Gardner, you recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today, taking a time away from work and for participating in this hearing. Really appreciate it. Mr. Cousins, I have a question for you from your testimony earlier today. During Administrator Jackson's testimony, she said that the economy was doing great. And when I pushed back a little bit on that question, she said just the rural economy is doing great. And you had mentioned that in your county you're facing some significant unemployment. Could you describe that again?
Well, our county has about 43,000 people in it, and we lost almost 2,000 jobs in one blow when a poultry operation shut down in our area. Our unemployment is double digit, and that's hardly thriving to our way of thinking.
And is it your view, Mr. Cousins, that regulations like this will hurt rather than help the employment situation in your county?
Absolutely.
And a question for Mr. Rowland or Mr. Pierce. There was some discussion during the administrator's testimony that these regulations are actually creating jobs, that the more we have regulations, the more jobs are created. And so, and she also mentioned, and I believe it was there are $2 trillion in money that is sitting out waiting to be invested, and she believed that because of this regulation that money would start moving back into the economy and being invested. Are any of you planning on investing because of this regulation? Ms. Blaisdell?
Yeah, the cost of inaction for us means that our supply chain will suffer and our ability to deliver products to our consumers will suffer as well.
Okay. Mr. Carter, Mr. Alford, anybody else want to comment on that?
Some of my stronger members are going to Ghana, Kenya, China. I've got a board member going to Mongolia next month. They're looking elsewhere, and I think that's sad.
And a question, do you believe that regulations create jobs?
Regulations, I believe, are intended to prevent crime, fraud, and adherence to good corporate responsibility. That's it.
Thank you. And wanted to ask a few more questions based on some statements that were made here in the committee. Following up on that last question, the EPA analysis mentioned by some on this committee had said that just one of EPA's Clean Air Act standards have kept about 200,000 people occupied, 200,000 person years of labor over the past 7 years. And in your opinion, doesn't this mean that this means the EPA is keeping people employed? I mean, what would you say to somebody who actually what would you say to somebody who's actually trying to bring capital investment into this country, given the regulatory structure that we're facing today? Mr. Abbott or Mr. Alford?
Well, I mean, along that line, it is good for jobs in the legal sector. We will need more lawyers to handle more legal work. But other than that, of course, with the way that greenhouse gases work, and if we have regulations here in the United States, and there are not similar regulations around the world, logically it seems like it's going to force industry, jobs, employers across the border into Mexico or into Canada or to China and India and other parts of the world.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Can I respond as well?
Sure.
I think without a lack of certainty, what ends up happening is what we're seeing right now in China, where they're actually producing renewable energy systems because we didn't create any certainty here or long-term demand for those alternative energy sources. We haven't talked about those jobs today. That could have been U.S. jobs.
Mr. Griffith, you recognize 5 minutes.
I think Mr. Rowland wanted to add something to that comment, and I will ask you to say whatever it is you were thinking.
As you know, in my testimony, I said that affordable energy is the lifeblood of industry, and renewable energy has to be affordable. If it isn't affordable, then all it does is displace a job because your price of your energy goes up, as we've talked about. And I was privy to some research that should be coming out shortly that in the last couple of years there's been 333 projects, energy generation projects, that have been stalled, shut down, or otherwise abandoned in this country. 111 coal-fired power plants, 22 nuclear plants, 21 transmission projects, 38 gas and platform projects, and 140 renewable projects that haven't even gotten through. 89 of those were wind, 4 were wave, 10 were solar, 7 were hydro, and 29 were biomass. Now, if you sit and you said, we got all that energy, and let's just take the affordable part of it, not the renewable, unaffordable part of it. If we got that energy, look at the jobs that would begin to create, because that energy goes out and that creates industry, which builds things, which makes jobs, and that just continues to roll forward. But the sad part of this is 45% of those 333 projects are renewable projects, and we can't even get them permitted without the greenhouse gas rules. Now let's add another brick onto that burden, and let's see if that mule can walk.
Thank you. General Abbott, I am a lawyer or a recovering lawyer now that I'm doing this. I can't practice anymore. But I've read the Massachusetts v. EPA decision. You obviously have too. And I looked at that next to last sentence where it says we hold only that EPA must ground its reasons for action or inaction in the statute. Now, earlier today, when I was speaking with Ms. Jackson, she indicated that the reason that they had changed, instead of it being 100 or 250 to 100,000 in their tailoring, was because if they had enforced the law as written, it would be absurd. And I agreed with her on that. But I guess my question to you is that she said that they felt that because it was going to be an absurd result, that they had the authority to change the rules, so to speak. And I went to law school. I never got that class. And I'm just wondering if I missed something over the years, or if maybe you knew, is there authority for a bureaucracy to change the law because the end result would be absurd, or is that the duty of the legislative branch of government?
As I understand it, their legal argument is based upon what would be called the absurdity doctrine. As we understand it, the absurdity doctrine is not a valid legal doctrine for them to base their decision on, and it's more like a hope and a prayer that they can get away with changing the clear language established by Congress in the Clean Air Act. This is a way in which there is an evasion of the law and a creation of new law by the EPA.
And in that vein, am I not correct that once she made the determination that there was an endangerment, she needed to apply the rules to all 6 million businesses that would come under the 100 or 250 regulation, and that by not doing so, if someone were to sue, all 6 million in that universe would come under the law, and that would create real chaos not just damage the economy, but create just sheer chaos in the economy. And isn't it then better that we pass this legislation so that we can then have that argument in the halls of Congress, instead of having the fear that at some point in the future a court is going to rule that you have to apply it to all 6, whatever rules they come up with, apply to all 6 million in the universe, and that 6 million is, of course, her number.
Right. You're absolutely correct. Our great concern is that the tailoring rule is going to be challenged not just from our side, but also from those who really want to decrease those thresholds, thereby making schools, farms, hospitals, small businesses, literally thousands upon thousands of job creators and employers across the country suddenly subject to these limitations, almost stifling overnight our economy.
And the solution would be the passage of this bill.
The solution has to be the passage of this bill.
I thank the gentleman. Yield back whatever time I have left. 5 seconds.
Mr. Griffith, thank you very much, and I want to thank the panel. We genuinely appreciate your taking time to come and talk to us about practical issues as we try to balance environmental protections, health care, and economic development. And your testimony on job creation was very important, and we appreciate it. And so I'll dismiss this panel. And Ms. Blaisdell, I asked them to give these newspaper articles that Mr. Shimkus referred to if you all would like to see them. And we'll call up the fourth panel. And on the fourth panel, we have Peter Glazer, a partner with Troutman Sanders, Dr. Margot Thorning, Senior VP and Chief Economist, American Council for Capital Formation, Mr. Philip Nelson, President of the Illinois Farm Bureau, Mr. Fred Harnack, General Manager, U.S. Steel Corporation, Mr. James.
Good luck. You did a great job. You held your own. Get some tremendous honor.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Mr. James Goldstein, Executive Officer, California Air Resources Board, and Dr. Lynn Goldman, American Public Health Association. Where is Glazer? All right, well, thank you all very much for being with us. We appreciate your patience. We're going to declare you honorary members of the Energy and Commerce Committee because you've been here so long. And then at this time, Mr. Glazer, I'll call upon you for your 5-minute opening statement, and then we'll get to questions after that. So, Mr. Glazer, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. Excuse me, my written testimony, which is very detailed, provides an analysis from a legal standpoint of why the Clean Air Act is such a poor vehicle for addressing greenhouse gas emissions, and I'll just summarize some of my points there. I want to emphasize at the outset that I am not representing any of my clients here today, not being compensated for this testimony, and the views I express here are my own and do not necessarily reflect the views of my clients. And I also want to say at the beginning that my testimony has nothing to do with the science. Whatever you feel about the science, either way, if you believe in the science one direction or another, my testimony still works. The main problem with regulating greenhouse gas emissions under the Clean Air Act, even if you think that greenhouse gases is something that the country needs to regulate, is that the statute was not designed for that purpose. And as a result, EPA's regulatory aims do not comfortably fit within the programs that are in the Clean Air Act. We know this because EPA itself has said that regulating greenhouse gases under the literal language of the statute, as we've heard many times today, creates an absurd result. So if you use this statute, you get an absurd result, and the only way to avoid this is for EPA to, quote, tailor the statute itself. You have to change the statute. Just putting aside legal arguments about whether or not EPA can do that, the problem is that EPA has been forced to engage in this kind of creative legal interpretation in this area and in several other areas that are set forth in my testimony. And all of this shows is that EPA is trying to make the statute do something that it was not designed to do. And so what you get from this are lawsuits, and you get regulatory uncertainty, and in the end, what might happen if EPA is wrong is that you end up unleashing regulation on a very, very large number and variety of small emitters. Indeed, we may be facing more absurd consequences of trying to regulate under this statute as EPA confronts a petition to regulate greenhouse gases under the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. I actually thought the single most disturbing thing that I heard today, having sat here all day, was the administrator's statement that in fact they may get forced into establishing a greenhouse gas National Ambient Air Quality Standard. Unfortunately, the only legal precedent on the books on this would seem to point into a necessity that they do that. This is set forth in more detail in my testimony. That would create truly severe economic consequences under a program that could never be complied with. That's very concerning. Now, importantly, and there's been some discussion of this today, EPA has not done an overall comprehensive assessment of the cumulative costs and benefits of all of the greenhouse gas regulation that it has in mind. Nor has EPA set forth its overall plan of regulation, where it lists out in advance for everybody to see what the requirements will be, what categories of sources that they intend to regulate, what programs they intend to regulate under, and what the full regulatory timetable is. We heard the administrator say today that they are taking this on a rule-by-rule basis, but that they can't anticipate what all the rules will be because they don't know what all the rules will be. We heard her say that they've got petitions, multiple petitions to regulate different sources. They don't know how they're going to act on that. We heard her say that they're going to be doing cost-benefit analysis, but only in the context when they get to actual rules. Now, all this is despite the fact that they have a 5-year plan. EPA has a 5-year strategic plan, and goal number 1 of the 5-year strategic plan is taking action on climate change and air quality. So presumably, they have a plan, but they have not told us in advance what the specific elements of the plan are. As a result of all of this, we are in the process, we are sort of started down this path of one regulation after another, but before we decided to do that in the first place, we never assessed what the overall cost and consequences and benefits were going to be. And this, to me, should be very concerning because it contributes to the large uncertainty of where exactly the nation is going. You know, one flaw with proceeding on a rule-by-rule basis and trying to determine what the costs and benefits of regulation are can be seen in their first foray into greenhouse gas regulation. Their first foray, of course, was the motor vehicle rule, the tailpipe rule. In the tailpipe rule, they assessed the costs of the tailpipe rule on the motor vehicle industry. They also said that the tailpipe rule automatically and as a matter of law triggers greenhouse gas regulation of large stationary sources. But there was no study as to what those regulations were going to be and what the cost was going to be. So as we have started out as of January 2nd in regulating greenhouse gases under these programs, we still have no overall assessment of whether the benefit will exceed the cost.
If you would summarize, Mr. Glazer.
Sure. I think the overall question for this committee is what part of government should make the critical policy choices that are inherent in determining how the nation uses energy. To me, this is the main issue before this committee. Should it be EPA under a statute that they are relying on that was enacted in 1970, or should it be Congress? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thorning. We look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Rush, and I apologize for misidentifying you in my written testimony, and I would like to correct that for the record. But thank you very much for the chance to appear before you. Just want to talk about 5 points in my testimony. First, the U.S. economy is recovering sluggishly. GDP grew only at 2.9% last year. The unemployment rate remains stubbornly high at 9%. And investment is right now about $345 billion less than it was in the fourth quarter of 2007. Investment spending is responsible for most of the drop in gross domestic product over the last 2.5 years or so. So clearly that's a key issue. Looking at the historical data, Each $1 billion drop in investment spending is associated with a job loss of 15,500 jobs, and vice versa. Each $1 billion increase is responsible for over 15,000 new jobs. Second point, regulating greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act is likely to have a negative impact on overall business spending. When a business is contemplating a new investment, they look at the risk of that new investment. They may add a risk premium to their cost of capital, anywhere from 0 to as much as 50% or more. Assuming that the risk premium associated with investments that are in industries regulated by EPA might be 30 to 40%, and we looked at the impact of that on business investment in the quarter or so of investment that is accounted for by these regulated entities that will be regulated that are regulated by EPA, we concluded that there could be a fall in investment spending annually of between $25 and $75 billion. When you feed those numbers into the M-Plan input-output model, you get it's an input-output model that accounts for all the dollar flows across all sectors in the U.S. When you feed those drops in investment, which we assumed either $25 billion annually or $75 billion, you get a decrease in jobs of approximately 476,000 to, on the high side, 1.4 million fewer jobs annually, and you get a loss of GDP of between 47 billion and 141 billion annually. Interestingly, the job numbers that we obtained by looking at the historical data of about 15,500 jobs tabulate very nicely with the M-Plan results, which suggests that for each $1 billion drop in investment, we lose about 17,000 jobs. So using two completely different approaches, we get the same impact for this drop in investment spending that we expect will occur as a result of these regulations. Fourth, mandating energy efficiency, as EPA seems to want to do under the BAC guidelines, is unlikely to lead to job growth. First, as many companies testified in the panel just before us, they've already made energy efficiency investments. They do it when it makes economic sense, and when it's time to replace their capital stock, if they can make a more energy efficient investment that makes sense, they do it. They don't need a government mandate to make them increase energy efficiency. And second, the argument that market failures and inefficiencies or technical barriers are responsible for companies not taking up energy efficient investment is I think, unfounded. Companies do make those investments. Overall, the results suggest that mandating energy efficiency is not going to be a net job generator. And fifth, the BAC guidelines issued in November are not likely to reduce uncertainty, and they will not reduce the risk premium in the cost of capital that companies contemplating investment or expansion face. Because, for example, the specific standards for BAC are not established by the new guidelines. That means industries don't really know what will be required. And another example, the permitting agencies are required to retain discretion to determine BAC on a case-by-case basis, subject to EPA or court review. Thus, regulated entities will encounter different requirements depending on the individual state regulator's approach. So in conclusion, I think using economic analysis, it suggests that regulating GHGs under the Clean Air Act is likely to slow investment, slow job growth, and not have any impact on global greenhouse gas concentrations. Consequently, it makes little sense for EPA to proceed down this path. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thorning. Mr. Nelson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, good afternoon. I'm Philip Nelson. I'm a fourth-generation grain and livestock farmer from Seneca, Illinois. I'm also president of the Illinois Farm Bureau, a member of the board of directors of the American Farm Bureau Federation. I am appearing today on behalf of the American Farm Bureau Federation. I'm pleased to testify in support of the Energy Tax Prevention Act of 2011. It is one of several bills from both sides of the aisle in both the House and the Senate that are designed to allow our elected representatives in Congress to decide how and to what extent our nation will address the regulation of greenhouse gases. Farm Bureau opposes the regulation of greenhouse gases by the Environmental Protection Agency under the Clean Air Act, and we commend the chairman for giving this matter a high priority. Farmers and ranchers receive a double economic jolt from the regulation of greenhouse gases from stationary sources. First, any costs incurred by utilities, refiners, manufacturers, and other large emitters to comply with the greenhouse gas regulatory requirements will be passed on to consumers of those products, including farmers and ranchers. To a large degree, farmers and ranchers cannot pass along these increased costs of production. Farmers and ranchers will also incur direct costs as a result of the regulation of greenhouse gases by EPA. For the first time, many farm and ranch operations will likely be subject to direct new source review / prevention of significant deterioration construction permits and Title V permit requirements under the Clean Air Act. For example, Title V of the Clean Air Act requires that any stationary source, including farms and ranches, that emits or has the potential to emit more than 100 tons of a regulated pollutant per year must obtain an operating permit. To meet this requirement, thousands of farms and ranches will be required to obtain the Title V operating permits. EPA itself estimates that just at the expense of obtaining Title V operating permits, it will cost production agriculture $866 million. That does not include other associated permit costs. Livestock producers would be especially impacted by these permit requirements. The USDA has stated that approximately 90% of the livestock produced in this country are above the permitting thresholds and will be required to obtain operating permits. Under the EPA tailoring scheme, farmers and ranchers would still incur costs passed down from utilities and large emitters upon which they depend for energy and fuel. Farmers and ranchers that meet the low Clean Air Act thresholds will also eventually be required to obtain permits. On the other hand, this costly and burdensome regulatory scheme will produce very little, if any, environmental benefit. Greenhouse gases are distributed evenly around the globe, so that a ton of greenhouse gases emitted in Illinois is no different than a ton of greenhouse gases emitted in China. Regulation of greenhouse gases emitted in Illinois means little if emissions in China are not similarly regulated. Unless and until the countries of this world agree on an international treaty on greenhouse gas emissions, unilateral regulation of greenhouse gases by EPA will have little environmental effect, a fact publicly acknowledged by the EPA administrator. Both the President and the Administrator of EPA have stated that the regulation of greenhouse gases by EPA under the Clean Air Act is not an effective way to address the issue. Both state that they prefer that the issue be addressed by Congress. The Energy Tax Prevention Act recognizes this fact and applies the brakes to this process, thus restoring the jurisdiction of Congress to develop climate policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Harnack, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. I will briefly summarize my remarks and am pleased to have supplied a detailed written statement for the record. My name is Fred Harnack, and I am General Manager of Environmental Affairs for United States Steel Corporation. My career spans over 30 years in steel technology and manufacturing facilities, some of which are located in Mr. Dingell's and Mr. Doyle's districts. I have witnessed environmental management practices develop in tandem with implementation of the Clean Air Act. On balance, the Clean Air Act has been a force for positive change across industrial America. Today, I'm especially proud to represent our company and over 21,000 domestic and 42,000 total employees at U.S. Steel. My company provides employees and their families good-paying jobs and benefits that make the American dream attainable. We also support pension and health benefits for more than 100,000 retirees and their dependents. Ours is an industry worth fighting to keep. I assure you every one of us wants to work, live, and raise our families in a clean and safe environment. We are committed to making steel with that in mind and instill environmental stewardship through all our business processes. That said, we believe the time has come to reassess the complex framework of rules and regulations that hamstring responsible manufacturers and inhibit economic growth and job creation. U.S. Steel is an integrated steel producer. Our process begins with iron ore, carbon in the form of coke, and limestone. We transform these materials through a highly efficient, high-temperature blast furnace to create iron, which, with the addition of recycled steel scrap metal, is converted to cast steel. We produce flat-roll sheet and tin products and seamless and welded pipe that is used in automotive, construction, container, and energy industry applications. As Congress looks for ways to reduce unemployment and attempt to recover more than 8 million manufacturing jobs lost since the year 2000, the regulatory burden will be a target-rich environment. The recent spate of new rules to regulate greenhouse gas emissions under the Clean Air Act is a good place to start because these rules have not yet had the chance to inflict their harm on jobs and the economy. Greenhouse gas emissions are not like the pollutants targeted under the Clean Air Act. Regulating these emissions from stationary sources under the existing Clean Air Act will not yield the past successes achieved for other pollutants. In fact, the Clean Air Act makes no provision to address the anti-competitive regulatory costs imposed on domestic manufacturers of globally traded goods. This will likely lead to a perverse outcome that puts the most efficient American manufacturers at a disadvantage to unburdened foreign producers, while actually contributing to a net increase in global greenhouse gas emissions. I am convinced that jeopardizing American jobs for a worse environment is not in our best interest. Our substantial experience complying with the Clean Air Act tells us that Title I and Title V programs were probably never intended to regulate global greenhouse gas emissions. In our world, this is the proverbial attempt to stick a square peg in a round hole. The committee's discussion draft dated February 2, 2011, would prevent substantial economic harm by removing greenhouse gas emission regulations under the Clean Air Act. Over the coming months, we urge Congress to hold hearings on other aspects of the Clean Air Act. In this regard, we would suggest 5 areas worthy of your further study and investigation. These include, first of all, the cumulative impact of Clean Air Act regulations. And I just wanted to note that my written statement provides a detailed list of the many new and emerging air pollution rules applicable to and affecting the steel industry, and you've heard them many times referred to also today. Secondly, the role and expectations, including cost of technology in controlling various pollutants. Third, the efficiency and effectiveness of U.S. EPA's guidance and testing methods. Fourth, the best strategies for addressing multimedia and multi-pollutant impacts. And finally, staffing levels and competencies in the responsible state and federal regulatory agencies to ensure permitting can move with the pace of commerce. As Americans, we all understand that government regulation is designed to impose certain responsibilities on targeted entities. Our collective challenge, however, is to achieve an optimal balance of cost and benefit. When companies like mine are required to spend the lion's share of our capital budgets on infrastructure and satisfying compliance obligations, it is no wonder that job creation and America's global competitiveness are handicapped. We believe, as President Obama recently stated in his State of the Union address, that we have to make America the best place on earth to do business. And we at U.S. Steel are eager to help you achieve this worthy and rewarding goal.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goldstein, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Whitfield, Ranking Member Rush, members of the committee. I appreciate the invitation to speak today on the proposed Energy Tax Prevention Act of 2011. My name is James Goldstein. I'm the Executive Officer of the California Air Resources Board, the primary body charged with protecting the air quality and air-related public health in California, and charged with speaking for the state on air quality and climate change issues. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the National Association of Clean Air Agencies, or NACA, an association of state and local clean air agencies across the country. Today, I'd like to share with you my perspective as a state agency administrator and as an air quality regulator. The issue before us today concerns the preemption of the Clean Air Act, one of the most successful environmental laws in the history of the United States. For 40 years, the sensible pollution limits established under the Clean Air Act have dramatically improved air quality and public health, saving hundreds of thousands of lives and generating over $2 trillion in economic benefits for the American people. Let me start with vehicles. Passenger vehicles are not only responsible for 20% of carbon pollution, but the majority of our oil dependence. Preempting the authority for EPA to regulate the greenhouse gas emissions of vehicles would rob this country of one of its most powerful tools, not just to reduce carbon pollution, but also to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and to save consumers money. Simply maintaining the U.S. Department of Transportation's authority to regulate fuel efficiency is not adequate. While the fuel economy standards can complement long-term mobile source greenhouse gas reduction strategies, they are in no way a substitute for them. The combined fuel economy and vehicle greenhouse gas emission standards promulgated by EPA and DOT last year represent an important and unprecedented partnership. This approach leverages the strengths of both agencies and combines the related but different aspects of fuel economy and greenhouse gas emission standards. As a result, the combined standards achieve 35% less pollution and 25% less fuel consumption compared to relying on CAFE standards alone. California embraced these joint standards and the national program wholeheartedly, accepting the federal program as equivalent to our own program for model years 2009 to 2016. We've continued to carry on this unprecedented spirit of cooperation and collaboration following the historic May 2009 Rose Garden agreements, working with both federal agencies and automobile manufacturers to develop the next round of standards. California remains committed to the process of working closely with our partners to do everything we can to repeat that success for the 2017 to 2025 standards. We're building on a firmly established precedent and foundation of national environmental policy. Since the early 1960s, California has established pollution standards for new vehicles sold in the state, predating even the federal government's effort in this arena. And the pattern has continued. Since the 1980s, each successive California standard has gone on to become the national standard. In that time, cars have become 99.7% cleaner, all while the auto industry has innovated to continue to providing consumers with the amazing diversity and quality of affordable vehicle choices that we enjoy today. And of course, in this we are joined by our other states, the so-called Section 177 states, who have acted like California to address their own air quality and public health concerns with our cost-effective standards. Preempting California's ability to set carbon pollution standards for vehicles would also increase costs to California consumers. These vehicle standards are one of the most cost-effective measures in California's Clean Energy Plan, saving consumers an average of $2,000 over the life of a vehicle. With regard to pollution from electricity generators and factories, EPA is utilizing a tried-and-true framework for reducing pollution. Far from overreaching, EPA is responding to the clear mandate of the Clean Air Act, the dictates of the Supreme Court, and fulfilling the clear intent of Congress that newly identified public health threats from air pollutants not listed in the Act be addressed. The obligation is clear and unambiguous. Contrary to claims of a rush to regulation, EPA has been proceeding methodically. Clearly, EPA has moved forward in the past 2 years with a tailored, measured approach. This permitting process is business as usual for state and local air quality agencies across the country who are using a well-known process that's been used for decades. EPA has provided considerable flexibility for state and local agencies in how to run the permitting program so that the local regulators can work with the permit applicants. The claim that permitting would grind to a halt is simply false. All we want is to provide certainty for industry to invest and create jobs. This legislation, however, would forestall needed and available investment in the energy sector now and threaten the competitiveness of the American economy in the long run. We know that when government provides clear signals and a predictable regulatory environment, industry is quick to adapt, seize investment opportunity, and create good jobs along with profits. For example, in the face of the current recession, clean technology has been the fastest growing sector in California. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Goldman, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Be sure and press your,
Am I on now? I think this mic is, there it goes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify about this act. My name is Lynn Goldman. I am Dean of the George Washington University School of Public Health and Health Services, a pediatrician, and a professor of environmental and occupational health. Today I represent the American Public Health Association, or APHA. APHA is the nation's oldest and most diverse organization of public health professionals in the world, dedicated to protecting all Americans and their communities from preventable serious health threats and assuring community-based health promotion and disease prevention activities that are universally accessible across the United States. With your consent, I will place my written statement in the record. For 40 years, the Clean Air Act has safeguarded the health of all Americans, including the most vulnerable. By EPA's estimate, the first 20 years of the Clean Air Act has prevented more than 200,000 premature deaths, 672,000 cases of chronic bronchitis, 843,000 asthma attacks, and 189,000 cardiovascular hospitalizations, making it one of the most successful public health laws of our time. As you know, in 2007, the U.S. Supreme Court directed EPA to assess the science in order to decide whether or not to move forward with efforts to protect the public's health from the impacts of greenhouse gases. They did so, and they developed an endangerment assessment. It is because of this endangerment assessment and our knowledge about the public health effects of climate change that APHA opposes this legislation, and we're not alone in this position. In a December 6, 2010 letter to all members of Congress, APHA was joined by the American Lung Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Preventive Medicine, and other leading national and state public health, medical, and clean air advocates in urging Congress to support moving forward with protective clean air standards and to oppose any measure that would delay or block progress toward a healthier tomorrow for all Americans. Climate change is a public health issue, and over time is one of the greatest threats to human health. Scientists from across the globe have stated in the strongest possible terms that the climate is changing and that human activity is to blame. Scientists have unequivocally concluded that greenhouse gas is causing global warming, and the United States is a leading contributor to these gases. The average increase in Earth's temperature is causing extreme weather events and increases and decreases in temperature and rainfall. These regional weather changes may create environmental conditions like floods, heat waves, droughts, and poor air quality that are not healthy. Some of the health effects we may be concerned about are strokes, injury, malnutrition, respiratory disease and asthma, and infectious such as vector and rodent-borne diseases. Huge costs and human suffering are associated with these outcomes. We're already beginning to see the health impacts worldwide. Impacts will only worsen as we continue to ignore this problem. I can recite more statistics, but let's take childhood asthma as an example. Already in the United States, asthma is the largest cause of hospitalizations and lost days of school for children. But as a pediatrician, I also know the impacts of this disease on an individual child. A child who grows up unable to breathe without medication, unable to play outdoors like other children. Climate change is creating conditions that not only cause more asthma attacks, but also can cause rates of asthma to rise in children. Moreover, the same activities that emit carbon dioxide also emit a wide variety of other pollutants that are harmful to health, pollutants like nitrogen oxides, air toxics, and fine particulate matter. These pollutants also contribute to various diseases. Along with global warming, they contribute to formation of ground-level ozone that is also unhealthy. So we do need regulations that control greenhouse gas emissions, but these need to be written and implemented intelligently in a manner that also reduces exposures to other pollutants that might come from coal-fired power plants, that might come from automobiles. Control of pollution from power plants also increases the healthfulness of air in communities that are near those plants. These facilities are often closer to low-income communities that suffer disproportionately from air pollution. Measures to control air pollutants under the Clean Air Act need to work together as a whole to protect health. Cherry picking amongst these ignores the fact that health effects are associated with multiple classes and sources of pollution and is not consistent with science. Another way we can improve health is by increasing energy efficiency. When we reduce our use of energy, we reduce emissions of the pollutants associated with energy and other harmful substances. In closing, I should say that this bill would do nothing to reduce uncertainty. There is a problem, a clear and present public health threat from climate change. There are no answers to this problem in this legislation. Until Congress is putting forward solutions, there will be a lot of uncertainty in this country about where we're heading with this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate, once again, your taking the time to be with us today. I would say, Dr. Goldman, that all the testimony I heard today made it very emphatically clear that there would be great uncertainty by EPA continuing to try to regulate greenhouse gases. And I would also say that on the light-duty motor vehicle standards, which EPA has promulgated, this legislation would not change, and it affects the model years 2012 through 2016. Now, the testimony has shown that that regulation is going to cost $52 billion to consumers in America, and it's going to lower the temperature 90 years from now by maybe 1/100th of a degree. So what we're trying to do here is balance. We want to protect health, we want to protect environment, we want to protect jobs, we want to provide incentives for investment, and we want to be competitive in the global marketplace. And Mr. Nelson, when Administrator Jackson was sitting right there, she said that the greenhouse gas regulations would really not impact the farming community. But from your testimony, I think you made it pretty clear that you would not agree with her statement. Is that correct?
That is correct. She made a couple comments that at this point in time it didn't impact it, but our understanding there's over 100 farm entities that do report to EPA at the present time.
Yeah.
And
well, as you said, it will certainly affect your electricity costs. There's no question about that. It will affect your fertilizer costs. There's no question about that. Now, the tailoring rule certainly would exempt many of you, but Mr. Glazer, that tailoring rule, Mr. Glazer, the tailoring rule is an explicit violation of the specific language of the Clean Air Act, isn't it?
I'm sorry. I don't see how you could be any more clear in a statute than by using a number.
Yeah, and the number says, what, 100 or 250
100,
tons per year?
250. It doesn't say 100,000.
And she says 100,000.
Yeah.
Now, have lawsuits been filed against the tailoring rule?
Yes, they have.
And have lawsuits been filed against EPA's allegation that the fact that they were required by the Supreme Court to look at this issue on mobile sources because they found an endangerment finding there that they're automatically required to regulate stationary sources? Has there been a lawsuit filed on that?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that what's gone on is, again, this is, as one of the witnesses said, when you try to jam a square peg into a round hole, you end up with a great deal of legal uncertainty, and you end up with a great number of lawsuits, including EPA's contention that by finding that automobile emissions endanger public health and welfare and therefore regulating automobiles, you then automatically have to regulate stationary sources. That's also uncertain and doesn't seem to be a logical reading of that.
I might say we're certainly not trying to gut the Clean Air Act in any way. we have a book here, Breaking the Logjam, which was written by a former legal counsel for the Natural Resources Defense Council. And he says in this book that the Clean Air Act was never meant to regulate greenhouse gases, and it does not work in doing so. Now, Ms. Jackson also admitted today that there is no technology available to deal with greenhouse gases, and that her rules would not in any way meaningfully reduce greenhouse gases. But she did say we're going to require efficiencies to be adopted by stationary sources. And then some people have said, well, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. That's reasonable, and that is reasonable. I'm assuming, Mr. Harnack, that most businesses want to be as efficient as they can be, and they don't need government bureaucrats telling them to do that. Is that correct or not?
I mean, in our case, that's correct. You know, we've done a lot of energy efficiency projects. We have a corporate energy efficiency initiative that's been in place for many years now. And we think that we've captured a lot of the low-hanging fruit. Some of the challenges now is that some of the projects that we have just do not have suitable return for us to, you know, invest very limited capital in based on our situation in the business climate right now.
But they seem to be working on the premise that in order to be efficient, the government regulators have to tell you to be efficient and how to do it. And if the state regulators make a ruling that you should do it this way to meet these standards, EPA is not precluded from coming back later and disagreeing with that and making you even change that. Is that right, Mr. Glazer?
Yes, I completely agree with that. Yes, sir.
Well, my time's already expired, so Mr. Rush, I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Mr. Nelson, as a fellow Illinoisan and as a supporter of Illinois farms, I certainly want to welcome you here to this subcommittee. And I understand your concerns about potential impacts on small agricultural operators if EPA had not adopted the tailoring rule. Requiring permits for these sources makes no sense. That's why I was pleased to hear Administrator Jackson assure us that earlier today that the tailoring rule avoids any energy and greenhouse gas requirements on small sources, including farms. Did you hear her say that?
She did allude to that, but I think the one thing to keep in mind when she was talking about agriculture, you know, we're big consumers of energy, and we rely on energy. So if indeed you were to put undue regulations on some of the inputs that we utilize in agriculture, it has a tremendous impact on production agriculture.
Right. And well, and being consistent with her testimony, does any farm have to report under the greenhouse gases reporting rule?
Well, it would depend on a number of things. If you were not reclassified and we looked at stationary sources, livestock would fall under that category as it stands right now. We have asked that of the EPA of whether they're going to reclassify stationary sources as it relates to agriculture. They have not done it as of now. Being a livestock producer, it creates a huge burden when you look at the dollars that we're talking of assessing livestock operations just to stay in business.
But as of today, there is no farm that you are aware of that had to report under the greenhouse gas reporting rule as of today, as it stands right now.
As it stands right now, some of those that fall into a certain category, there are approximately 100 based on what we know that do report to the EPA.
Okay. Well, the regs went into effect on January 2nd of this year. Are any, you said there are at least 100 farms who are now subject to these rules? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and if you require a manure management system, they do report as of now.
All right. I want to switch my questioning to Dr. Goldman. Dr. Goldman, do you believe that it's appropriate for Congress to pass legislation that substitutes Congress's views that carbon pollution does not endanger public health for your and other scientists' determination that carbon pollution does endanger public health?
No, I don't believe that would be appropriate.
Can you be more concise and tell the subcommittee why you support the Clean Air Act and the steps that the EPA is taking to put limits on carbon pollution?
I support it because at this point in time it is the only method that the EPA has for being able to deal with this very clear and present threat to public health, and that's the Clean Air Act. And, you know, that the emissions that cause global warming are air emissions, and they can be regulated under the Clean Air Act, and EPA has been able to make clear public health findings that indeed they are threatening the nation's health.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you back?
Yes, sir. Mr. Shimkus, you're recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just going to go quick, but in just response to Dr. Goldman's response to the question is, the elected representatives have never passed any piece of legislation that's been signed into law to regulate greenhouse gas. I'm not asking for a response. I'm just telling you, the elected representatives, the people who send us here from our districts, we have never passed a legislation that's gone into law to regulate greenhouse gas emissions. If you would put up the picture on the slide there. This is for my colleague from Illinois, my friend Mr. Nelson. This is kind of going off script on greenhouse gases. But Phil, can you tell me what's going on there?
That's a harvest operation, I believe, combining soybeans.
And that smoke in the back, what is that? Is that dirty petroleum product?
No, that is dust.
Dust made up of?
Basically material coming off the plant after it is ripe.
Dried leaves, stem. I mean, they keep the beans, and they spread out the chaff, what we would call it. Is there not a fear from the agriculture community that the EPA is moving to regulate that activity?
Yes, there is, and as a matter of fact, I've made the comments many times. If you look even at the Kyoto Protocol, we would have to equip our harvest machines with dust collectors if you were going to take it to the nth degree.
Which would be additional capital expense, or maybe a water trailer and water it down to collect chaff. Chaff. This is dust from leaves and stems and agriculture. That's pretty close to my home. And I took that as I was driving back from taking my kids. He was in the field. I pulled off on the side, took about 5 photos. I took that around in October, the election year, to the Farm Bureau meetings, and held it up on my phone and said, this is what we have in an EPA gone awry, when they're going to spend time, effort, energy regulating chaff. And of course, in my congressional district, the people are just unbelievably astounded that we would do such a thing. So thank you for that. Let me just ask, does uncertainty raise the cost of capital? This is just a traditional, just a business question. Dr. Goldman, does uncertainty raise, you may not know, does uncertainty raise the cost of borrowing money?
Not in my area.
The answer is it definitely does. It raises the interest, the rate on raising capital. So the reason why I ask this question is because certainty is what everybody's talking about. Dr. Goldman and Mr. Goldstein says this produces more certainty. This greenhouse gas regulation is good for business. We have more certainty. That's correct, right? That's your testimony. Mr. Harnett, can you want to respond? Do you have more certainty today in U.S. steel production or less?
Definitely less. And the one thing.
So the cost of capital increases for expansion if there's
the
higher
cost
risk.
of capital is something that we know that there's not an alternative to the integrated steel process presently, and the fact that we require carbon to create new steel, and the integrated process is slightly different than the electric furnace process, because the electric furnace process requires recycled scrap. We mine ore that is required to make new steel, and there's not enough recycled scrap in the world to provide steel for all the applications.
So this creates more uncertainty for your business?
Yes.
And is there more uncertainty for the Chinese steel mill or less?
It doesn't apply to them.
So there's less uncertainty, lower cost of capital for Chinese steel, which would make Chinese steel more competitive in this country. Another aspect. Mr. Nelson, in the Agriculture Committee, more uncertainty or less?
Absolutely more. And you look at our competitors in South America and Europe that we compete against, and you just, the fear of the unknown about how many more undue regulations are going to make us more uncompetitive in the environment that we're a part of.
Let me go to our economist. More uncertainty, less. Dr. Thorning, this premise on how we create jobs, how do we raise capital?
Well, I think definitely more uncertainty, and the BACT rules released in November really don't help. So I think it's pretty clear that this regulation will have a negative impact on jobs and economic growth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because I recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Dingell, for 5 minutes.
I thank you for your courtesy. This question to Mr. Goldstein. Does CARB plan on finalizing California GHG emission standards before the federal standards are finalized? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Now, would you tell me and explain for the record how you and your staff have already stated fuel economy goals of 50 to 62 miles per gallon before the information and analysis that's available to complete that process has been made available to the Commission?
Congressman, we've made a public commitment just recently that we're going to wait to propose our rule until the beginning of September, which is the same time that DOT and EPA will propose their rules. We have not made any public announcements that we have chosen or pre-decided what the standards should be. We have been discussing a range of standards in public workshops, and I think that's maybe where you're hearing that.
What you're telling me is you have stated the fuel economy goals are going to be 50 to 62 miles per gallon before you've gotten the information and the analysis necessary to complete the process.
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
what are you telling me then?
What I'm saying is that we are working with DOT and EPA on a series of studies. We are waiting to complete those studies, which are going through peer review, and then we will use all the information.
34 seconds here.
Sorry.
Have you gotten the information and the scientific work done to support those numbers? Yes or no?
We have a lot of information that's being peer reviewed.
Do you have the information that would support that statement in proper form to stand a judicial review?
We may. It depends on what the final peer-reviewed studies say and what we propose as a regulation with DOT and EPA.
We had a little trouble getting the answer, but I do thank you for your kindness. Now, does CARB conduct analysis on job impact and economic consequences of the standards that it is considering?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Would you please submit that analysis on the fuel efficiency standards that you're suggesting for purposes of the record, please?
We'd be happy to. We haven't
Thank you.
completed them for the new set of standards. We have them for the prior standards.
Now, would you tell us about the extent of CARB's safety expertise? What safety expertise do you have? Do you have any responsibility under the California statutes to deal with the question of safety or not?
No, but that's why we're working with DOT, and we've jointly funded a study on this issue.
Thank you very much. Now, 2 days ago, CARB sent letters to the CEOs of all the Automobile Alliance, asking them to distance themselves from Alliance's complaint in a letter to Chairman Darrell Issa that the CARB was moving unilaterally forward in a regulatory process. CARB disputes that claim by saying we recently issued a joint statement with EPA and NHTSA promising that we would release proposals for the next set of GHG standards and NHTSAs on the same date, September 1 of 2011. Now, yes or no, isn't it true that CARB made a joint statement on timing with EPA and NHTSA only after the Alliance sent the aforementioned letter to Chairman Issa, and only after CARB received the letter, and only after the Obama administration, in response to the letter, asked CARB to stop getting out in front of the federal process? Yes or no?
There's a lot of questions there, but
Okay.
we have been working with EPA, DOT, and the White House on the next round of standards, and all along we had been making public statements and commitments that we would not get out ahead of our partners at EPA and NHTSA.
Let me read this again. 2 days ago, CARB sent letters to CEOs, members of the Auto Alliance, asking them to distance themselves from the Alliance's complaint in a letter to Chairman Darrell Issa that the CARB was moving unilaterally forward in the regulatory process. Is that true or false?
We sent a letter to the CEOs saying, being critical of the Alliance letter to Congressman Issa. Yes.
The answer to that is yes, please. I have limited time. Now, CARB disputes that claim by saying we recently issued a joint statement with EPA and NHTSA promising that we would release proposals for the next set of GHG standards and NHTSAs on the same date, September 1 of 2011. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay.
But that's
Now,
not new.
isn't
That
it-
was just
now,
putting in
isn't
writing
it-
what we've been saying all along.
Please, may I continue?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that CARB made the joint statement on timing with EPA and NHTSA only after the Alliance sent the aforementioned letter to Chairman Issa, and only after CARB received the letter, and only after the Obama administration, in response to the letter, asked CARB to stop getting in front of the federal process?
It is true that we sent the letter after the Alliance sent their letter.
Thank
yes.
you. Now, would you tell us if it is your view that global warming problems should be dealt with under the Clean Air Act, or is there a better way of dealing with it?
The Clean Air Act is the tool we have, the tool that EPA has.
But is it going to be simple and easy to do? Is it going to be relatively free from litigation and questions? Or is it going to be a very complex grind where you will have a number of different options and might wind up with quite different standards for different things in different states?
I think that the EPA is hoping to avoid that by using their power under the Clean
I know,
Air Act.
but are they going to be able to, in your opinion? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think there's a way to make sure that you make the rules as easy to understand nationally as possible, and we've proven that over and over again through the adoption of our clean car standards in California that get adopted then by other states and ultimately the federal government. I think
Recognize the
we've done very
gentleman
well.
from Michigan for 5 minutes.
You've been very kind, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll confess that several years ago I voted against cloning, And days like today, I wonder why, as I've been in a number of different events, and I was sad to miss the testimony by all of you during this panel, but I have a couple of questions. Dr. Thorning, you indicated, and I talked earlier at the earlier panels in Michigan, these regulations have been predicted to reduce our GDP by $18 billion, destroy 96,000 jobs, reduce household incomes by nearly $1,600. In your testimony, I believe, or in response to a question, you talked about a model that showed by 2014 a $25 to $75 billion decrease in capital investment would in fact result into an economy-wide job loss of somewhere between 476,000 and 1.4 million when direct and indirect and induced effects are included, and as a result, GDP would be 47 billion to 141 billion less in Table 20 in 2014. Can you expound a little bit about how you came up with those numbers?
Yes. Looking at the regulated industries that are initially going to come under EPA's regulations, we concluded that those represented about 25, that the investment in those industries normally represents about 25% of all U.S. investment on an annual basis. And then we did some research on what the risk, how the risk premium for investment in those industries might be impacted by the uncertainty surrounding EPA regulations, the tailoring rule, whether it'll stand, you know, so forth. And we concluded that the risk premium probably would increase between 30 and 40% for those industries. Therefore, if those industries represent approximately 25% of all investment, we concluded that that would represent, looking at historical data, a decrease in investment of between $25 billion a year and $75 billion a year. Now remember that, you know, overall gross private domestic investment is at like 1.7 trillion. So we thought that was a pretty conservative estimate. And we used a conservative estimate of the elasticity of response to investment to changes in the cost of capital. And when we ran that through the in-plan model, which is a near-term model good for short-term predictions, not good for long-term predictions, it produced results with the direct, the induced, and the ancillary impacts of nationwide job reduction compared to the baseline forecast of between 476,000 fewer jobs to as many as 1.4 million fewer jobs in the year 2014. And of course, some industries are more impacted than others. And GDP of approximately 47 billion smaller to 141 billion smaller. And this is just targeting these industries right now that are impacted and you know, the large ones that are included in EPA's current regulatory regime.
Thank you. Mr. Goldstein, in announcing his new executive order on regulations, President Obama cited one national program as a good example of eliminating a tangle of regulations. The tangle was the result of three different agencies, NHTSA, EPA, and CARB, trying to regulate basically the same thing. One national program eliminated the tangle for 2012 through 16 by getting EPA and NHTSA to coordinate with each other, and by California agreeing to defer to the federal regulations. It now appears that for 2017 and beyond, we are in the process of recreating the tangle that the one national program eliminated, since California is planning to promulgate a new set of GHG regs. Why shouldn't it be that California agree that from now on there'll be a national program consisting of NHTSA and EPA regulations only? Why does California need to duplicate or move forward with a different plan?
Mr. Upton, as you know, California has a special mention in the Clean Air Act because our air quality problems have been so severe over the years, and they are still severe in certain areas of the state, like in Los Angeles in the Central Valley. So from the perspective of a state that still has significant air quality problems, we have to fight to keep our authority to promulgate the rules that are needed to protect the public health. and these vehicle standards are one of the ways that we do that. We are sometimes or often joined by other states under Section 177 that can use our rules if they choose to, and that sometimes creates what the auto industry had called a patchwork quilt. But the fact is, at most, you would only have two standards, and over the past 40 years, what we have seen over and over again is that if the two standards become one relatively quickly, and that's what just happened with the 2012 to 2016 standards. And this time, unlike before, we're working very closely with EPA and DOT, using the same information, relying on the same peer-reviewed studies, and working hand in hand on developing and designing our rules. They may come out slightly differently. Our process is slightly shorter, so we may complete our process before EPA and NHTSA finish their processes, but we're fully committed to harmonizing them as soon as they're done.
Ms. Capps, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to start out, I have questions for you, Mr. Goldstein, and also one for Dr. Goldman. And as someone who represents a district in California where we can look out to see whether the brown haze is coming up from the LA basin on certain days, and have lived there long enough to notice the rise as a former school nurse of school-age asthma, and being aware that there were certain days in the LA basin when frail adults were told to stay inside and kids couldn't go out on the playground. That's one of the special things about living in our state, and why I'm so appreciative of the work that you are Executive Officer of the California Air Resources Board, or CARB. And I want to tell you, in my channel area, I appreciate the regulation of the marine vessels, which have added a great deal to the air quality in my part of the state and all along the coastal areas. You have some, but we've been hearing today about the fact that addressing climate change will destroy the economy. You have some practical experience because California is well underway in implementation of a state law to cut carbon pollution. Can we cut carbon pollution, Mr. Goldstein, without harming the economy, in a few words?
Yes, we can. We have also run economic analysis like the kind that Dr. Thorning described, using macroeconomic models, and we've used a model called EDRAM and BEAR. I'm sure Dr. Thorning knows those models. And what we have shown overall in the California economy is there's a very slight net positive with climate regulations under our plan.
Thank you.
Economically.
And a very brief assessment of how workable EPA's approach is.
I think it's very workable. I've been here all day and I've seen the complaints, but the fact is I think most of the claims and worry, while the worry is real, I think when you look at the specific details, for instance, the cost of capital is influenced by many, many factors, not just by the possibility of a regulation.
And you're also a member of the Board of Directors for the National Association of Clean Air Agencies.
Yes.
Just a couple words on your understanding of whether other states are finding EPA's approach to be workable as you talk with people from other states.
Yes, there are many states that are embracing EPA's process and effort. Of course, there are states that are also concerned about it, but I think on the whole...
Overall, is it moving? Are we moving
overall,
in the right
it's
direction?
moving in the right direction. Because I do think people in other states, my colleagues and the governors in many other states, see the potential for the great economic innovation that can come from this and job creation that can come from this kind of rulemaking.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Goldman, I recently heard a story about back when the Clean Air Act was first being debated on the House floor. One congressman quoted a mayor, and this is the quote, "If you want to make this town grow, it's got to stink." I think that's been proven wrong. Our economy has not shriveled over these past years of trying to improve the air quality. Instead, the GDP has grown 207%. My question to you, representing as you do the American Public Health Association, can you please share with us the health benefits and really the economic benefits as a result of it, of responsible limits to greenhouse gases, the approach the EPA is taking?
The benefits are potentially quite enormous, and what we are looking at in terms of threats from climate change have to do with health impacts from bad adverse weather events like flooding, drought, adverse health impacts from dirty air, and also adverse health impacts from changing the distribution of disease-bearing vectors like insects and rodents. And these are all enormous threats. I think the most immediate ones that we're seeing have to do with the increasing frequency of severe weather events, which have a major impact on people's health.
And with that, I'm going to yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Capps. Mr. Scalise, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, a question for Mr. Nelson with Farm Bureau. Appreciate you being here to discuss the importance of the impact of greenhouse gas regulations and how they would impact specifically the agriculture industry. I know you know the essential role that the agriculture industry plays in America's way of life, but also especially as it relates to our economy and the small businesses that are such the heart of the agriculture industry. I represent a part of southeast Louisiana. We have a large presence of dairy farmers in my district, and really concerned about the impact that EPA regulations would have on these small businesses, especially as Administrator Jackson's talked about potentially down the road doing some things there. The dairy industry in Louisiana contributes about $115 million to Louisiana's economy, and those proposed EPA regulations would devastate many of these small businesses who literally are operating on the margins. And I think you were here when the Administrator was given her statements, but since the EPA Administrator has left the door open to regulation of the agriculture industry, can you speak specifically to how it would potentially affect especially those small dairy farms in districts like mine and yours in Illinois and throughout the country?
Well, really, I'd address it in two different ways. You have to look at the livestock industry and what is being proposed or thrown out there in regards to a Title V permit. If it isn't reclassified, it'll have a tremendous impact on the dairy industry. I think the numbers that we're looking at, are $175 for a dairy cow, which is, you just cannot make any money.
That it would cost an additional $175 per dairy cow if those EPA restrictions were put in place.
That is correct.
Gee whiz.
And not only that, then you look at the production side of things. As Congressman Shimkus alluded to, the threats are out there as far as dust permits. We've got a couple states right now that can't even deal with the dust standards as it's proposed today, let alone try to make those twice as stringent as what we're hearing coming out of the administration. So it really impacts a number of facets of agriculture if these regulations proceed forward and are put in place.
And that seems to actually go in sync with some of the statements that were made on the previous panel. Mr. Alford, who's the president and CEO of the National Black Chamber of Commerce, had given some testimony, and he talked about a number of impacts, and they had done a study. And one thing he looked at is on the poorest 20% of our population. He said this kind of scheme by EPA would increase the cost of home energy by 45%, motor fuel by 25%, and he said it would also increase groceries by 35% on our nation's poorest families. So can you talk about, especially from the agriculture industry, what would the impact of a 35% increase in food prices on our poorest families in this country have?
Right now, consumers have probably the best bargain in the entire world, where we spend about 10 cents out of every disposable dollar for food. You look at Japan and some of the other developed countries that do have regulatory frameworks that could parallel some of the things that are being proposed by this administration. So you could easily make the case of doubling what we pay for food. Under Waxman-Markey, we had a lot of sensitivity with that bill as it related to what it would do to food prices, what it would do to energy prices if you didn't cite the nuclear power plants, if you took almost 59 million acres out of production, row crop agriculture, what that would do to the consumer in the grocery store. So, it's going to have a dramatic impact if indeed we don't use some common sense to try to look at a regulatory framework that's workable without really impacting our industry to the
Thank
degree
you.
that
And I know we're trying to get EPA to look at the job loss impact of all of the things that they're doing in these regulations, but I'd be curious to see if EPA is going to do an impact on the lives that would be lost if you had a 35% increase on the food that our poorest families buy, where you literally would be taking food off the table of American families because of these regulations on the agriculture industry. I appreciate that. Ms. Thorning, I know I'm running low on time, but Ms. Thorning, I'm not sure if you had seen the study that we've seen on the Spain experiment with this kind of, this cap and trade scheme where they regulate, and they talked about all the green jobs that it would create, and of course it turned out in Spain, after they looked at it, all of the promises of those new jobs turned out to be a mirage, and they ended up losing 2 jobs for every job they created, and in fact, for each new job they created, only 10% were actually permanent jobs. So in essence, you lost 20 full-time jobs for every real job that you created in this industry. Have you looked at any of those kind of studies?
Yes, I have seen that study. There's also one done by a German think tank that looks at the cost of solar energy and electricity prices in Germany. There's one in Denmark that shows the same thing. The issue is when you substitute more expensive energy for cheaper energy, you might gain some jobs in that sector, the energy, the green energy sector, but you're going to lose them overall because you're making other products, other producers pay a lot more for energy. And that finding is mirrored in the work that groups like ours have done with the Department of Energy's own NIMS model, analyzing Waxman Markey, Carrie Lieberman. We always get some more green jobs because, we're forcing a quicker uptake of energy efficiency, but overall the macro models show job loss, and that's a similar conclusion that you get looking.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doyle, you recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me commend you and the ranking member for your stamina, and the panel for your patience, and welcome to all of you. I want to especially welcome Fred Harnack from U.S. Steel. Just by way of full disclosure, Fred and I go back quite a bit. He started out at Edgar Thompson, where my father worked for 30 years. Then over to the Homestead Works plants, an urban plant in West Mifflin, and Mon Valley Works, and Fred probably has an incredible knowledge of my congressional district and the steel industry, which are 2 things that I hold near and dear to my heart. And I suspect that we were both crying on our Iron City beers a little bit on Sunday after that game was over. But Fred, it's good to have you here. I follow the steel industry's performance closely, and I'm certainly aware of the current difficulties that integrated steel mills face. We know the cost of raw materials have gone up greatly, coal and iron, and that continues to affect the performance of manufacturers. And also, it's an industry that's uniquely affected by, it has international trade pressures too. This is why, as we were trying to develop a comprehensive energy bill, that we were particularly sensitive about those things and tried to put language in the bill that would address some of the pressures that industries like steel had that were carbon intensive but had trade pressures too. Earlier panel, I talked to Administrator Jackson, and I asked her how this new greenhouse gas permitting process would affect facilities like steel mills. And Fred, I wonder if you can tell me right now what capacity U.S. Steel is currently operating at.
Presently, we're probably somewhere between 75 and 80%. We do have one plant idled, and a number of other facilities are not as full as we would like them to be.
Mm-hmm. So, all of us are hoping that the industry reach a point where you're able to ramp up to 100% of your operating capacity. But assuming you were able to ramp up to 100% of your operating capacity, would U.S. Steel be required to apply for a greenhouse gas permit to cover the increased activity?
Presently, we are doing the greenhouse gas reporting that's required. We only need to file for the permits that are above the threshold, and right now that exists only in our expansion plans in our Minnesota ore operations. The balance of the facilities are permitted for the capacity that we publish, and there would not be any additional needs to permit for that at this time.
Right. So, in other words, any existing facility right up to your full capacity, you wouldn't be affected by this, only if you had an addition, if you put up a new plant, or if you expanded a current facility and got over that limit that would require a permit?
That's right, based on the present regulatory requirements.
So your plants that are currently operating in the United States, are any of them going to have to apply for renewals under their Title V permits for non-greenhouse gas air pollutants under the Clean Air Act?
There is, yes, we do have periodic permit renewals. Actually, we're working on 2 in Allegheny County right now, as well as have just recently attained them in our Alabama operation.
Now, when you apply for these renewals, will your new permit have to include any pollution controls for greenhouse gases?
We will be required to provide all of the regulatory information and regulatory requirements as it develops, by the EPA and the government.
So you have to report your emissions, but you're not required to implement any new control technologies as long as you're within you're not expanding your current capacity.
Only on the newly permitted facilities that are above the threshold.
So as we speak today, even though you're going through Title V permit renewals, this would not require you in your existing facilities to, other than to report to EPA, it wouldn't require you to implement any new control technologies.
That's right.
So it seems to me as we look at these rules and today we're focusing, this rule focuses primarily under the tailoring provision on coal-fired, on fossil-fired utility plants and oil refineries. Right now, this has no direct impact on the steel industry unless you would put up a new plant or expand an existing plant. Is that correct?
Based on the present language on the greenhouse gas requirements, but there are other requirements coming out from the EPA that are going to require substantial modifications.
Right, but we're focused today, and this bill focuses on the GHG emissions, not other things. That's what this focus is. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I see I have 8 seconds left, and I'll yield it back. Thanks, Fred.
Thank you. Mr. Gardner, you're recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, thank you to the witnesses for being here today. And Mr. Nelson, I would like to direct this question to you. In my conversation with Administrator Jackson on agriculture and agriculture's exemption, so what she phrased it as, from this going until 2013. What happens after 2013?
Well, that's the good question that probably needs to be asked because the rules have not been put into place. So there's a lot of speculation as to where we will be as it gets to that time frame.
And so as of 2013 and beyond, this very well may be a situation where EPA comes in and starts requiring more permits in agriculture.
We believe that probably will be the case. I can tell you, and we're not talking about the Clean Water Act today, but just as, for instance, the amount of regulations that are coming out with nutrient management plans, MPDES permits, numeric standards, there's a whole tidal wave of regulatory challenges staring us in the face, so I think we would expect more of that.
And particularly to the greenhouse gas regulation. And it goes a little bit to the question directed to Mr. Harnack as well. Costs of direct regulations versus the indirect costs versus direct costs. When we say that agriculture, when Administrator Jackson says that agriculture is exempt, your energy costs will increase as a result of GHG, correct?
Yes.
The cost of fertilizer will increase as a result of the regulation, correct? The cost of farm equipment will increase as a result of the regulation?
Just the new Tier 4 engines that are coming out this year, almost 20% increase.
Mr. Harnack, will you see costs increase as a result of the GHG regulations at your plants?
Yes, we will.
And so there are costs that you are facing, whether they're direct or indirect, which goes directly to your ability to create new jobs in the steel industry or to expand farms to future generations. Is that correct?
That's right.
And to Dr. Thorning, I don't know how familiar you are with the economy of California, but based on your experience as an economist, what you've seen in the state of California, the fact that 650 CEOs have said that it's the least desirable place to do business, some of the regulations that we've seen, is California the kind of business model, job creation market that we would like to export to the rest of the country?
I think one would have to look very carefully at what the impact of AB 32 may have had on companies' desires to stay and manufacture in California. I think you have to look at the size of their budget deficit, their very high unemployment rate, their low relatively difficulty in the housing market. I don't think California is a poster child for how we want to go forward.
Mr. Goldstein, do you think California is a jobs creation model for the rest of the United States?
I think there are many aspects of what's going on in California that should be copied by other states. We are the technology leader in the country. We are seeing a huge spike in investment since the passage of AB 32. People are coming here looking to have us move forward on our rules, provide the certainty that businesses want, and also provide the certainty that creative, inventive Americans have proven over and over again to come up with the great ideas that are adopted here and other places.
Dr. Thorning, will the investments that are required to comply with these kind of regulations, greenhouse gas regulations, to produce these kinds of jobs, will they produce enough jobs in the green industry to offset the jobs lost elsewhere?
I think it's highly unlikely because you're making investments that don't really add anything to the bottom line. They're being made for, to reduce greenhouse gases. So that's money that can't go into productivity enhancing investments. And another point I'd like to make about the goal of energy efficiency. As I said in my statement before, companies do try to invest for energy efficiency where it makes sense. But that's not the holy grail. The holy grail is producing a product or a service as cheaply as you can so that you compete in the U.S. or globally. And if energy prices are expected to be flat, as we have this huge discoveries of natural gas now, if you're not expecting a large surge in energy prices and you're hoping that they'll stay flat, and if you're required to spend, let's say, an extra $400 million to purchase a new piece of equipment, it may not cost itself out. I think we've heard some statements from some of the people in previous panels. It may not be cost effective to, at that point, make the huge investment that would be required under EPA regulations. So it's accelerating something that a company might not do until the capital stock had worn out. People forget how long-lived U.S. capital stocks.
So the bottom line is, does this regulation that we've been dealing with, what this bill deals with, does it affect our ability to be competitive globally?
I think it does in a negative fashion.
Mr. Griffith, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank all the folks here for going through the day with us. I was not up here the whole time. At 4 o'clock, I finally decided I had to break down and eat something. So I went out in the other room, but I was listening to your testimony, and I appreciate you all being here. I think all the questions have been asked, Mr. Chairman, so I yield my time back to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith, and I want to thank all of you once again for your valuable testimony and your time, and we all have a lot of challenges before us. We don't agree on everything, but that's what America's all about. So hopefully from hearings like this, we can craft the best policies to move forward. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we adjourn, first of all, I want to thank all the witnesses on this panel and all the witnesses that preceded this panel, and I certainly want them to know that they have really enlightened us. We haven't agreed on most of the testimony. I haven't agreed on most of the testimony, but at least I feel as though I'm better informed. So I really appreciate you all, the investment of your time and effort. Thank you so very much. Mr. Chairman, before we adjourn, I do have a unanimous consent request. But I guess you can dismiss the panel first. They don't want to hear the unanimous consent request.
Well, without objection, we'll...
Yeah, I want to, I have a...
I hate for them to leave before we leave. But.
Oh, let them please. All right. Well, I just have a unanimous consent request that statements and letters from the following organizations be placed in the record. The American Sustainable Business Council, the Calpine Corporation, the National Council of Churches, 68 faith communities throughout this nation, the Natural Resources Defense Council, the Northeast States for Coordinated Air Use Management, the Truman National Security Project, the Union of Concerned Scientists, who also signed a letter that was also signed by 2,505 scientists and economists, And lastly, yesterday's letter from Mr. Waxman to Mr. Upton.
And then we'd like to enter this record from the National Association of Realtors. So without any objection, so ordered. And the members will have 10 days to submit any questions for the record, whatever, and the record will be open for 30 days. Thank you.